getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
This is a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do than sit around the house, get high and watch a tube. And here's what happened when they decided to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. I swear they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Go on, take 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 the money and run. Billy Mack is a detective down in Texas. You know he knows just exactly what the facts is. He ain't gonna let those two escape justice. He makes his living off of the people's taxes. Bobby Sue, whoa, whoa, she slipped away. Billy Joe caught up to her the very next day. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They headed down south and they're still running today. Singing, go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Oh, no. Go on, take the money and run.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Top of the morning to you. Last night I was sitting in a space call, the one space call, and on Twitter, and he asked me to come up and talk about some stuff, and I did. Some weird things happened, by the way, and we put on tinfoil hats on it. I'll tell you about it later, but we were talking about some things, and one of the things that somebody asked me about was about the Japan carry trade, and I realized that I really hadn't. I mean, I think I may have glossed over it a couple different times here. I know Pirates explained it. I think at least once I came back from break, and I think Pirate might have been explaining it a little bit. I'm going to put my touch on it, I guess, now. Because I think, it's important to understand why the market's doing what it's doing, right? Like, that's always been a key thing for me to kind of pinpoint. So I do think this is important. Let me talk about this real quickly. I'm gonna try and make this as simple as possible. I really feel like if you're gonna teach something, that's how you really understand it the most. And the best way to teach something is to teach it in a way where other people can maybe perhaps understand. So I'm going to use really simplistic a simplistic way of analogy of expressing what this is. Your grandma loves you. She loves you dearly, and she's like, Casey. This is Grandma. If you're listening, this is not my impression of you. Casey, I want to lend you some money I don't really want anything back from you, but I'm gonna lend you some money. You know, when I'm gonna lend you $100. When you give it back to me, you just give me back maybe $101, right? And that's you're like, oh, wow, Grandma, that's really cool. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I only have to pay you $1 back. And meanwhile, your buddy, the reason this is great is because your buddy came up to you and he's all like, dude, I totally need to borrow some cash. I need $100 like right away. And I'll tell you what, I get paid next week, and I'll pay you back 120. And you're like, dude, no shit. I'm gonna make $19 on this trade. My grandma's gonna give me $100. Nothing comes out of my pocket. I'm gonna give it over to my buddy. He's gonna pay me back $20. I'll give Grandma $1 back later when he gives me the 120. And you know he's good for it. You know this guy's solid. He's real solid. He never fails. And so you're gonna make $19, and all you got to do is just pass the money back and forth between two different people, right? Perfect, amazing. Investors borrow money in Japan. This is what they're doing. They're borrowing money in Japan at a really low interest rate, around 0.5% or something like that. They invest this money in other countries with higher interest rates. For example, the U.S. Right, so they're taking that money and they're investing in things in the U.S. where the rates that on return that they're getting might be somewhere around like 4 or 5%. They earn the difference between the two rates as profit, and they walk around going like I am. Yay! I got a buddy that paid me $20, and Grandma only wants $100 back in exchange. But when the Bank of Japan raises interest rates, which they did recently, the yen becomes more attractive to hold, right? And then the investors start selling the assets that they bought to buy yen and repay their loans as fast as they possibly can. So that's when you start seeing these sell-offs starting to happen because somebody's getting out of the positions that they were in and moving out of the loans that they created at a really low rate. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense to you guys now. Okay, I need a grandma like that, Brian says. Right? And then so, Brian, you got me all flustered. Let me take you over the other page here, and I'm going to move over a screenshot. Oh shoot, I forgot to take away something real quick here. I gotta take this away real fast. Hold on 1 second. Boom. And boom. All right. So I showed you this chart yesterday. This is what we were looking at on Sunday. Which was, Bitcoin in purple, baby blue was VIX. The actual candles that you're seeing there was the Nikkei, and so what was happening? We saw the Nikkei starting to fall in price. When was it? When would you say? I would say, right? I'm looking at this here, and I'm seeing a little bit of a change here. Probably starting right around like the 31st of July, around 2000. Is when I really start to see some down candles. You might have even said, like, you could make a case for maybe perhaps 3 o'clock in the morning on the July 31st. So a while back, right? This is on a 1 hour time interval, by the way. So each one of these candles represents 1 hour. So some activity started happening where we started seeing some downwards momentum in the market in Japan. Early as the 31st. Which, what day was that? That was Wednesday a week ago. Exactly. So like 3 o'clock in the morning, a week ago, is when we started seeing this all starting to unfold. And most of us probably didn't even see it until Sunday night because we all started watching Sunday night. Let's place some lines here. We'll place a line here. We'll place a line Sunday night. What was that? 7654, the 4th, 4 o'clock. We started watching around 1900. No, 2000. Right there. That's where we started watching. We all got together in the back of the big tramp. Well, some of us got together in the back of the big tramp, and we all sat there and just kind of watched what unfolded. And of course, it was like, not much longer than that. We started seeing it just like, completely falling off into oblivion. And we were watching the VIX and everything unfold as it was. I want to show you two things. First, I'm going to show you the what do I want to call the I can't think of the name. The yen to dollar trade value, meaning right now where it sits at 147.306, 107.306 is 147 yen, 0.3 yen is $1. And as this value moves down, that means the yen is increasing in strength or has more value to the U.S. dollar. As it moves up, it's the exact opposite. The yen is weakening to the U.S. dollar. And I want to show you that that you can see that the effects of the yen to the dollar moving downwards was actually starting before the red line that I've got here, right? And then when we all started watching back here, you can see that it even took even more of a dump before the big trades start happening. Now, of course, you go like, okay, yeah, but what about the U.S. market? Well, we'll throw that up there. In white here is the U.S. market, and the U.S. market was actually kind of signaling a lot of this on Friday, right? I was telling you guys on Friday, I said the jump from on the VIX into that past 19 range meant that we had about 5 days before we were more than likely going to see the VIX rising above 35. And it ended up happening on the very next trading day, which was Monday, which I totally didn't expect to happen. But it did. It rose to an insane 67 or 68 value or something like that at the very top. And what I want you to see, though, is that Japan has decided to not continue to increase their rates. And there has been a little bit of a change in the direction of the value of the yen to where it's now being devalued once again, and it's heading back up, and that's allowing the markets to recover due to the instability that was happening as the Japan carry trade was kind of unwinding due to the fact that they had raised their rates. I don't know if I can pull up a indicator that shows where their rate was. Let me look something up real quick here. Hold on 1 second. This is saying March 19th. I don't... Oh, there we go. July 31st. Ironically, it happens to be July 31st that they raised their rates from 0% to 0.25. They raised it 0.25% starting on July 31st. Wow. Look at that. Amazing. Instability started right when they decided to raise their rates. There it is. So hopefully that kind of helps you to understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. The fact that the Bank of Japan has announced that they are not going to continue to raise the rates because of the instability in the marketplace so far means that things kind of get to return to somewhat of a normalcy from where it was before. Obviously, a lot of people believe that the carry trade that was previously happening still needs to unwind. That it's not over yet, and I think that's probably very true. So that I don't think this is the this stability and a period of time here that I had mentioned to you guys yesterday in yesterday's live stream is that this was probably not going to last. It probably will return to a downwards momentum swing. The question is when, right? Like that, everybody's kind of wondering, and everybody's on edge. Like, when is that going to happen? When is it going to happen? I don't know. I told you guys 2 to 3 trading days from yesterday, I think.
and maybe yesterday should have been counted as one of those 3. So it could happen within the next either today or tomorrow is a possibility. But I would, you're seeing the VIX coming down. All of these indicators here, the markets are all heading back up. Bitcoin's heading up. The yen is weakening, or the dollar is strengthening to the yen. And so you're seeing all these indicators kind of driving back up in that direction. And if they meet somewhere in the middle, I mean, maybe we could plot this out. Maybe there's a trend here. Perhaps maybe where things are going to kind of meet, and perhaps maybe that's when you see a continuating, a continuation of more of a downtrend again, right? Like when would that be? Of course, I always leave a little bit of my tip out here, just a little bit, right? Like you never expect it to meet right in the middle. It could meet right in the middle. Like I mean, the date that's where these might meet if they continue on the same trend right now. Would be the 8th of August at 11 o'clock is where I have this intersecting at. But if you were to look at my cloud, that could be anywhere between noon today to 2200 today. So I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't obviously I don't have some kind of crystal ball. But I can see that things are trying to return to some kind of normalcy from the past, and you can see that obviously if the VIX were to lower down to meet up with some of these other values that are rising, if they were to actually truly meet here on the 11 o'clock tomorrow, the VIX would actually end up being lower than where it had started previously, right? Like the VIX would have to come down to a point to where it would be right around like let's see, what number is this? Like 11 for the VIX, which it was not even down to 11. It was higher than that leading into what happened. So again, is it going to get that far? I don't know. It's at 2258 right now. All right. That's what I got for you guys. Don't know if that helped or confused any of you anymore. I do want to let you guys know that there's a fun little tinfoil hat thing in the title for the day today. There is one person, maybe two people that probably understand the beginning portion of this title for the day today. Jeepers Creepers. And that's... there's some... if you take a look at one of the... Is it the last post? No, it wasn't the last post. If you go to Adam Aaron, one of Adam Aaron's more recent tweets, specifically, which one? That is his last tweet. Look at Adam Aaron's last tweet, and it has some kind of relationship to that. There's some things that are happening, and I think they're so ironic. I feel like, I don't know, when do we do the tinfoil hat? We do numbers first, right? Shouldn't it's numbers time? Maybe we do numbers and we do a little tinfoil hat stuff going on a little bit later. What do you think? Does that sound good? Let me see what you guys are saying here. Robert says, I'm dumb, but trying to understand this financial stuff. And you're not dumb. You're just learning. That doesn't make you dumb. So basically everything Japan was investing in through U.S. is being sold to convert cash to... Other way around, I think, is from what you're trying to say there, I think. Let me see, let me read it again. Everything Japan was investing in through you... No, yeah, it's the other way around. Well, I guess it could be. I don't specify, like you're specifying Japan. Specify investors. Like fill in Japan with investors, and just say investors were investing. And it doesn't have to be through the U.S. It could be, I don't know, Australia. Anybody who's got a higher interest rate than Japan had would net them. So it could be actually, they could be buying all kinds of stuff around the world. Whatever has larger rates on return. Novocaine says also grandma lends in one currency, friend borrows in another. Yeah. Did I say like a lot of times apparently? Like. Likey. Do you want to know something funny, guys? I kid you not. On TradingView, that screen that I have up here for you guys, I pulled up what did I have this as? I pulled up the Japanese yen to US dollar indicator, and it made it yellow, and I didn't even think anything about it. And then I pulled up the US one, and it wasn't white. I actually changed that one because I didn't like the color because it didn't stand out well enough to the background of everything that was here. And so I clicked on since I have my screen on dark mode here, I can't see the color boxes because it just shades them all, like, you know. And so I just picked a color, the very top left hand most color, which was white. And then as I realized, I was like, oh, that's not gonna work. We can't do that. We can't. I was like, somebody's gonna notice that and be like, oh, Casey's racist or something, you know. And it's like, oh man. So I had to change the colors on things in here. I was like, this is lame. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what are the chances? Top left-hand box, white, automatically colored the yen to the dollar yellow. I was like, come on. This is so messed up. But yeah, so that's what I got for you guys. Let me take that away. Take you guys back over to the main page here, and I guess. Oh no, the AA tweet. I got you. It's actually it takes some imagination to get it, but we'll talk about it later. Hell yeah, says tinfoil hat. Some people are like on a time limit and they only have so long to listen. Let's do numbers real quick. Hell yeah, and then I'll get into the tinfoil hat stuff. And I'll go to the back of the big tramp and we can talk about it together. For anybody who wants to talk about it, you know, that way I don't want to. Rex says address the Usher poster. We'll do it. We'll talk about it. I guess the one main thing that I want to point you to, and you can look at this while I'm doing numbers, is look at the very, very bottom of that poster. And what you're going to see is that he used a poster from the AMC Gorillas community of investors who've been working with that. And, you know, I've talked about it before in the past. That's something that us investors, retail investors have, I say us, it was really a small group of people who put it together. And I wasn't even a part of it, but those people, those specific people put that together as a way to do to do guerrilla warfare tactics on Twitter, to utilize some of the algorithms that prevent us from being outside of our bubble that they've kind of put us into on Twitter. So what I want you to notice is that he specifically used that. I found out that he's only used 2 of their posters that they've ever submitted in our guerrilla warfare tactic to make sure that people see, you know, go to AMC kind of thing. And this is the second one that he's ever used. And there's some interesting stuff there, so we'll take a look at it. Cool stuff. All right, let me switch you guys on over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. We'll start in the top left-hand side and work our way down the left-hand side of the page, and then go to the top. We'll go over to options and work our way up. So here we go. Let's do this. Nobody missed yesterday. In fact, price closed smack dab. I don't want to say smack dab in the middle. It wasn't really smack dab in the middle, but price closed in the middle of some of our price predictions. I was 1 penny off yesterday. I was like, come on, give it to me. I was 1 penny off yesterday, but 1 penny does not cut it. There was only a 10-cent spread between all four of us picking prices. So point for every single one of us. Nobody gets any bonus points. Boo. So close. I wanted that bonus point so bad. All right. What's next? Short exempt volume yesterday. I don't think we had very high volume. It was pretty low. I was suggesting somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. We ended up getting, let's see, what was yesterday? The 6th. So let me update. This is not updated. We ended up seeing 11.2 million shares traded yesterday, which is very, very, very low volume in contrast to the 20.8 million shares that we had the previous day. So we're probably looking at a pretty low short exempt volume number. Although do remember that the short exempt volume ability to be able to create short exempt volume was enabled through SSR being tripped. So the number could be a little bit higher, even though the volume was lower. Let's see. Nope, it was pretty low. 192,000 shares going through there. Utilization, 79.7 is what it was yesterday. Today, it's being reported at 81.81, so it's back up a little bit. And yesterday, we were up 2.63%. Not too shabby. Max Payne. Let me think about yesterday. We had some, obviously we had some upwards momentum to get us out of that little bit of a hole that we were dug into in the beginning portion of the day. Actually, it rose in the beginning portion, then came down in the, wait, what happened? Hold on a second here. I can't remember now. Time escapes me. Yeah. We had a little bit of upwards momentum in the beginning portion of the day, came back down, kind of retested, kind of like 493, and then rose back up for the most part for the rest of the day. So, Max Payne probably is not going to change. It's going to probably stay right at $5. I really don't think there was enough activity to warrant a whole bunch of positions closing on either side of 5. And indeed, Max Payne is still $5. Max Payne was 22 for GME as of yesterday, and GME's price rose to 21.28. That might come down to 21.50. Nope, still 22. Sticking at 22. Let's see what else we got going on here. Exchange traded volume. By the end of a day, I would normally expect to see somewhere between, or somewhere right around 64% of our volume going through the off-exchange and EDGX combined. We had 57.21% going through off-exchange, EDGX 8.58. The combined total was 65.79%, or about 1.79% higher than what I would expect it to be. Not too much higher. We could have had probably a little bit more price improvement if that had been lower. CHX volume was 9,275. That's not very big of a number. GME CHX volume at the end of the day was 9,179. Also not a very big number. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. At the end of the day yesterday, there was about 1.3 million shares. They did borrow some shares towards the end of the day yesterday, and we'll count those towards today at around 2045. They borrowed 200,000 shares. They borrowed another 200,000 at 1245. Another 100,000, so we're at 3. And then 400,000 this morning. So 700,000 shares borrowed. Yesterday we saw about 3.55 million shares borrowed, according to IBKR. Today, 700. Fees are at 2.86 according to IBKR, and rebate is at 2.46. Institutional ownership this morning is showing up. Yesterday was 88.244 million. This morning it's showing up as 88.322. So we are seeing a little bit of an increase there on institutional ownership. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume. Coming in at a $5.50 strike, which is where it was yesterday. I'm sorry, no, it was at 6 yesterday. The 6 volume is no longer the champion, although it did increase. Yesterday at 6, there was 21.7. There's 22,000 contracts now. The 5.5s are beating out the 6 in regards to volume. There's 24,000 contracts. Highest amount of put volume is at a $4.50 strike. Yesterday was at 14.9 thousand contracts. It's now 14.3, so that dropped a little bit. So we had calls increasing, puts closing, and that's bullish. However, the spread between our open interest is now largest spread between the largest amounts of open interest is not largest spread, but the spread is 4.5 to 5.5, which means that the market's really kind of targeting more of a $5 close versus a $5.25 as of yesterday. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here, and we will document. Well, I'll move some screens around, and then we'll document how much volume is moving where in the option contracts for the next couple weeks out. Let's see here. Alrighty. Here's next week's option contracts. And the following week for AMC. Obviously, the week ending the 23rd of August is very, very light. Jeepers creepers. Let's see. Taking a look at the option chain for GME. Let's give this a quick refresh and see what it looks like today. Start from the top and roll down. Looks like highest amount of call volume is at 22. Highest amount of put volume at 20. Market's really kind of targeting in like a 21 close by the end of the week, even though max pain is 22. Next week's open interest. And the week after. Ortex. Utilization on Ortex rising day over day from 79.7 to 81.81. That should be an increase on the on-loan amount that's showing up, and it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but I mean, that's usually one of the reasons why utilization increases. On-loan amount increased from 100.11 to 101.36, so we're looking at 1.25. Looks like 1.25 million shares borrowed yesterday. Let me write that number down. Let's see how much Ortex is estimating was in short interest. That was new short interest. They raised the, actually, let me get rid of this one real quick here. The estimated short share interest of the free float increased from 58.98 to 59.28. So we're looking at 0.3 or 300,000 shares. Which is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 17.57 to 17.66 day over day. On loan average age per day, borrowing of new shares, only a 1.25. I would imagine this is not going to cause the on loan average age per day to drop. Should still be heading upwards. It is, but if we have another day of loaning of shares going, you can see it's starting to kind of level out a little bit here. One more day of somewhere between 1 and 2 million shares being borrowed, and we might see the on loan average age per day starting to dip again. The on loan average age per day went from 31.58 to 31.83. Security lending volume taking a little bit of a jump up from 3.66 million shares to 7.38. GME's numbers for the day. Utilization going up from 29.45 to 30.25. On loan amount increasing day over day from 29.54 million shares to 31.15. The estimated short share interest of the free float slightly rising from 10.18 to 10.28. And the on loan average age per day starting to dip from 30.76 days to 30.1. Security lending volume decreasing day over day from 3.91 million shares to 2.12. Let me go back to something real quick here. We saw this happen, I think it was on AMC not too long ago, where we saw kind of a divergence starting to form on higher lows on security lending volume versus lower highs. So if I were to take a screenshot of this and kind of show you what I mean, we see that, and then this kind of forming here. This one was a little bit lower. I would have kind of expected it a little bit higher. Right? It looks like it could be there might be a little bit of a divergence here on periods of lending of shares. Lending, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Security lending volume is basically how much volume is being loaned versus returned. It's a total amount of total traded, either borrowed or returned. So we're seeing some kind of spiking divergence with lessening spiking divergence with rising lower amounts of borrowing. For the most part, I mean, yesterday was kind of a irregularity, but that could have to do with the fact that the SEV was tripped yesterday. SSR was tripped, so SEV was enabled. So we could be getting really, really close here to the divergence of that. We saw that on AMC not too long ago, and when we did see that, right about when I was kind of mentioning it to you guys that there was going to be a divergence, we saw a change. Let me see where that was at. This is AMC's. Let me go back here. I'm not sure exactly. Oh yeah, it was. It might have been right here. And then we saw some really big spiking numbers like 3 days in a row where that happened. And when that happened, price was definitely on a rise during that period of time. I've just noticed little tiny things like that as I'm looking at charts, and just thought I'd point it out. That's all. SSR trigger price for the day on AMC is at 457. We do not have option data showing up right now, so I can't really can't shout it out to you guys. GME's SSR trigger price is 19.15 for today, and there's 44.1 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 5.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Due to our low quantities of volume, I would not imagine we are on here, and we are not. MMRI. Oh, look at that! Look at the 2 years starting to drop right now. The 2 years starting to drop, and the 10 years kind of maintaining. But MMRI yesterday, when we ended out the day, was 248.34, and this morning it's 251.95. The spread between the 2 year and 10 year at the end of the day yesterday was 0.101. We started out the day at 0.1. Looks like 124 that I got written on my board here. This, which means that the rate, the difference between the two tightened. We are seeing the values at 0.073 between them to start off the day. And I just want to mention, and I'm going to go back to our example in regards to the 31st of July, which is right here. Rates were really starting to kind of come down. The U.S. bond yield were coming down, and we could see that by 1400 on the 31st, there was a big drop, and for the first, we almost had the 10-year, or not 10-year, 30-year drop below the 2 year once again, but it didn't quite happen due to the drop. And then we start to see the spread once again, and the 2 year really starts to drop off August 2nd. And you could see that for a very fraction of a moment in time, at market open yesterday, we had the, I think it was yesterday, no, Monday. Monday, we had the 2 year normalizing to the 10 year. Very fraction of a time, and then now the spread jumped back up again. And the market's been able to recover since this point in time, right? Since we started seeing the bond yields returning back to kind of how they were, we saw the market able to recover, but now we're starting to see a tightening again here. Are we about ready to see the crescendo of this upswing? The stabilization period. Boy, that looks ugly over here. Futures. VIX futures are showing down 3.37 to open around 22.38. Yesterday it closed at 27.71, so it would definitely be a decrease, and should have the markets looking pretty green this morning. The Nikkei is up 5.82% last night, back up to 35.32.5. I had a number written down, I think, on Sunday at 36 something. I erased it off my board, but 36 was the value that I think that it was started out at on Sunday, with 36 and some change. Hang Seng is, so it's not fully recovered back to where it was on Sunday. Hang Seng is up 1.5, and the Nifty 50 is up 1.31. Depending on what it is that you're looking at this morning, we're up anywhere from 0.83 to 1.58. So it's looking like a green open. We'll see if that's what we get. We got a pokey stick of volume in here. We'll look at that real fast here. We had 67,000 shares in total, giving us a grand total of 71,000 shares. We're looking at a super low volume traded day today, guys. Very, very, very low volume traded day. There's very rarely do I ever say 5 to 25 million shares traded in a day, because it's such a low number. That's becoming more frequent now, right? And if you look at our average 3-month volume, that is nowhere near what our average 3-month volume is. The noose is tightening. Mag 7 this morning. 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see if we have anything. Nothing to shout out. Gold is up 0.55, starting to take that trend upwards. Really strong trend, starting right around perhaps maybe like 755. The 2-year started dropping at 710. 755. Silver is actually, when was the drive up? There's 744 right there. 755 is or 710 rather. 710 is right about here. Silver is up 0.3 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.74 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.21 and it looks like it's trending down. A very slight trend down after a trend up late last night. Oil is up 1.42 in the pre-market this morning. Only 70 shares traded so far, but it is up. SPY is up 1.05. We saw incredible amounts of volume in the traded the other day, like 3 times the amount than what we normally have been seeing in the past, traded through the SPY. So on high volume on price dropping, which is bearish, very, very bearish. VIX is down 28. Oh, sorry, not to start with VIX. That's not reporting yet. Tesla is down 0.04 this morning and trending down. Amazon is up 1.77, but trending down after a trend up in pre-market this morning. Cinemark is up 1.15. It's only traded 286 shares. It does look like it's on a trend up. Doge is up 0.99 and starting to break an uptrend into a downtrend. Bitcoin is up 0.07, also breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. GME is up 0.56 and trending up. HYMC is down 1.75. I'm sorry, that was from yesterday. It has not yet traded. NCMI is down 4.61 this morning after a pretty big jump yesterday, 19.13%. So down, getting a little bit of a correction here, down 4.61. Only 11 shares traded so far, so not really enough to really signify a trend just yet, but it is down this morning. Hood is up 2.85 and trending up. AMC is up 0.79 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday, we had approximately $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 71,000 shares traded so far this morning. Very, very low volume, 5 to 25 million tops in volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.31, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 60.55, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. And RSI is at 59.57, which is above average, slightly above. No, that's above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.24, which is above average. 1-hour Ichimoto. Lagging line is above price line. Conversions below base. Price is above a cloud. We've got this green cloud to deal with here. Price likes to move through thinner portions of clouds than thicker portions. Doesn't mean it always happens. It just means that it moves more easily through a thinning portion of cloud because it's less time of uncertainty in a price range. So if we can escape past breaking through this cloud at around $4.80 by the end of today, there's a good chance that we may not see a break on the bottom side or through this cloud until we see a thinning portion of a green cloud on the backside. So we may not be seeing. It just depends on what happens in the market today. Like I said, we're seeing signs right now. I just showed you an example of what we're coming to a divergence in VIX dropping and the Japanese trade. What am I trying to say? Come on, spit out, Casey. The U.S. dollar to the Japanese yen starting to rise, meaning that the yen is weakening. We're seeing Bitcoin rising. We're seeing the Nikkei driving upwards in price, but it's all looking like it's coming to a divergence where we may see it driving the other direction here soon. We could have like this surprise dropout that just happens like in the middle of the day today. It's very, very strong and possible. And if it does, AMC might take a little bit of a hit as that happens. So be prepared for anything. It's certainly in the play here according to the 1 hour time interval. I don't like seeing base crossing conversion this early on after breaking out of a red cloud on a 1 hour time interval, but it did. And, it is what it is. As long as price stays above base, we should be good. We need to see conversion driving back up above this to become a buy signal. To remain a buy signal for the day-to-day, we just want to continue to see price staying above the lagging line staying above price line, which is 516. So really we want to close out the day at above 516. I normally do it in increments of 5 cents, so I'm going to say 520. Ideally, we want to close above 520 to keep this a buy signal. Going to a 4 hour time interval, we have lagging line just below price line. We have conversion crossing base and prices nearing a red cloud. And remember, I told you we had some little green clouds in here, which we're showing you signs of little green clouds followed by red clouds, right? That's how it always works: red, green, and so it's going to create some volatility in here where we're going to see price spiking in both directions. Spike up, spike down, spike up, spike down. Ultimately, we should be trading somewhere between 495 and perhaps maybe like 515 by the end of the week. Ultimately, is what this is kind of suggesting to me. Which is max pain, right? So, surprise, seeing a quick drive up today through this red cloud would be nice, but there is that green cloud to deal with. To turn this into a buy signal, the lagging line needs to get above price line, which means that we need to see price back up above 539, so we'll say 540. Yesterday was 535. So we're starting. It's going to improve. That number is going to come down a little bit on what we need to see for buy signal going into next week. But as of right now, 540 is what it's going to need to be. So 1 hour and 4 hour charts are not totally in agreement. Got to see. There might be a little bit of a push beyond 520, and if we can get over 540 with that push, that'll be perfect. That's what we'll need to get above 540. And closing out the week 50 cents higher than what the max pain would be. That would be ideal. Or even higher. Looks like we got some news. I'm sure it's always a hit piece, right? What's going on with AMC stock? Entertainment sector gleans consumer spending as market sentiment shifts. I have such a hard time. It's like PTSD with reading these articles. It's just like it's either a butt sandwich or a hit piece, straight on hit piece. It just why you shouldn't buy AMC. It's just ridiculous. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. We can put on our tinfoil hats. And I yield the floor to y'all. El Doge says, this is not spam. El Doge, good morning to you. Oh, thank you. Who is that? Rex, good morning to you, sir. Ooh, Turtle says, when does Ryan Cohen change into Dr. Manhattan? This is where you're going to have to throw it. This is what you're suggesting that right now is literally the tinfoil hat, part of the tinfoil hat stuff that I want to talk about. That's a very great question. Jeepers Creepers. Shall we do this? Do I need to put my... I'm putting it on. Got my tinfoil hat. Got to form fit it to my head. Make sure it's nice. See? Not lying. It is on. There it is. Got the tinfoil hat. Are you guys ready? Do some tinfoil hat-ish stuff this morning, bright and early. Let's see if these thinking caps are on underneath these tinfoil hats. All right. You guys looked at the picture yet? Let me take a screenshot of it. Again, I want to reiterate. This was brought up to me, I would assume by somebody who watches the live stream. I don't know for a fact that they do. I think they do. I don't want to make any assumptions. It doesn't really matter if they do or they don't. But they sent me this. Well, they didn't send me this picture specifically, but they saw my post on Twitter in regards to reposting or retweeting what Adam Aaron had put out about the Usher concert that's coming up. September 12th through the 15th. This is something to note right here. Also, something to note at the very bottom of this, you see AMC Gorillas. This poster is not an AMC sanctioned poster. Not at all. This is actually created by somebody here in the community of AMC retail apes. And Adam Aaron used it. He used their image, their depiction of something here, and put it in his tweet. Anybody know what the next Quad Witching Day is? Quad Witching Day. Now, I posted up something on Twitter not too long ago about this. Not too long ago. I'll just throw it out there. Maybe. Actually, no. I'll let you guys guess. What's the next Quad Witching Day? Anybody? See if anybody actually even knows. When's the next Quad Witching Day? We talked about some of this stuff in the past. September's right. Yeah. What day? Any idea? No, not September 13th. No, not my birthday. Let's see. September 20th. There we go. That's the right answer. So we got Quad Witching Days. Now, I gave you guys a little presentation not too long ago about, trying to understand why DFE bought the contracts he bought when he bought them. That's probably more important. I think everybody's been focusing really heavily on the whole T35 stuff. And that is important. It is very important because it helps you to understand why price is doing what it's doing when it does it. But the more important thing that I think that people need to kind of, lay into a little bit is understanding why he creates his positions when he creates them. Do you think that the market is going to allow large movements in prices that will not benefit them during a quad witching period? Question. Yes or no? And I think many of you know the answer. Of course not. They're not going to let that happen. That's not how they make money. That's how they lose money. You don't want to have volatility during those periods of time because that's how you have the most amount of contracts and end up going out of the money. You want to try and suck up all that money, not lose it. Right? So the answer is no. So when does the market purchase shares in the marketplace? When do investors purchase shares in the marketplace? More often than not, in a cycle, in a 3-month cycle, like every quarter, if there are periods of times when they want to buy shares, when do they do it? And the answer is, more often than not, at least on AMC, I'm not going to say this for the whole, I'm not going to say for the whole market, but at least for AMC, a lot of those buying periods of time are usually about a month in advance. GME, I think, as well. A month in advance, right? So they're buying shares a month earlier. We know T35 is a 7-week period thing, and I got this message from, like I said, from somebody on Twitter, X, and they said that this picture reminded them of something. And let me get another screenshot going for you here. Again, don't forget my tinfoil hat's on here, guys. Let's see here. I don't know how I can put these side by side. Hold on one second. Let me try and figure out how I can put these side by side here. Because it does take a little bit of imagination to see this. I actually sent this to Melissa last night. Her being a horror fan, I wanted her opinion on if she was seeing the same thing or not, and she didn't see it. But maybe perhaps you guys might. I don't know. Give me 1 second while I try to figure out how to put these side by side real fast. I think I got to take you guys over the other page. Open this. Give me 1 second. I didn't have this prepared. This is a just off the cuff kind of thing here. All right, can I paste this here? Oops, copy, paste. What does it do? Great, perfect. Make it smaller. Making it smaller. Ideal. Okay, now the next one. Almost done. New. Copy. Paste. Make it smaller. All right. Now you may not see it, and that's okay. I'm not asking you guys to, we got tinfoil hats on here, right? So there's, you're allowed to, completely disagree and be like, yeah, I don't see that at all. Jeepers Creepers, right? The thing is that they both, the person who sent me the message and their wife, both thought that the poster that Adam Aaron sent out looked awfully resembled, I guess, perhaps Jeepers Creepers picture that they had seen. Now, they did not send me this picture. They didn't send me the picture of Jeepers Creepers. I had to go looking this up myself because I wanted to try and understand like why they were seeing what it was that they were seeing. Because I couldn't, I didn't get it. I didn't get it right off the bat. I was going like, well, I don't understand. So I had to go look up Jeepers Creepers blue background. I think I typed in Jeepers Creepers blue background shadow. And this is what I got as a result. And so I was like, oh, okay, now I see why they're saying they see like some kind of resemblance between them. Kenny, welcome. 20th, yes. Hit live on the stream when you get to this message, and I'm sending it to you. It'll make you up. It'll put you current. So what's the deal? What's going on here? I want to share with you one more thing. I can feel Turtle right now, like he's losing his mind. Turtle's like, can you just get to the end of this already? Hurry up. I know, I'm losing you. I know, I get it. I didn't prepare this in advance, and that's my fault. Let's see here. Let me shrink this down just a tad. Come on, shrink. All right. I posted this. When did I post this? I don't remember when I posted this. Y'all probably remember the meme that DFE put up for Goosebumps. Yeah. We talked about this not too long ago. I tweeted it out. When did I tweet this out? It doesn't say. I don't know. Does it say somewhere? I don't know where it says. I don't know where it's supposed to say. Oh, here it is. August 1st, I tweeted this out. And you can see clearly that in the middle of this video here, there's a transformation of this lady that's in the picture here to Ryan Cohen. His face in it. We saw Ryan Cohen undergo a change just recently. Goosebumps, with witchy eyes showing up in the dogs' faces. Beware, bear beware, you're in for a scare, right? It was the message, and I said, the transformation is underway. The quad witch has paved its path. Bears beware for the scare. And what I want you guys to realize is that there's one more piece to tie into all this. One more piece. And I need you to go look up the release date for Jeepers Creepers. And that may give you a little bit of chills. That might give you a little bit of chills. I don't know if it'll give you chills or not, but things are in motion. Things are in motion that we don't know about. We have no clue as to what these are, but I think other people do know what's going on here. We're just trying to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. And I think that there are many individuals who understand what's going on. I find it so ironic that Adam Aaron, only for the second time ever, you decided to specifically use somebody's poster from the AMC community that didn't even, it's not even AMC sanctioned for the event, but yet he used it. Novocaine said August 31st. Wait, let me get my bomb going here. Wait, where's it at? Where's my bomb? When do they buy shares, guys? When do institutions buy shares, right? The month before quad witching. The month before quad witching, and we have a transformation that's going on right now. A transformation that I think there's, not only did DFV suggest that the transformation was going on in as early as May 16th, but Ryan Cohen himself has undergone a transformation, and the transformation is underway. So I'm kind of expecting to see some kind of news sometime before the end of this month on something. Probably GME related. I don't know. I mean, if if Adam Aaron's in on this and he understood, or maybe he made some kind of connection like this, which seems so beyond the fact that this is September 12th through 15th, which is really close to the quad witching date, and that the AMC the connection between this and the Jeepers Creepers is. So far of a long shot, guys. It's not even funny. Like I can't even begin to tell you. Like, this is what, to me, when I start making these kind of like connections like this, I go like, this is flat Earth stuff right here. Like, this is legit flat Earth stuff, which is why I still got my tinfoil hat on as I'm still talking about it. But there are connections here. There are connections as to what's happening, and I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I have no clue. But I see how some of the things are starting to align now. And when I sit here and I tell you to go back and rewatch those videos that DFE had put out, I'm telling you, start going back and watching those things. They are a clue to what our future holds for us. Very strong clue. and maybe you start figuring out some stuff. I don't know. Just saying. Who we got back here? Rex, good morning. All right. Enough of that. I don't need to keep you guys. I guess I can leave these up here, huh? We'll probably talk about it again later at some point, I would imagine. Jay says break time anyways. I got about 4 more minutes. Tinfoil hat's off now, guys. Tinfoil hat's off. Unless somebody comes in and decides they want to start talking tinfoil hat stuff, then I'll put it back on. But otherwise, we'll be wrapping it up here for a break real soon. Buzzin' Buzzman says zombie stocks being brought back from the dead. Interesting point. Very, very interesting point. Yeah, I don't. I know where you're going with that, Buzzin' Buzzman, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yukon says the dog days are over August 11th. Yes. Thank you for making that connection. You're absolutely right. The very significant date there. Very, very significant date. Let me see here. When is... let me check that out. Because there's a range, right? I forget what the range is. Dog days this year, July 3rd through August 11th. Were the dog days. Very, very interesting, right? And the dogs in that video undergo a change, right? I'm telling you guys, something is happening. Something's unraveling. I mean, DFE knows. He's got it in his files in his briefcase. And he's trying to tell us as best as he can. But he's not telling us, he's not telling us. He's telling us without telling us is what he's doing. And we got to try and figure it out. So I don't know what it is. Again, like I said, I have no idea. But there's something that's happening in the marketplace. Now, am I suggesting you guys need to go out and start making some positions based on off this information? No, not at all. That is not what I'm suggesting. You know how against I am dates and price ceilings and all that kind of crap. I'm not into that. I think, I buy and I hold my position, and that's all I need to do. This is more for fun than anything else. It's not so that I can go out there and try and gamble some money on an event. I'm not suggesting to you this is going to impact price in any kind of way whatsoever. I'm just simply telling you some facts about what institutions do in regards to their habits of buying shares. And I'm also showing you dates that, I'm telling you about quad witching, and I'm telling you about some dates that, we're talking about simple facts that are all kind of lining up a little bit. Like, when does the dog days end? Another simple fact. That's a fact. It ends on the 11th. There's just some very, very interesting things that are kind of all popping up and pointing towards stuff happening, things changing. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Do not. That's not what I'm saying to do. Funky, I appreciate that. That's a good point of what not to do. Turtle says Kitty's silence has meaning. I think that that amount of means in social media presence and how radio silence very significant. I think so too. He'll say something when he's ready to say something. I know we already looked up that whole, oh gosh, you guys gave me a link for it and I can't remember what it was called now, but I already made the plans before, they were already set in motion. There's no way out of this now, right? Like you wanted this done and it's already been done. things are set in motion and things are going to continue to drive the way that they do, and there's just no way out of it. Carlton Jones, good morning. I'll tell you what, we don't have to wait for him to come back with the 8-ball. I got bobblehead Ross. I got bobblehead Ross right here, and since it's break time for me, I can go ahead and let him. Oh, gosh darn it, Apex! All right, well I'll put you in because you put it up there, but now I've seen it and I have to. It's in my head now. 455 to 555. I got you down. All right. Let me go ahead and sign out here with a bobblehead Ross quote here. Also, let me change my screen mode back to this. That did not work. There we go. All right, here we go. That's all right, Apex. It's hard for me to not, on occasion see you guys put up what it is you put up, so it happens. I just try to forget about it the best I can. Here we go. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about this tinfoil hat subject for the day today?
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. Your bravery test. Oh. Maybe he's referencing the market in general. I don't know. All right. I'm going to go to break here, guys. Let me put up my message on the screen here.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Yes, she did. All right, I will be back at 8:15, not 8:10. I will be back at 8:15, 15 minutes before market open, and do price predictions, volume predictions, and we will get this day started. All right, sounds good. See you guys back here in a little bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Wheels roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the brick and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker keeps on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Hard ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm trying to decide what price prediction I'm going to do for the day-to-day, and I'm kind of leaning between 513 and 514 for value. Part of what I'm doing is I'm just kind of taking a look at the average trend in price and looking where that would close at by the end of the day today. Oh, I'm apparently in the back of the Big Tramp still. Okay, not there anymore. That was unusual. But yeah, so let's see here. I don't think. So I don't want to show the screen that I'm going to be talking about as soon as the market opens, because that's my presentation. I don't want to give that away too early. So I'm seeing things kind of starting to level out a little bit here across the board. I mean, cryptos. I mean, it's still heading upwards. The U.S. market's still kind of heading upwards. The Nikkei's still heading upwards. The VIX is still coming down, but they're starting to slow a little bit. Not moving as much of a trend upwards, unless there's another gap up, of course. But what am I seeing in regards to rates? Rates were starting to trend back down a little bit earlier. Now, as I'm looking at them, they're starting to trend back up, and that's been as those have been trending up, we've been seeing the market do better. So I'm going to suggest that the market's going to be up for the day-to-day, at least based off of what I'm seeing right now, unless there's some kind of surprise that happens at around like 2 maybe. Today, which is a possibility. I think I'm gonna go 513 or 514. Which is it? I hate it when I can't decide. I feel like 513, just because 13 is my lucky number. It's my birthday, 7/13. So I'm gonna go 513, which means that I'm going to be doing a 463 to 563. Price prediction for the day today. Apex put his number in earlier. He's doing 455 to 555. Nana and Apex. Let's see, we got Nana coming in with a 461 to 561. That was the same number she had yesterday. And Tech has this morning 510, which means he's going 460 to 560. So they're only a penny off of each other. 460 to 560. What's the spread today? 8 cents. 8 cents spread between us. We had 10 cents yesterday, 8 cents today. Super tight spreads on price predictions. Again, I want it, and we'll talk about this after market opens as I bring up the whole Japan carry trade for the day-to-day and the title and everything. But I think there is room to suggest that there may be some kind of margin call that might happen around 2:00 this afternoon. What you guys need to remember is that margin calls don't happen all at once. Like it's going to be something that happens over time, and so never think of this whole process as being something that plays out in a single day. Like it doesn't. It doesn't play out in a single day. It plays out over weeks and weeks and weeks of time. So I think that's the one thing that everybody's waiting to see, is they're waiting for like a specific one-day event. And the market has conditioned you so much over the last 3 years to think that there's going to be some kind of one-day event here, and that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at something that's much, much bigger than just a one-day event, and so you need to curb those expectations a little bit and have more of a realistic approach to what you think the future might hold for you, and that's something that plays out over a long period of time. So, ProJewelers says a controlled event to protect "quote unquote" them. Yeah, it's not gonna turn out like this. I mean, that's why when you look at those, I can't stand that Volkswagen chart, because it's on a. If you look at the chart, it's actually being presented on like a monthly time interval or some crap like that. It's really high, and it's got this like one sharp spiking point. And it's like everybody thinks like, oh my gosh, it's like a single little tiny blip in time that price moves up on it. It's like no. This stuff takes time to develop, and yeah. So it's time to get the market started for the day to day. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. How many? Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
This is a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. 2 young lovers with nothing better to do than sit around the house, get high and watch a tube. And here's what happened when they decided to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. I swear they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Go on, take 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 the money and run. Billy Mack is a detective down in Texas. You know he knows just exactly what the facts is. He ain't gonna let those two escape justice. He makes his living off of the people's taxes. Bobby Sue, whoa, whoa, she slipped away. Billy Joe caught up to her the very next day. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They headed down south and they're still running today, singing, go on, take the money and run.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock straw. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Jeepers Creepers Japan Carry Trade. I really haven't talked about it much. I know Pirate was talking to you, I guess, the other day when I came back from break, and I kind of wanted to kind of put my own little twist to this, and I did it earlier this morning. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it as well as I did it this morning, guys, but I'm going to try my best. Here we go. So what is the Japan Carry Trade? This is like when Casey gets a call from his grandma, right? And grandma, if you're listening, this is not you. I'm not trying to impersonate you by any means. Please love me still after this is over. Grandma calls me up on the phone and she says, "Hi, Casey. It's good to hear your voice on the phone. I'm just thinking about you lately, and I thought maybe you could use a loan of about $100. Do you think you could loan $100? Would you like $100? The only thing you have to do is pay me back $101 when it's all said and done. When you return the money to me." And I go like, and I'm sitting there thinking in my head, I'm going like, holy crap, that's crazy timing. My friend Bob over there, he told me the other day, and Bob's like, he's always good with money. It just happens he's not getting paid, and he needs a quick little boost. And he's like, "Hey, dude, I need to borrow $100. You want to invest $100 in me, and I'll give you $120 when I return it." And then I go like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds like a pretty good deal. I'm gonna make $19 out of this, right? I'm gonna let Bob borrow my grandma's $100. He's gonna give it back to me for $120, and grandma's only gonna get one of that $20, and I'm just gonna make out on this. I don't even really have to do anything." All right, so the whole idea here is that investors are borrowing money in Japan at a lower interest rate than what perhaps maybe rates are in other countries. So they're investing money in other countries that have higher interest rates, and therefore money that they get back in addition to what it is that they're borrowing for. For example, like Japan might be like 0.5, and in the U.S. it might be a return of somewhere around between 4 and 5%. So they're earning the difference between the two rates as profit plus a difference in currency trade as well. But when the Bank of Japan decides to raise their interest rates, which we had to look up earlier this morning because I couldn't remember the last time they raised them, and I'll go over that here with you in just a second. But when they did raise the rates recently, that causes the yen to become more attractive to hold versus borrowing against it. So what they need to do is they need to start selling their assets that they bought originally with that carry trade, and they need to sell those and then go buy the yen to be able to repay their loans, right? And that's the whole idea here. It's like, oh crap, Casey's freaking out. He's going like, oh shit, look out. I'm trying to think of a way to kind of like incorporate that into my example, and I'm not sure how I would do it exactly, but maybe Bob says like, you know what, I know it's good for $120, but I'm only going to give you back 150 cents. I don't know. I'm making something up here. I'm giving you an idea of maybe it's less. It's less, right? It's just less than what he originally said. And so now I got to go back and I need to get that money right away. I got to get it back from collect as fast as I can and get it back to grandma before I get screwed over. And damn you, Donkey Kong! I had to freaking look over and see your comment out of all the comments that are up here. And no, I have not. I have not considered a career in phone sex industry. No. Damn it! I'm talking about something serious here. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So let me take you over to the other page here. Sunday night, when we all got together in the back of the big. Well, I say we all, but some of us got together in the back of the big tramp to watch history being made. Get rid of this, and this. Okay. This is what we were watching. I got this on a 1 hour. That should be good. Okay. Minimize. This is what we were looking at. I had up the Nikki, which is in the bars. I showed you this yesterday. I had the Nikki up in the candles, the red and green candles. I had Bitcoin up in purple, and the baby blue was the VIX. And we started seeing, Sunday night when we got together was around 18 or 2000, right about here. And it was just a couple hours later that it really started tanking. But we were expecting something big when we got together, and we didn't see it until a little bit later. But it did really start moving quite a lot, right? Overnight. And if you were to put some, wrong one. If we were to put in some lines in here as to where you might suspect that you first start seeing a problem in some of the separation or big movements, I guess, and not all these are prices, but two of them are price, and one's just a number. You can see that it really kind of started right about, right about there, which happens to be about 3 o'clock in the morning on the 31st. Then the point at which we got together was this point on Sunday night. But I guess really, maybe I should move this over just a smidgen, because this is about when it really started taking a big dump right there, about 2300 on Sunday night. And so there's some interesting things that are happening here, and I pulled up two different indicators here to kind of show you what's going on a little bit. And one of them is the American dollar to the Japanese yen value, and what this is showing you here is as the yen strengthens, as it's going down here, right? So what is this a representation of? This value is how many yen it takes to make $1, right? So as this goes down, it takes less yen to make $1. Which means that the yen is strengthening, right? And so we start seeing, as the yen is strengthening, and the same thing happens in the U.S. markets. When the dollar strengthens, the market goes down, right? So as the yen starts strengthening, we see the Japanese market starting to tank, right? And the yen actually signals it before, right? The signal really kind of started right here, and you can see that the yen actually was signaling it before the market even started moving. Right, so there's big moves there, and you can also see right here too. The yen was signaling a big move right here as well, and the market was delayed by a little bit and had the bigger moves later on. But then I'm going to add one more. I'm going to add the SPX in here to this, so you can see what that's looking like. And so now what you're seeing here is you're seeing how the U.S. markets reacted to this, and some of these periods of time the U.S. market's not trading, right? So that's where you get these straight lines that show up. It's only trading during the trading hours. And so you're seeing these, this movement here kind of delayed. It did move down as well, and is on a trend back up. I went ahead and kind of did some ray charting on some of this, and I kind of used kind of like an average point in here to just kind of signify where all this is starting to move back up at, and a ray tracing of perhaps maybe the VIX a little bit here on perhaps maybe where it's moving towards, and this all kind of converges. Do note that if the VIX were to continue to fall and converge with a point back in time here, like if I were to suggest this means that the VIX would end up dropping down to as far as 11 if these were to meet up, like these were to intersect at some point in time, which means that would be dropping really, really, really massively far, and I can't imagine that's going to happen. And you know how I never really like to draw my boxes. I'll always leave out just the tip. If I were to do that in a situation like this, I would probably draw something along the lines of this, which means that anywhere between, I think earlier this morning when I had it drawn out, it was anywhere from 11 o'clock this morning until 2300 tonight is possibly when you see that next move. Oh yeah, by the way, what triggered all this? Japan, the Bank of Japan raised their rates. They raised their rates on the 31st. So that's what started all of this, the raising of the rates. Now the Bank of Japan right now is saying, due to the volatility that occurred on this last rate hike, that they're not going to be continuing to raise rates like they thought that they were. I've heard rumors, and I only know I'm not sure if this is true or not. Again, this is just rumors. I've heard rumors that they might even roll back the initial rate hike that they had the 25 basis points that they had increased by. So I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but they're definitely becoming a little dovish after seeing what happened when they did this, and I guess maybe you might want to say even almost rightfully so. I mean, we saw a pretty big market wide event that started to occur. Yeah, so I think that there's going to be another tranche, as I kind of mentioned to you guys yesterday, where usually it takes there's like a recovery period, 2 to 3 days. This intersecting point right here is Thursday at 1400 ish. And then the box that I've got here is today between 11 and 2300. So I don't know. I don't know when the next because by the way the carry trade is not over. There's more. There's still more. Analysts have been taking a look at this and saying that that what started has not yet been completed. So there's likely going to be another bleed off again, and you can kind of see it here a little bit. Like there's consolidation going on. With the Nikkei, with Bitcoin, with the yen strengthening, it doesn't look like it's everything's starting to consolidate a little bit. The VIX is still falling though, but these are all very interesting things to look at in regards to how the Japanese carry trade impacted the markets by increasing their rates. Their interest rates. So this is looking. It's looking. It does not look like. I don't know if there's people out there suggesting this is recovered. Does not look like a recovery to me at all. And I also see falling volume in the Nikkei as prices rising. If it was going to continue to rise like this as a healthy rise, you should see volume rising, and I don't see that. I see it falling. So. Yeah, kind of some crazy, scary stuff a little bit here, but yeah. So market's open. Everything was looking like it was going to be green for the day today, like not really any kind of surprises or anything. First comment I go to as I go back to reading comments is Badonkey Kongs again. Thanks a lot, Badonkey Kong. I really appreciate that. I never did think about that, but thank you. Let's see here. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. I see Turtle saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I did tell you that I felt like there was going to be like a 2 to 3 day cooling off period yesterday. Consolidation, cooling off, risk, trying to alleviate any kind of volatility in the marketplace. I expect that to continue. I kind of feel like it should continue at least for the rest of today, and tomorrow might be more likely chance of seeing that continuation downwards again. Pro says Powell needs to do a full one. If they drop rates right now, inflation's not gone. It's gonna be worse. It's gonna be even worse on price and the market. So I don't know. I mean I don't know. I think they should let it ride. Maybe I know I said I was calling for an emergency meeting to reduce rates towards the end of this month, and I still am sticking to that, by the way. But the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm hoping that they don't. Also, we had a tinfoil hat subject to talk about. So today was the Japan Jeepers Creepers Japan carry trade. It's kind of a two-parter. I have to throw the tinfoil hat on, and it's probably longer than a 13-minute discussion. I could probably try and reduce it if I possibly can. Yucca says no rate cuts, Casey. Yeah, I as of right now, they're not talking like they're going to do any kind of emergency rate cuts. But I think that if we continue to see a little bit more of what we saw on Monday, there's a chance that maybe there will be talks of an emergency rate cut. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that they don't, but we'll see. Casey, did you get the memo? I didn't get the memo. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp, and if we want to talk a little tinfoil hat on this other subject, we can. Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, Yucca. Yucca, you're up early this morning, and good morning, Audio Tits.
What's up? Good morning.
Why so early?
I got a couple of trades that I did for previous day, and I needed to get up early.
Oh, okay. This is an early one for you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't understand what they did, but whatever.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It kind of sucks being the boss sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's like, bad earnings across the board, and then overnight, freaking spikes back up. It's the Japanese, man. They're going back on their, what is it, rate hike?
Rate hike, yeah.
It's all good. You gotta play by the rules.
Well, it's good that you're here because you get to hear the tinfoil hat stuff. Because I wasn't going to repeat it again today. Later, I was only going to do it this morning and then at market open. So, good thing you're here because you get to hear the rate hike stuff.
Oh yeah.
Or I said rate hike. I meant tinfoil hat stuff.
All right, let's do it.
All right, throwing it on.
Pull it out.
Got my tinfoil hat, form fitting to my head.
Nice.
My big head. There it is. Just so you know, it's on. It's official. It's not just. It's not a fake tinfoil. It is a real tinfoil hat. All right. Let's do this. So I'm trying to remember where to start on this. This is kind of a long story. I'll try to keep it short because I know we got numbers in like 10 minutes. Because I know you guys are going to make some input on this as well. Yesterday, I got a message, a private DM on Twitter, and I don't want to say any names because I don't want to out the person or anything, but they sent me a message based off the Adam Aaron post that he put up recently, his most recent post on the Usher concert that I had reposted, and their message to me said like, "Hey, that poster is kind of weird, man. What's going on with that?" And I was like, so I confirmed with them. I'm like, "Are you talking about the one that Adam Aaron posted?" And they said yes. And I said to him, I said, you do realize that that's not an AMC sanctioned poster, right? Because if you look at the bottom of that poster, let me push this over to the other screen. If you look at the bottom of that poster, let's go to Adam Aaron. Hold on a second. I have to maximize this screen here. Here we go. If you go to Adam Aaron's account and you look at his account, that poster at the very, very bottom of it says AMC Gorillas. For those of you who've been around for a while, you know that this was a marketing campaign from AMC investors to try and get AMC's product outside of our AMC community bubble. Using some marketing strategies on using algorithms on Twitter to be able to maximize the amount of people who saw this kind of stuff, right? And so we have people in the community who are creating these posters like this. This is not a poster that was created by AMC. It was created by the community, literally by the community, and so Adam Aaron used that poster to post on his thing here on September 12th through 15th. This is an important date to remember. And we'll talk about why. Why is September 12th through 15th important? Well, it's the Usher Rendezvous in Paris tour. And does anybody know when the next Quad Witching Day is? I asked this earlier this morning. I'll just say it. I don't have enough time to wait for answers. It's September 20th. It's right after this period of time. And never, ever once have we ever seen a Quad Witching Day result in us seeing skyrocketing price on AMC or anything like that. So that's not what I'm trying to suggest to you. And also anything that I say beyond this point is all tinfoil hat theory, and I don't want anybody to be making any kind of financial decisions off of anything I'm going to say here because I think that would be incredibly irresponsible for you to do. So moving forward, talking about this, Quad Witching Day is going to be September 20th. The interesting thing about this picture right here, that when he sent that to me, he said it's creepy. He said the poster is creepy, And I was like, well, what do you mean it's creepy? And he's, well, I looked at it and I was like, it reminds me of something. And so I asked my wife, and my wife said that it reminded her of the exact same thing, Jeepers Creepers. And of course, I had no idea what he meant by that, by the whole Jeepers Creepers thing. And so I had to go looking for myself to figure out what the heck they were talking about. And lo and behold, what you end up seeing is, if you do a search for Jeepers Creepers blue background shadow, you get this. And so as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, I get what he's saying here. It's there's like kind of a link here between that with the just kind of like the blue background and the shadow figure and all that kind of stuff. So I get it. It's a little, yeah, okay. It was a stretch for me, but I see the link, and I thought that was interesting. So I started. I mean, I also thought it was interesting that Adam Aaron chose to use something we had created from the community for his poster to put up on his tweet. And because he's only done that one other time, and that was for Planet of the Apes. He used one of the AMC Gorillas posters for that one as well. But the interesting thing about this this link here, this tinfoil hat link, is also based around what it is that I've posted before. There's something that you really need to understand about the whole quad witching. Is that no institutions aren't going to buy shares during the quad witching period. They always buy the shares at other times. And more often than not, on AMC and GME, what tends to happen is you tend to see those shares being purchased a month before the quad witching. And so there's this high amount of purchasing that goes on during that period of time. And I've been trying to tell you guys for a while now that it's not so much important to know when the T35 is, but more important to understand why DFE picks the dates that he picks for creating his option positions. That's the more important thing than anything. And I posted this up here back on August 1st, and I said the transformation is underway. The quad witch has paved its path. Bears beware of the scare. And we saw a transformation of Ryan Cohen showing up in DFE's video that he had posted, which I linked on here. And so you see the changing, the change, transformation happening, right? Transformation happens. The dog days end on August 11th, and we see the dogs getting the witching eyes showing up there, and so now you've got a lot of different things that are all kind of showing up here, and I don't know if you know the T+35 and you know when DFE bought the original shares of Chewy, then you know when that T35 is going to end, and all this is all lining up. All of these things are all lining up really, really closely. Now you've got Adam Aaron posting this thing over here that kind of sort of looks like a Jeepers Creepers thing. The last little thing I'm going to throw at you guys is maybe it gives you a little bit of goosebumps, chills over here. I don't know if it does or not, but look when Jeepers Creepers was released in the movies. That's the last thing I'll leave you with. All these things are really tied together. We've seen Ryan Cohen post up an image of him doing a transformation as well. I think there's going to be some kind of announcement that's going to be made in the ending portion of this month that's going to be transformative for GME. So yeah, I think all the puzzle pieces are fitting together here. But anyways,
yeah, I feel dirty.
Yeah, you feel dirty? Nice.
Yeah.
Dirty.
After all that trans talk.
Dirty just said my pants just got tight. That is the incorrect answer. September 19th is not correct. The actual release of Jeepers Creepers was August 31st of 2002, I think. Kind of crazy. I think if you want to find that answer, Just type in Jeepers Creepers release date, and you'll get August 31st. I said 2002. It was 2001. So yeah, a lot of these things are just weird. It's just weird how like all these connections are just kind of like forming together. And I'm telling you guys, go back and rewatch DFV stuff. You might pick up something in there. You might. Turtle says he had a truck similar to the Big Tramp, Casey. Oh, wait, hold on. My tin hat fell off. I don't know how to laugh like a bad guy. Let's see. Wow, Joe Pounce, that is 23 years from the original. JJ says, can we get back to the erotic phone channel you're starting? That's news to me. Johnson B. Streets, good morning. All that to lead right into numbers. Right? Let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen. Where your voice is what yucca. Oh, okay. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something might happen to your primary device. Last but not least, and the most important thing, for sure, is to make sure that you have a statement of a copy of your portfolio every time it changes significantly, and that way you know, and you also have proof of ownership of what it is that you hold. Do not rely on your broker to hold that information for you accurately. I wouldn't trust my broker to hold that information accurately for me. So I would suggest that you probably do the same. All right, starting in the top left-hand side. Let me get rid of some of these pages I got open here. Okay. First things first. Price predictions. I was off by 1 penny yesterday. I was like, but we only had a 10-cent spread between all of us. And so everybody was really, really close to getting the price prediction right yesterday. Today, and remember, this is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to give you a price prediction that we think is as close as we possibly can guess it's going to be by the end of the day. Just for fun. It's nothing serious here, so don't take any financial advice on it. We had an 8-cent spread. Yesterday we had a 10-cent spread between us. Today we have an 8-cent spread between us. The low man on the totem pole for the day today. Low woman on the totem. No. I'm sorry. It's not a woman. It's a man. I should have stuck with a woman. Apex has got as a low man on the totem pole with 455 to 555. Up from that is Tech with 460 to 560. Up from that is Nana with 461 to 561. And the top woman on the pole is me, 463 to 563. We're all going through transformational changes here, so why not? I'll do it too. 463 to 563 is the top end. Those are the price predictions. Nobody's eligible for an extra bonus point because nobody is within a 10-cent different price point than anybody else. So hopefully we can nail this down today and somebody get an extra bonus point. Moving on, short exempt volume for yesterday, due to the fact that we had extremely low volume, was only 192,000 shares. That's actually higher than I would have anticipated, but considering the fact that short exempt volume was, or SSR had tripped, meaning that there was going to be an availability to be able to create more short exempt volume, that's actually a pretty big number for only 11 million shares traded for the day. Utilization did break back up above 80 again. We had briefly dropped down yesterday to 79%. It's 81.81% today. Day-over-day price increase, we were up 2.63% yesterday. Not bad. Max Pain is $5 still for AMC, and for GME it's $22 still. GME sitting at $21.35, AMC at $5.05 right now. Very close to Max Pain. Let's see. Let's take a look and see how many shares have traded through what exchanges. The highest amount of volume, the largest percentage of volume is going through off exchange right now, with 49.49% going through that. EDGX at 13.42. So we've got definitely a lot of additional volume today going through the Chicago. I always want to say Chicago based, and it's not that. It's Chicago Board of Options Exchange. Boy, I cannot talk right now. The combined total of both of those two are 62.91%, when normally I would expect it to be about 54%, so about 8.91% higher than normal. So it is definitely elevated. CHX volume for the day is 1,208 shares. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 485. Those numbers are extremely low there. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow this morning. Earlier this morning, when I took a look at the numbers, we had about 700,000 shares borrowed for the day. That has not changed since market open. Fees have dropped a little bit to 2.74%, and rebates a little up to 2.58%. In total for the day, we've seen about 700,000 shares being reported and from IBKR so far. GME's, actually, yeah, we'll look at GME's. Why not? Let's take a look at the borrow fees. Looks like there's about 3.3 million shares available to borrow. Fees are at 0.39, so that's a little bit up right now, and rebates at 4.93. Since like 2000 yesterday, it looks like there's been a borrowing of about 600,000 shares so far. Institutional ownership rose a little bit last night, or from yesterday, to 88.322 million shares. Let's see if it's changed at all now. Oh, still the same number. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day for AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5.50. That's where it was yesterday. There's currently 2.3 thousand contracts in volume. That's kind of low. 3.5 is what I would expect to see normally by this time of the day. Highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike. That's actually up 50 cents from where it was, with 2,000 contracts so far. So we're seeing the market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day, which is great for us price predictors, because all of us are above $5 for our average. Taking a look at GME. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day is coming in at a strike price. Oh my goodness. There is not a lot of call volume coming in. Let me see what you guys can see here. I got to drag the screen down just a tad. At a $25 strike is where the most amount of call volume is really kicking in right now. On puts, holy crap, guys. Puts, 4,209 contracts in volume at 20. That should be bullish to price. Especially if those are closing of put positions at 20. And price is sitting right now dead even at 21.28. Just went to 21.27. So there may be a lot of puts that are closing out, or it could possibly be some new put positions at 20 opening. I'm not sure which it is. But there is a nice little small ladder leading up to $25 on the calls. And then puts, it's a very unbalanced order. Gosh dang it, what's it called? I got very little sleep last night, and words are struggling for me today. I don't know, it's not an order book, but the oh my gosh, why am I blanking on what this is called? The options trade something. I can't remember. Options chain. Thank you. Thank you. The options trading chain is very unbalanced right now. Taking you guys over to the other screen here. Let me move around a couple screens.
You know things are bad when Yucca has to help do nothing.
No, don't say that. That's terrible. Thank you, Yucca. I appreciate your help. That was highly needed.
Anytime.
I don't know why I blinked on that. All right, let's take a look at Ortex. Borrowed change amount for the day today on AMC. There's currently showing 999,000 shares having been returned. Take one down, pass it around. 9,998. Estimated short share interest of the free float's going to drop a little bit as a result to 17.59. The cost of borrow min's at 0.35, average is 1.65, and the max is 8.6. The total amount of shares on loan for the day-to-day did increase day over day to 101.36 million shares. That's 1.25 million more shares on loan than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 300,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at some of these numbers on the big screen here, let's zoom in on some of this stuff. Utilization, there's our drive up day over day, 79.7 to 81.81. On loan amount driving up 100.11 to 101.36. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 17.57 to 17.66. And then the on loan average age per day still rising. If we have another day of 1 to 2 million shares being borrowed today, we may start to see this either flatlining or starting to drop a little bit. On loan average, though, did age per day went up from 31.58 to 31.83, and security lending volume day over day increasing from 3.66 to 7.38 million shares. Taking a look at GME, 323,000 shares borrowed so far. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. MMRI earlier this morning was 251.95. It's now 252.73. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Earlier this morning when we first checked it was 0.073 and is now currently at 0.073. So no change. NASDAQ is up 1.91, Dow Jones is up 1.07, and the SP 500 is up 1.6. We have 3,880 advancers to 1,186 decliners. The market is smoking hot right now, looking like we're cooking with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty. Almost as hot as Halle Berry. Not quite, almost. It's getting there. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day, 0. The top performing sectors are technology, followed by, looks like energy. No. Financials. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 40.91%. Silvergate is up 9.98. NYCB is up 2.84. Stank of California is up 2.3%. FHN is up 2.75. Stank of America is up 3.76. Northwestern Trust up 2.49. Goldman Sachs is up 3.2. And that's it. Gold is up 0.43. Earlier this morning, we were on a trend up and broke that trend. It looks like this morning at around started moving to break around 20 minutes after market open. So it is trending down here currently. Silver is down 0.59, also breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 2% for the day-to-day and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.23. I'm not sure. It really kind of looks like the dollar is kind of consolidating right now. Let me get rid of this line. Oil up 6.4%. Wow. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.12 and are consolidating after a trend down. SPY is up 1.54 and trending up. VIX is down 19.16% at 22.4, which is about where the futures were suggesting yesterday. Futures on the VIX right now are suggesting 21.73, so we're starting to see the VIX starting to cool off a little bit here. On a 1 minute time interval, you can see there was definitely that gap down from where we closed at yesterday to open this morning. A slight downtrend, but it does appear to be cooling off a little bit. IWM is up 1.09 and trending down. VB is up 1.28 and consolidating after a gap up at market open. Tesla is down 0.63, trending down. Amazon is up 2.57 and consolidating after a slight trend up just before market open. Cinemark is up 0.27 and consolidating. Doge is up 1.34. Trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.23 and is breaking an uptrend right now into a downtrend. GME is down 0.29, consolidating. Look at that volatility. HYMC is up 1.33 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.27, trending down. Hood is up 0.29 and trending down. AMC is down 0.2. And I'm going to call it consolidating very slightly. It's actually on a slight decrease in trend and price since pre-market open. But for the most part, since market open, or a couple minutes into market open, it's been consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have $450,000, $460,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.18 million shares traded so far. After 45 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for 18.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. So we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.51, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.48, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.21, which is slightly below average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line. 1 hour. 1 hour chart. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base. Earlier this morning when we were looking at it, conversion was below base, and we needed to see conversion driving up above base to cause us to become a buy signal. As long as price stays above base, which right now is 501, we should see, there should be some positive pressure on price movement here. I put down for a 520 for a close because we need to keep this lagging line above price line before the end of the day, and that's around $5.16. We could really just close at 517 would be fine too, but 520 would be healthy to see a continuation on price movement tomorrow. A 4-hour chart's not quite as much as in agreement. It's got lagging line below price line. Conversion is above base, and price is trading just below a red cloud. Now note that there was two little tiny green clouds in here that kind of told me that there was going to be some volatile times where price is going to kind of spike up, spike down, spike up, spike down kind of thing in a week's worth of trading. So a lot of volatility for this week is what the cloud's suggesting. Ultimately, I think the 4 hours suggesting that we're going to trade sideways through this portion of a red cloud, which is going to be somewhere between 495 and 514 before the week is over. I don't, I can't guarantee you that. I don't know that for sure, but more often than not, price does like to move up through red. If we happen to move up before then that's even more bullish, right? Because that's more time that we have before we would see a green cloud again. It depends on whether there's going to be buying pressure or not. The conversion already did cross the base. The lagging line needs to cross the price line, which in this particular case is going to be really super high today at 544. Actually, that's going to go into tomorrow. For today, we got to break 540. 539 is where the price line's at. So 540 or higher for the 4-hour chart to really turn this into a buy signal. And that would put us above the cloud going into tomorrow for the green cloud. So that would give us some oomph, obviously, at 540. And that's all I got for you guys. You'll notice the Fibonacci levels that retracement levels that I put in here, just to kind of give us an idea where levels of support and resistance are from the past. And those are up in yellow. Oh, shit. Look at you guys. Even more. Look at this. I did not know this part. Turtle says, Casey, even more tinfoil. The movie Jeepers Creepers came out 23 years ago this month. And in the movie, the monster emerges the same every 23 years. Dario nailed that ish. That ish? I don't know what that... I feel like that's slang for something. I don't know what that means.
Slang for shit.
Oh, okay. That's what I kind of thought, but
bitch,
yeah.
Bitch, maybe. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's slang, though.
Apex says, and Jim Carrey was in the movie 23, and 23 equals 5, so yeah. Apex says, unusual whales post UBS says going into Japan now is like catching a falling knife. Warren stock sell-off will continue per CNBC. I also I also posted up a tweet that I had read from Dario. Yeah, Dario. I think maybe. I don't know. I can't remember who it was from. Let's see. Yeah, it was just Dario. He put up something in here earlier this morning saying another interesting one. Trading volumes in Japan stocks prime venue. On the 2nd of August, there was 30 million shares. 5th of August, 41 million shares. 6th of August, 35 million shares. 7th of August, 33 million shares. If my calculation is correct, there is a 122... whoa. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be read as quadrillion. It's got to be trillion. 122. Yeah, it's got to be trillion. 122 trillion 0.64 because he didn't put the point in there. So the comma. Dario's from another country, I think. So that's the comma thing. 122 trillion JPY whole here, or 800 billion. Let's see where he continues on. It says. JPY whole here, or 800 billion related to securities subject to settlement starting today at 2 p.m. Furthermore, as you can see from the Nikkei futures snapshot taken the 6th of August end of day, despite the very high volumes, there was virtually no change in open interest, meaning no significant hedging positions were set in place. Some can be noticed for other future contracts. And then I don't know what this narrator means, but I guess maybe like the voice in the back of your head should be saying 800 billion of trades to clear in a hell of a huge amount. Yeah, I mean he's got the data here to back it up, so I guess it's that's why I kind of post. I like when people put up sources for their information, so that's cool. But yeah, I don't think it's over. I think there's more to come.
telling you, Casey, it's going to be well worth the content strike if you can play Prince's song "Darling Nikki." It's so apropos.
Darling, I don't think I can play Prince. Darling Nikki?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said.
Yeah, Prince is off limits, I think.
It screams out for it. Screams out for it. So maybe everyone have to go look on your own.
I gotta
share it with you today. But
I got a
if you haven't
content.
heard the song "Darling Nikki," it's off of the Purple Rain album, and you can thank me later.
I got a content block yesterday for yesterday's song. I was like, I don't even know who the hell they are. That's not true. That's not entirely true. But I mean, it's like one of those. Those are the weird ones, right? Like when you go like, oh, Jimi Hendrix, okay, I get it. Billy Joel, oh yeah, Prince, yeah, okay, I get it. You know, you understand those, but then
But
you play some Benjamin.
The Soggy Bottom Boys from Arkansas. You're like, what the hell? Man?
And you go like, what?
For those of you who do decide to take me up on my suggestion, make sure it's not appropriate for children. So if you have young ones, particularly at that tender age where they're starting to understand things, you might want to make sure they're not in a room if you listen to the epic tune by Prince.
Casey, you know what song you need to play tomorrow?
What's that?
Turning Japanese by the Vapors.
Burning Japanese by the Vapor. Well, we'll have to see what happens.
Turning Japanese.
I thought he said burning. I was like, that sounds a little. That sounds like it could be trouble.
That's another one. The sexual innuendo, the double entendres about self-pleasure, and squinting your eyes when you reach that critical moment.
We'll have to look and see what the futures look like tonight. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll feel it out. I gotta listen. I listen to the song. I listen to most songs pre-listen to them, except for when it's Yucca, and I go like, oh, Yucca, he's a DJ. You know, he's gotta have a good pick in there. You know, because it's dude's got a good taste for music because he's a DJ. And then I play the song. And I'm like, what the f is this? Now I have to pre-listen to like all of Yucca's material because I just don't know. Some of it I feel like he's just trying to. I think he's just trying to goat me.
Have you ever heard of that song? Have you ever?
I don't.
To it?
I'm. You know me and names. The chances of me knowing
sure
it.
You've heard it. It's an older song.
Probably. I probably have heard it, but I just wouldn't know by name.
Yeah. It was released in 1980. It's an old song.
Turtle says, "Does the fat lady sound like that voice Casey made earlier?" Casey, I'm gonna lend you $100, but the rule is you have to give me back $1 when you bring it when you give it back to me. That's not how my grandma sounds, by the way, at all. Nothing. She's the sweetest sounding woman ever. I do not sound like her. I don't even know if I could do an impression of my grandma. I'd love to get her on here. We should. I need to tell my mom to go over to her place sometime and put her on.
I enjoyed the grandma bit a great deal, probably more than I should have. The only fault that I found with it was that you forgot to share the part of where your friend Bob or whatever, when he borrows the money, that he does something with it, whatever it is.
Right, yeah.
You forgot that's the one little critique I could give you, that
Okay.
Bob takes that $100 and puts it into an Airbnb that he's making money off of. But when Grandma wants her money back, he has to sell the Airbnb to give Granny her money back.
Right. Well, I tried to fit that in.
He has to take a big loss on the Airbnb.
Yeah. I tried to fit that in there, but I wasn't quite sure because I hadn't thought it through, and I knew I needed to put it in there, but I forgot how to. And
I can't do that wonderful Granny. I can't do that wonderful Granny voice, but I thought I'd add that little snippet. No, well done.
Yeah.
Okay, start all over.
The funniest part for that whole thing for me is how they expect people to believe that it's over. Like this massive event took place. It moved billions out of the market in a single day.
Yeah, it wasn't $100.
Like, it's no big deal. Like it was a speed. Yeah, like exactly. Like it was a fucking speed bump in the road. Like business as usual. We just hit a little pothole. I'm like, really? That's what you guys are going with on this? But they are. And today it's all over the mainstream media that stocks rebound second day in the row. I'm like, man, the sales push is on hard.
Oh my gosh. Chi-Town Turtle says, you need to put a butterscotch in your mouth when you do granny talk. Hold on a second. Come on. Give me a second. Hold on. This I gotta do. I gotta have something in the house here. I'll be right back.
I'm all about audio experiments.
Yeah, let's do this because this is gonna be what do they call that stuff again? Where it's like people get off on the sound stuff. What is it?
ASMR.
Yeah, ASMR. There's gonna be a little ASMR moment here. Let me go find it real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Casey, have you seen my butterscotch? I need my butterscotches.
Hey, while KC's away from the mic, I'm going to take this moment of silence to let you all know that I wasn't surprised about the fact that KC wanted to kick me in the crotch with the little meme yesterday on Twitter about the man who was clearly imbalanced out in the hurricane sailing his ship. I could expect that from KC, but the rest of you who dogpiled on, I got you on my list now. That's right. I'm talking to you, Kim Lady. I'm talking to you, Twisty. The rest of you people, you know who you are. Just understand that I can expect that sort of thing from KC, but you've disappointed me.
You really need to go out that bed? All right.
Yeah. Jana, Philip Kane, Sherry. Yeah. I got a little list started here. People, I call the top of this list people I thought were my friends. So, just let you know that it's game on.
Okay. Hold on a second here. Casey, hold on a second. I gotta put this butterscotch in my mouth. I wanted to loan you. I wanted to loan you some money, Casey. And
No. Do this. Let me do a rewrite for you. This is Grandma explaining why, as much as it pains her, she needs her money back. Casey, I'm really sorry, honey. You gotta be apologetic.
I know I lent you that $100, but I really need to get that money back right now. And while you're at it, I need more than just $1 if you could spare. Maybe just a few more instead of the one I said. Maybe you could make it 5. Okay, honey. My grandma would never say honey. This is not my grandma, by the way.
Yeah.
Should be like, interest rates just went up. I need some more.
See, this week I had to go to the doctor after one time, and they charged me to bring the bus out again. They brought the bus out, and I had to get on the bus, and this time they charged me a little. I had to tip them. I tipped them a little more than I could afford, but I
Granny,
did.
I can't believe they raised the taxes on your house like that, Nana. I mean, I know it's out of your control, but how does that affect my loan? I mean, you told me I could have this at 0 interest. The fact that they raised the interest on your house is immaterial to me, Granny. I'm sorry you're in a bind.
I think I just cracked a
I put
tooth.
that money in an Airbnb.
I think
you chipped your dentures.
Don't worry, honey. It's just a denture. It's not even gonna hurt. I'll go to the dentist. That might be another $5 that I need for the bus to come and take me.
And then I'm going to narrate. Granny goes to the closet, grabs a shotgun, loads 2 shells, and walks back to the pen.
Oh, this one's got stuff in the middle. I love it when it's got those little. It's got juice. Oh man, good times.
What a bunch of quack.
Yeah, what a bunch of weirdos we are.
After my white rage yesterday, I was sitting here deciding whether I should go off meds today or remain on my regimen. And I kind of let the tenor of the day decide which way I'm going to go on that. Now that I've been laughing till the tears roll down my face, I think I'm going to pass on the meds.
What?
I'm going to let this moment run.
Could you speak a little louder? I couldn't hear you. Apex is coming in with the. I can't hear you, honey. What'd you say? my grandma who's passed away, she always used to say on account of. That was her. I don't know what it was. It was on account of. On account I can't afford to get another bus ride unless I have an extra $5.
My favorite was when my grandmother would tell my dad that she needed to carry him to the store. It was never take me to the store or give me a ride. It was I need you to come carry me to the store. I'm like, damn.
My favorite was when my grandma would say oil. It always was Arl.
Arl. That's a good one. I like that. Arl. Count of that. Arl. Count of that. Arl. Being so expensive, the gas prices are up. I remember when I was only 10 years old.
More like Herbert the pervert than Grandma.
We used to pay 5 pennies a gallon.
When I was little, she used to also call Pokemon. Pokemon.
Yeah, it doesn't even take grandmas to do that. Everybody does that one. Chai Tanturo says, my grandma always used to ask, why are you so ornery? Probably didn't say it quite like I just did.
Yeah, my grandma would say that too, and she would call us turd birds.
Turd birds?
Yep, turd bird.
Bird. Bird is the word. Bird. 9:34.
My grandmother would always say, come give me some sugar, honey. And it always made me cringe because her breath smelled like Viceroy cigarettes and stale coffee.
It almost sounded like you said breast, but I know you meant breath, right? Breath?
Yeah, breath.
Okay, breath.
Her breath.
Well, I don't know.
Was this the same grandmother? Was this the same grandmother you had to trim her toenails?
Oh,
No. This was my maternal. This was my maternal grandmother. She wasn't nearly as bad as the obese grandmother that made me trim her toenails. Yeah, that's separate grannies.
Good morning, UPS delivery guy. Good morning, Quack Quack. Good morning, Funky Pizza Productions.
Good morning.
Morning.
KC, before we get too far into the day, I have to purge these thoughts from my mind before they escape me forever since I'm going off my meds today.
Okay.
We were playing poker last night, and audio guy, audio tits, audio-itis, was sharing some stories.
Wait, it's not audio tits?
I have a newfound respect for him. He moved back to audio-itis yesterday because after I have a newfound respect for this guy. I had to stop him. I said, dude, you got to stop. These stories, they don't belong around the poker table. This is gold for the KC stream. So you need to put that down on your whiteboard there. Whenever you have a chance or you're looking for something to make people entertained in between, you need to really tap this guy. And he said he's more than willing to share some of the stories. Many of us here understand that he's not only is he a fond hobbyist in the audio world, but his career is in vegetables and wholesaling of fruits and all that stuff. But he didn't tell you who he sells all that stuff to. So that's a hanger there. That's a little teaser. I'm gonna leave it just like that, and I'll leave it to your discretion. Next time you get a chance, you may want to prompt him and engage him in that. He said he'd be more than happy. In fact, he said he'd be willing to turn on his camera, much like some of us have done from time to time, and give you a glance around his warehouse. But that's not where the gold lies. The gold lies is you're going to be floored when you find out where he sells this produce to and how he goes about his business. It's incredible. So there you have it. I made a point to tell myself to tell you first thing in the morning. So I have done my work.
Okay. Got it. Audio tits stories.
I'm sold. DM them right now.
I'm still hung up on this whole audio tits versus audio titus, and I feel like, did I mess up his name from the get go and we just stuck with the mess up, or what?
Well, I think it was always audio-itis. And then, you know me, I never missed a chance to kick somebody in the nuts. I started calling him audio tits. And
Okay,
for a
so it
while,
wasn't
he played
me?
it along. He
It
changed
wasn't
his name.
me. I didn't do it.
Well,
Is what you're telling
it
me?
could have been both of either one of us, whoever. I mean, we're all a bunch of bullies in here, but
Dang it! I can't believe
but
that this entire time
the money shot on this teaser though is that you're never going to guess in a million years what he does with all of this stuff. It just took me. It made my jaw drop, and then
Sex
the more
industry?
he told the stories to more. No,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not going to reveal it.
Okay.
Somebody's going to earn this one. They're going to tune in later to find out. But I'm telling you, I didn't see it coming.
Okay.
It's one of those things you'd have said, I never thought. So there you go.
Like
I was going to ask if he was selling cucumbers to terrible.
Yeah, it's the sex industry, right? Porn stars.
Okay. All right. I'll
Yeah.
keep that.
I'm just looking out for you,
mental
but
note.
I'm always
Yeah.
looking. I'll do whatever I can to, even if I can't bring any value to the stream, I'm always on the lookout for somebody who can. And I'm telling you, audio-itis has got the goods, man.
UPS delivery guy says, Casey, could you go over the options chain on GME for the dates around Jeepers Creepers? So the problem that you're suggesting right there is there is no specific date for Jeepers Creepers unless you're suggesting the August 31st date. But that's part of the options that expire that week would be the 30th of August. And as I think I've mentioned on a couple different occasions, I think the next 2 weeks worth of contracts are kind of bare. And it's this is the thing, man. You got to stop looking for specific dates. You got to stop doing that. Like don't try to look for specific dates, because I know what's going to end up happening is you're going to look for the place to buy your option contract, and I'm telling you, it's more difficult than that. Like I feel like if you hadn't already made the positions a while back, then it's too late. And you're going to be looking for that specific date where you can, quote unquote, get your money. And you're going to try and make a position and nothing's going to end up happening for you, right? Like I just don't think that it's very wise to be trying to push specific dates or time frames. So, yeah. This is all of this stuff has already been set in motion, and more than likely you've already been priced out. It would cost you probably an arm and a leg and then some to try and get into a position that might benefit you whatsoever. And then if nothing produces from it, you're going to be sitting there going like, F you, Casey, and I don't want that. That's not.
Yeah, that's what everybody does.
Yeah.
F you, Casey.
Yeah. It is.
You're so paranoid sometimes, man.
I'm very paranoid. I'm very paranoid person.
I am too. That's a permanent state of mind for me, man. It's where I live.
Yeah. You're trying to see if it was possible to see if DFE already made a position. I'm not into option. Yeah, I mean it is. I don't know if it's possible or not to find that out. I know Unusual Whales has been trying to track DFE positions as much as possible. So like if there was an account out there that you wanted to track that might be tracking you might want to review what they've posted up. But I think this would have been a position that would have been made quite a while ago. Perhaps maybe even when he made his original positions, maybe we never got to see that. I mean, we all know that he bought shares of Chewy. How did he buy those? Did he buy those through an option contract, or did he exercise those, or did he actually just go out and buy the shares with cash? How did he enter into his position? Because we never saw a Chewy position that he ever revealed to us until after we saw an 8K filing. Did I say 8K? Is that right? Why do I feel like that's wrong? I feel like that's the wrong number. Damn it. It's not an 8K. It's a 15G. I hate it when all these numbers, especially when you're tired, they all blend in together. 15G, I think, is what it is. Anyways, regardless, that's not the point. The point is that these positions could have been made a long time ago, and he just didn't share them with us. And there might be a reason for that. We don't even.
I've already received a few DMs from people who can't stand a mystery. I will give you a hint. I'm not going to tell you what audio tits. I'm not going to give you the money shot, but I will go so far as to say, yes, he supplies some very demanding 5-star chefs, Michelin chefs. He says they're the bane of his existence. Their insistence on highest quality and perfection just drives him absolutely crazy. But that's not it. So that's it. That's all you get. Stop DMing me. Wait for the stream.
Yeah. All right. So I guess you're looking, like I said, for like the August 30th. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for specifically. I mean, it's not like you can't go look up on your own time this information. But as far as the week goes, for that week, contracts for GME ending that week only go up to $50, and there doesn't appear to be a whole lot of open interest in here for the week ending August 30th. Seems pretty light. Where do I gotta go? Put this. And it may not even be GME that he's making his position in. It might be something else. That's the other thing. I think we all got our blinders on, right? It's got to be this. It's got to be this. Nobody saw the Chewy coming. Let's see if Jimmy's. Let's see if Sonko Tracker's got the. Yeah, in the money versus out of the money positions that are open for 8:30. The options chain gets kind of light starting 8:23, all the way through 9:13, and doesn't really start getting big again until that quad witching day of 9:20. And even then, it's not a whole lot. In fact, the quad witching is on 9:20, and even not the week after, but 10:18 even has 10:18, 1:17. Those dates even have larger quantities of positions that are open.
What I want to know, KC, is when Jerome Powell was on the phone with whoever his counterparty is in Japan, begging them to stop what they were doing and reverse it. What did he promise? You know, he was on the phone saying, for the love of God, don't do this till after the election. Please just stop, and here's what we'll do.
Maybe they promise they won't set any nukes off anytime soon in the Middle East. I don't know.
A deal was made, man. You know phone calls were made. You know somebody was screaming from the top of the mountaintops. Get on the phone, get a hold of them, and tell them stop.
I think it was. I think it was beyond that. Even it was probably more the central banks that were probably having more of an issue. You probably had like Klaus.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Probably
phone calls were made. Yeah.
If I had to guess, just.
And, the Japanese are like, listen, we're a sovereign nation. We do what's in our own best interest for our economy. So what's in it for us? And I promise you a deal was struck. A deal was struck not to stop them from doing it, but just to delay it a little while.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. Peter, we're still friends. I don't have any reason to believe that we're not still on good terms. Unless you were one of the ones who, if you use a different name on Twitter, And like I said, I give KC a pass for kicking me in the nuts with the little madman on the pond screaming like he lost his mind with the
He
ship's
didn't.
helm.
That
I
was
expect it.
that was
I
a
expect
cut.
it.
That was a
I went
cut
and
from
looked,
a
I went and
movie.
looked at it last night. I saw it, and I give you a pass on that. I expect that from you. But other people on here that I count as my friends, like I said, Kim Leedy, Twisty, some of the other ones, I started a list. You people, I can't tell you, I'm disappointed in each and every one of you. So,
Oh, everybody who commented on the tweet. Yeah.
oh yeah,
okay.
the dog pile was real. They piled on real good, and that's okay. That's easy for you to. And when I got my enemies list, all I had to do was go back and look at anybody who commented on that bullshit. But that's fine.
You do realize that was the clip from Forrest Gump, right? That the voice and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't slide past me one little bit, but the addition of the guy in the cow pond and his whitey tidies screaming at the thunderstorm, that was the coup de grace. I get it. That's all right.
Gruff says playing Casey's impersonation, I think is what he means. Impersonation and at 1 1/4 speed has me crying right now. I didn't even think about listening to that.
Oh yeah, sometimes that makes a difference, man. Alter that tempo a little bit. Alter that tempo. That's what a good guy on the engineering board does. That's what Funky Pizza or audio. Those guys have those technical abilities. They can go in there, and, post production, little post production work.
Yeah. I'm so surprised how many people watch. I had never. Pantheon was actually responsible for that for me. He was the first person. I told him, like, man, I don't have time to watch all. I think he might have sent me a video, or somebody else may have sent me a video, and I'm like, and I told him, I said, man, I don't have time to watch all these videos. There's so many videos people want me to look at and watch, and I'm like, I'm already putting in 7 hours a day doing the live stream. It's like, then I got to watch videos and comment on other people if it, and it's like, I don't really even want to do that. And it's just, and he goes like, well, why don't you just watch them at, 1.5 speed or something like that? And he goes, that's what I do when I'm watching your live stream. And I'm like, oh, I hadn't even thought of that. That's
a good idea.
Pretty smart. I don't personally like doing it though. I like hearing Pantheon's voice at regular speed. I really do. I don't prefer hearing his voice at 1 1/4 or whatever. It takes the experience away from me. I like to live in the moment. But that would be pretty funny. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out, Grove. That sounds like fun. I'm just glad I had some hard candies in the house to be able to do that with. That was classic.
Yeah. Well, the credit goes to whoever prompted you. Who was it?
That was you. That was you.
No. Somebody else said you need a Werther's. No, I'd love to take credit for it. Believe me, but I'm not a plagiarist. That was some pure comedy gold. I'll go back and see. I jumped on it because I know good when I see it. Game recognizes a game, and soon as they said you need a Werther's or a butterscotch.
Chi-Town Turtle. Yeah.
There you go.
Chai.
Yeah.
Chi-Town Turtle.
Yeah.
My stutter comes out when I say his name. That's not on purpose. It's by accident.
Chia.
Chi-Town Turtle.
Every time I see his Chi-Town Turtle, I think of that Chia commercials. It's stupid jingles next in your head. Chia Pets. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's it. That's your name from now on. Chai Turner. Chai Turtle. Oh man.
They had a Bob Ross Chia Pet.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Pets. They had a bunch of Chia Pets. They had Obama. Lots of different ones, but the one that was probably the most accurate as far as the way the plant grew, I would argue that the Bob Ross Chia Pet was probably the pinnacle. That was the high bar.
I need one of those. I should have. I don't know why I don't have one.
My mind. I've just read my mind. I'm like, I got to send a note to Melissa to tell you that I have an idea for your Christmas or birthday present. You need a Bob Ross Chia Pet.
I really do.
We can all watch. We enjoyed watching your little herb garden So I think we could squeeze a little content out of a chia pet.
Do you know why that herb garden has not been regrown since? I can't.
Because the novelty wore off and you quit
No.
taking care of it.
No, I couldn't. I cleaned it all up. I was ready to go. I was going to do round 2 with the new planting setup and everything because I didn't like how it turned out the first time. And then all the kit that came with it, we can't find it anywhere in the house. It's just gone, disappeared, nowhere.
Well,
So
surely there's someone in chat who would find it charitable in their heart to send you some seeds of another plant. Maybe there's something else we could encourage you to grow there.
Yeah, I can go buy those seeds for pennies, for dollars. So.
I don't know what that could be. I'm not talking about herbs.
This is about It's about marijuana. This is about me having to order the stuff when I already have it. And I hate that. I hate doing it.
I know. I hide stuff for myself all the time. Yeah.
It just bothers me because it's like I know it's in the house here somewhere and I can't find it anywhere. And it's like, why in the world is it so hard to find, a stupid kit? What the heck is this? It right here?
That's what I'm talking about. Turtle 4614 says he's got seeds. I mean, drop some in the mail, Turtle. Can't you send him a birthday card or something Come on. Yeah, hook a brother up.
What the? What is this? There's a baggie sitting here. Right behind it that was not here before. That sounded like seeds. No, that's not it. I thought I found it all. I think Melissa must have packed up some of the stuff that I cleaned off and got ready to do the next plant and threw it all in a baggie for me and put it behind it. And I thought maybe it sounded like there were seeds inside the baggie. And the baggie's new, so I didn't recognize it. And yeah, it's not what I thought it was. 9:55, guys. We got 5 more minutes, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Gary says somebody accidentally threw it away. It's not the case. I know it's still here in the house somewhere. It's just that this is the crazy part. Tell me this. Please tell me that this happens in other family households because it might make me feel a little bit more normal. Have you ever bought pliers, a pair of pliers, or vice grips, or what else? Channel lock, that kind of stuff. Have you ever bought some of those and they just disappear and you can never find them again? They're just gone and you have no idea where they went. I swear.
Yep.
Who said that? Who said yep? Was that Yucca? Who said yep?
That was me, Funky.
So you've had that happen to you too? You buy a pair of pliers or something like that and they just disappear, like nowhere they cannot be found anywhere in the house. It's just like gone. And you go like, where the hell? And it always happens like right after you buy it. It's like soon after you buy it, you don't use it for a while, and then you go back and you have like a specific spot where you put all your tools, and you go back there and it's just gone, right?
Check
Not
the
there.
couch cushions.
Man.
Go back to the last place. Go back to the last place you used it at. Normally, what happens is when you're finished with it, you're going to set it. As an example, I've walked up to the refrigerator before. I've had a case of beer I just bought and my wallet in one hand, and I set my wallet on top of the refrigerator so that I could free my hand up to unload the beer and put it in. When you get done and close the freezer door, I forgot that the wallet was up there, and because it's not in your line of sight, it's up. I'm only 5'9", and it remained there for the longest time. Go back to wherever the last time you used those tools, and you'll find that you probably set it off to the side or something. I'm with you. I feel your pain. It happens to everybody.
Yeah, I bought channel locks and pliers and vice grips and all kinds of stuff, and they disappear. I go back out, I buy a new set of them or whatever, and you know, in Home Depot, and then I use them, and then inevitably when I go to use them again a couple of years later, they're gone again, and it's just really getting annoying.
If your son Bradley was here, he could share some insight with us. The way the military
I have
approaches
spots in my drawer.
Yeah.
They're out there. The impression of the tool is there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I put them back when I'm done.
When Bradley goes to work on an airplane, he goes and gets to the tool room and gets a toolbox, and he signs a form, and they give him a ring of chits. They're little numbers, and he turns in one chit with like number 220 on it, and they give him a toolbox, and they open up that toolbox, and he looks in it, and he agrees that everything's in there, and then he goes about his business on that airplane. At the end of the day, at the end of his shift, he turns that box back in. And that guy has to open that toolbox up and ensure that every single tool is in there. They count them. If even so much as one tool is missing, the airplane can't fly until somebody finds that tool. And it turns into a really big, because you can't leave a wrench inside of Hayden's jet engine. Things go bad for Hayden real fast at 30,000 feet if an engine sucks a hammer through it. So even if you go into the tool room and say you need something like a torque wrench that's not in part of your tool, you have to take one of those little chits off of there that has Bradley's number on it, and they put that in the drawer and give him the torque wrench. And again, at the end of the shift, he has to account for all of his chips because it's a safety thing. But I understand it, man. In your home, though, it's so easy just when you get done with a tool just to set it off to the side. Look, if I sent you a picture of my garage right now, it's shameful.
No, mine's shameful.
We get older. I used to be like you. I used to have styrofoam. I'd take a router. I cut it all out. Each wrench was lined up inside of there. I was pretty anal about it. You go out there right now, and my buddy came here yesterday to borrow some tools. And I'm like, what do you need? He's like, this, and this. I'm like, well, the shit was just strung from one end of the room to the other. I knew where it was, but it looked like an atomic bomb went off out there. I think it happens with age, I guess.
Yeah, well, it just bothers me because I hate going out and buying another one when I know I have one already. It's just like it infuriates me to have to go out and buy, a pair of pliers. What home doesn't have a pair of pliers in it? Like, you should have every household, whether you're in an apartment.
You need a basic home kit. You need a basic kit. And if anybody wants help with that, reach out to me. I can show you what you need to get by. Just to have the basics.
It's just something you should have. It's like having a fire extinguisher in a home. Like, everybody should have that. No, not very many people do, but
there's your tool tip of the day. I've been here, man.
That's a good point. It's a good point. I like that. Yeah.
Well, you consider this is a good example of why we bought a job trailer, because if you enter into the rental market, you'll find yourself, if you do your own repairs, going to your various properties for little tiny projects. And oftentimes you'll drive across town, you'll be working on a leaky sink, you'll need a pair of pliers. Well, the pliers are back at the house, or you forgot to bring them. Well, it's cheaper to go to Walmart and buy a set of pliers than to drive all the way back to the barn. So as a consequence of that, you start ending up with many, many tools. We finally realized that you need to have something.
Okay, but here's another thing,
even if it's just a 5-gallon bucket that's well supplied with tools that you keep in the back of your truck.
Here's another thing, though. My stud finder, my tape measure, and my, what's the other one? Picture hanging laser leveler. Ancient. Well, actually, the tape measure is not, but the other two, the other two. No. But my point is I never lose those. Why do I never lose those, but I lose the pliers every damn time? It's like, it's always the pliers.
Because you use the pliers a lot.
I use those other ones a lot too. I don't know, man. I use those other ones quite a bit too. I don't know. I'm not buying that. I don't know. I feel like there's a difference. I don't know.
Friends help me, or my son would be around, one of my sons, and I'd say, put this back, a pair of pliers. And they say, where does it go? And I'd say, just go look. It goes in the toolbox. We go look. And they're like, well, where? I'm like, it lives with its friends. Here's a hint. It doesn't go with all of the sockets. You don't put a pair of pliers in with all of the sockets. Pliers wants to live with his like kind. There's cultural differences. It's a segregated It's like my toolbox is like, it's highly segregated. So you need to, they want to be with their little friends.
Johnson B Streets knows me well. That's actually where my pliers usually go, is with the socket wrenches.
10mm
socket. Yeah, that's actually where I usually end up finding it, and I know that, and I go there most of the time first to find it or not, because that's usually where I just keep it in the little. I don't know what to call it, the pouch that you know, it opens up, and I just keep it open in the drawer because everything doesn't stay in there like it used to. It's actually the pouch that was first given to me when I was in my first marriage. My best man gave me a socket set and some tools, and those have actually been in there and stayed. I never lose those. Those never disappear either. I've had them since I was 19 years old.
I can tell you, if you're on a budget, and a lot of people are, almost everybody is, it's commonly used, a common use for 5-gallon buckets. Old paint pails, they make a great little carry-on. You keep your basics in it.
Oh, yeah.
You got to walk into your backyard or your garage.
Yeah, I got one of those.
They make something. They make something for those now. You go to Lowe's,
Slip it
Home
over
Depot,
it.
and they make a liner.
Yep.
It's a little slip over cover. They've had them for years, and that's a
I love that.
Probably an entry level stuff, and it's highly, or because if you start out with a bucket, everything just gets
Next-
covered up.
next
If you
to a
buy
tool
one of those
belt-
little slip over.
Next to a tool belt, that's probably the next best tool belt you could possibly have.
Absolutely.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. I got one. I think I had one of those. I don't know if I still have it or not. Because we've been using.
I would argue the boat liner. That's a Freudian slip. The bucket liner is probably more important than a belt, because what most people don't realize is a tool belt really has limited applications. Unless you're doing something like hanging vinyl siding or putting shingles down, very rarely will the average person have the need to wear a tool belt.
I actually use the tool belt a lot for Christmas lights.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're doing a repetitive thing. You're doing the same thing. But unless you're engaged in an activity like that, where you'll need, but generally a bucket, like I said, a bucket full of tools. And if you put that liner in there, you can make war.
Yeah. But I think Sugar Crane's right, though. More people use the pliers than they do the other tools, and so maybe that's why they disappear.
Right.
It could be possible.
Sugar Crane's onto something there, because that's a big part of, even in my house, I'm very I'm OCD, so I'll put my fingernail trimmers back where they go. Mrs. Pirate, not so much. When she comes and borrows my toenail clippers, they don't go back, and that's we all have our little idiosyncrasies, and I can always tell when she's had them, because they're not with their friends.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Do you use a leveler to tighten a nut or a bolt?
Wait, what? Do you use a leveler to tighten a nut or a bolt? Is that what you said?
Often?
Oh, how often? Never.
How often do you use a leveler?
Never.
That's probably why you don't lose your leveler.
Yeah, that's probably true. That might be true.
I'm getting a wealth of knowledge, though, man.
Yeah.
What's this bucket sleeve?
Oh, you want to see what a picture of one of those looks like?
Is it attached to the
Hold on.
dune bucket?
I'll show you. It's the no. Hold on a second.
It's literally a bucket itself with no bottom in it, and it's made out of heavy canvas, and it slides over a plastic 5-gallon bucket.
The one I have is like this one.
It compartmentalizes the entire wall. There it is. Those are some great pictures right there.
Yeah.
Check this out. If a man ain't got one of those, you're backing up. I would argue that's the first thing a guy should buy. If I was going to go buy Hunter a housewarming gift, I'd buy him that.
Yeah, it's a great thing to have. I mean, just having the bucket alone is nice, but then when you can put all your tools on the outside of it.
If you're disciplined about putting the shit back in it, and your wife comes to you and says this toilet needs a new ball valve put in it, you don't have to carry 6 tools. You just grab your little bucket and go upstairs.
Yep.
And I can't highly recommend it.
And then if the spill starts to happen, you've got your bucket right there. It's ready to go to catch the spill. So you're set.
You got your common screwdrivers, Phillips screwdrivers, pliers, vice grips, one hammer, a measuring tape. Got to have a measuring tape on there.
Yep.
No, don't put only an idiot puts his extension cord in there. That's dumb shit.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of stupid too.
Yeah.
That picture.
They're selling the bag. Yeah. But and then for 99% of the projects, even your car, automotive, you put a little few basic things in there. But can't recommend that enough.
Yep. And this guy's hanging. I didn't do this, but he's hanging his on the wall.
Yeah, that's dumb shit too.
That's kind of cool. I mean, if you don't have a toolbox, you know, you can have it just hanging on the wall. You can pick it up off the wall. I mean, it keeps it off the ground. That's nice. Gives you more floor space.
Now the extent he's on track with the extension cord on the wall, but not the bucket.
Yep. But yeah, this Amazon's showing this one's for like $16, almost $17, probably after tax, 17.
Well, I got an upgrade for Father's Day 2 years ago. I got an upgrade. My family surprised me with it looks like luggage, like something Captain Hayden would drag to an airplane every day. It's on wheels. It's a dolly. It's a dolly now. It's not like soft luggage. It's a dolly, and it's like the big brother to this system here. And it's so heavy you can barely lift it in and out of the truck. But the nice part about it is it has an extendable handle, and you just roll it around. And you can carry too much shit, but I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, razor knife, extension cord, crescent wrench. We used to call it all 16th. Yeah, very nice.
Yep. All right, enough of that. Numbers.
Oh yeah, we're 8 minutes late.
Yeah, that's all right. It was well worth it. Good morning. Who is that? Hey, it's Stockwiz. We haven't seen you in a while, man. How you doing? I heard the blinker. I don't know why I didn't just immediately assume it was you. I don't know. I just didn't. Also, welcome UPS Livery Guy. Good to see you back here. All right, let's do this. Let's do some numbers. What do you think?
Send it.
So we'll catch up with you, Stockwiz, here in just a minute. Let's see here.
Boy.
We've got starting with off exchange. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have about 50.68% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.18, the combined total, and that's 59.86. So we're right on target for where we should be. It's about 0.14% less volume going through those exchanges than I would expect. CHX volume for the day today is at 1,308. Nothing unusually large going on there. Today seems like a very safe day for the market. CHX volume for GME is at 1,667 shares. Also nothing unusually large going on there. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow has decreased a little bit here since earlier this morning. About another 50,000 or 100,000 shares borrowed. 200,000 shares borrowed so far since earlier this morning. We're now looking at 900,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at 2.74% and rebate at 2.58%. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 999,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now returned. 2.91 million shares returned now. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.45%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.35, averages 1.83 and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 101.36 million shares. That's 1.25 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 300,000 of that is in new short interest. Looking at GME, I'm seeing 180,000 shares borrowed so far. Moving on to options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today was at a $5.50 strike as of an hour ago with 2.3 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 5.1 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 2,000 contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 2.6. The market is still suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, due to the fact that AMC and GME have low quantities of volume, I do not expect to see either of those on this list, and we are not. MMRI and rates are in general increasing here. We had 252.73 as of an hour ago for MMRI. It's now 253.56. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.073. That's actually where we started out the day, and are currently at 0.078. Excuse me. 0.0. Oh man. Someone went down the wrong pipe. Excuse me. Oh, I need me another butterscotch. Let's see. What do we got going on here? 0.078 compared to 0.073 earlier this morning. Oh boy, that winded me. The NASDAQ is currently up 1.7%, Dow Jones up 0.94%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.4%. We have 3,735 advancers to 1,588 decliners. The market is less advancing, believe it or not, this hour than it was an hour ago. I think this pin's getting ready to go on me. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today, we finally have one that's in the red, that's healthcare. Top performing sector for the day is technology, followed by energy. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Are they all up about the same amount? Close. Not all. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We've got FRC down 40.91%. SI is up 10.83%. Stank of California is up 3.04%. Stank of America is up 2.93%. And that's about it. Gold up 0.45% for the day today and currently consolidating after a downtrend. Silver is up 0.34 and trending up after a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 2.41% and consolidating after a downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.18. Slight downtrend. Oil is up 8.06 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.2 to 0.24 and are trending down. SPY is up 1.49 and slightly trending up. VIX is down 18.69 at 22.53. Definitely starting to consolidate right now. And then the futures are suggesting it should be somewhere around 21.73, so we might see the VIX fall a little bit further here going forward in time, as the futures have been leading the VIX lately. Not always in the more recent past, though. IWM is up 0.86 for the day-to-day and trending down. VB is up 1.22 and consolidating. Tesla is down 0.57, trending down. Amazon is up 2.66 and trending up, although it looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Cinemark is down 1.11 and trending down. Doge is down 0.76 and is... it was on a downtrend and started to move back up a little bit and then is consolidating right now. So we'll go with consolidation for a temporary period of time here. Bitcoin is down 1.44%, same deal on that one. GME is down 0.09 and consolidating. HYMC is up 0.88 and consolidating. It looks like the market just doesn't want to trade today. NCMI is down 1.91 and slight downtrend. Hood is up 1.51 and trending back up after a downtrend. AMC is down 1.87 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today. We have less than 10,000 or less than $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.91 million shares traded so far. After excuse me. After 107 minutes worth of trading, we're currently at 17.89 million shares traded by the end of the day for a pace, and I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 to 25. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 47.24, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring with RSI at 45.88, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 40.52, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 34.53, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Stockwitz, good to see you again. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Casey, while you're waiting for StockWiz to turn his mic on here, I'd let you know I put 3 pictures for you in your Discord general. You're welcome to share those with the class if you want. We're going to start a new contest called "My Garage is More Fucked Up Than Your Garage."
No, I don't want to play that game.
If anybody can post a picture, well, I'm willing to take one for the team. So I put 3 pictures in there of my garage.
In general,
you're welcome to share with the class, but yeah, in general, the people who are in the Discord they'll have to rely on you to put them on the stream. But that's an example of a sick mind right there.
I got you so beat it's not even funny.
All right, I apologize there, StockWiz. Good to see you back, buddy. I just wanted KC to know while he was enjoying your conversation that he can maybe share those pictures. Good to see you, Blinker Boy. Good to have you back.
How are you?
I'm doing a lot better than I was. That's for sure.
Yeah, I heard. I saw. I saw that.
This is an organized mess. I get this. Like, this is right up my alley. I understand this, but mine's different. I wish I could show you, but I can't. I'm not going to show you. There's actually some similarities, but there's also a lot of dissimilarities as well.
Is your garage that bad? Yeah.
Well, mine is actually better organized mess than this one is. But it's the other things that are junking up the garage, not the tools and the side projects that never got put away or any of that kind of stuff. It's a lot of it's like just boxes and bicycles and stuff that, if I went in there someday and decided that I wanted to like really clean it up real good and like get things put away in a nice orderly fashion, I could probably make it look real quick.
I'm always posting pictures of all my bragging stuff, like look how cool this is, look how cool that is. The second picture is the workbench, and believe it or not, there's a workbench underneath of that. But yeah, our job trailer is twice as bad as that, and my pickup truck looks exactly like that inside. It's just kind of what happens after a while. You just say, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
You just throw it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the stuff that you use the most, but seasonally, gets put in certain spots on your shelves.
Yeah, those are the shelvings there. That's not too bad. It was,
yeah.
If I took the time to spend about 4 hours out there, I could kind of squeeze some of the stuff in, but that workbench is probably the best example of how out of control it can get. You start out with a perfectly clean workbench with just a drill on it, and then as time goes by, it's a reflection of laziness, is what it is.
Do you guys have like there's a space called where you can just go with your old stuff and just put it in like massive big how do you call it, a disposal like area? Do you have that in the US?
Like a dump? I feel like that's what you mean.
Yeah,
a dump.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. A dump.
Yeah, a dumpster, like, but it's a big park.
Yeah, that's called a dump. No, it's called a dump.
It's called a dump.
Yeah.
Well, in Europe, they put them in dumpsters, and then they eventually take the dumpsters to the real landfill. And I think that
landfill. Sorry, landfill. I'm sorry. Let's use bigger words here. Landfill. Yeah, no, it's a dump.
Yeah, dump. Yeah, the dump.
Yeah. So I normally do this once or twice a year, and I clean out everything that I don't need.
Yeah, and then you just take it out to the dump and trash it, right? Well, we lost him.
Yeah, and a lot of big cities, they don't have a landfill in town. So what they have is they have a place where everybody can bring their stuff, and then they consolidate it, separate some of it, and then it ultimately gets hauled farther on down the line, somewhere way out in the countryside where they have the availability to have a big hole in the ground. Yeah.
Bruno, go push the door. Go push. No, I know you lay down. Go push the door. You gotta push the door. Go push. Hey, go push the door. Go push. Go push the door. Go push the door. He's giving me that mopey attitude like, no, go push the door. You opened it. Go push it closed. Go. Go push.
Yeah, he's like, you push the door.
Listen real carefully.
You want it closed. He's like, you want it closed that bad, you do it.
Push. Bruno, push the door. Nice, good boy.
He got it. Yeah, he got it.
Good boy. Yeah, good boy. Yeah, that's such a good boy. You did good. Yeah, that's right. I know you're old. I know you don't want to push the door, and I know it's like, yeah, lame, but you did it. Good boy. All right. It's freaking awesome. The only reason I taught him to do that is because I really just wanted to kind of like beat that whole like you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and I was like, whoever said that, screw those people. I don't know who says that. Yeah, I hate that. I hate those kind of like generalizations. Like, yes, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks, and that's why I thought like, I'm gonna teach my old dog a new trick, and and he doesn't know. He shuts the door. Man, you should have seen it. You should have seen it when I showed all the kids, and they didn't know I was working with them on it, and I was like, you guys got to see this. I did it in secret.
Cool.
Yeah, I did it in secret. Yeah, so now they try to get him to do it, and he doesn't want to do it for them as much as he does for me. But he still doesn't even really want to do it for me. But I kind of nudge him a little bit with words. But yeah, it's you can't teach an old dog new tricks, guys. So don't let anybody ever tell you that. You say you lie. If they ever tells you that, you just say you're a liar. You certainly can. You just have to work maybe a little harder. Actually, really wasn't that bad. But Donkey Kong says, teach him how to eat short sellers. Yeah. That'll land me in jail, probably. All right. Back to the conversation. Stockwiz, you still there? Are you there? Did you come back?
I think his comms are still down.
It doesn't even show that he's muted. It's kind of weird. I hope he didn't get in an accident or something. Like, it hasn't been here in a little. Well, it seems like it's been a long time, but mainly because I was off for was I off for 3 weeks? I can't even remember how long I was gone for. Was it 3?
It was almost 3 weeks.
Holy crap!
Well, loosely tied together because you had your little vacation, and then it wasn't long after that. It was just a couple days after that you fell ill. So it's pretty much 3 weeks.
I can't believe I was gone that long. The time flew by for me. I honestly don't even remember it. Like it was, when I say I don't remember, I remember it. I just don't, it didn't feel like it was 3 weeks long. I felt like it was very, very short. And my birthday happened in the middle. And I didn't even feel like I had a birthday. It was really funny. Melissa handed me two cards that I got from my grandma and my mom for my birthday, and I haven't opened them yet. And she just asked me last night, she's like, why haven't you opened up your birthday cards yet? And I said, I didn't have a birthday. So when we go out to the steak place that I've been wanting to go to for my birthday dinner, but I got to wait for, I said, maybe I'll open them then because then it'll feel more like a birthday. She thinks it's rude that I don't cash checks on time. Because that's usually what I get from like grandma or mom, it's like a check or something. And she thinks it's so rude and it probably is. She's probably right. It probably really is rude that I don't cash it right away. But it's just kind of who I am as a person, unfortunately. I'm rude, I guess. Wait, hold on a second. I got one for this. You know why I don't cash checks right away? Yeah, that's right. That's why. How rude is that? Let's be honest here. Let's find out. I gotta put this up here on a scale of 1 to 10. Hold on a second here.
Well, you're not alone. My grandmother's been dead for over 25 years, and I have a check that she sent me for $5 when I was in the military for
You
a
just
birthday
kept it?
card, and I've never cashed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. We'll put I get 4, so we'll do what's wrong with this? Should probably do it the other way around. Sorry. Polls take a while. Isn't that right, Harris? I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. Don't get your panties all bundled, guys. Don't do it. It's okay. I'm just teasing. It's a joke.
Actually,
pull up.
It was pretty funny though. Yeah.
Let's see here. 7, 8. All right, here we go. Start of a poll. How rude is it to not cash a check right away? 9 to 10, you're a douchebag. 7 to 8, I hate you. 5 to 6, slow driver, fast lane, bad. And 1 to 4, that's me. So maybe you do that on occasion. Yeah, there you go. Just out of curiosity, if I'm a bad person for it, I'm a bad person for it. I probably am. But Donkey Kong says, I'm watching a stock today that has a $10 price target by analysts. It's currently 3x that amount. It is up 45% so far today. I wonder why that is. I'm almost gonna zap you there, Tendies. You got me. I almost zapped you. I asked my, you guys are probably wondering what my grandma really does sound like now. I don't think we had her on the live stream before. I know I had my mom. I know I've had my mom on the live stream, but I don't think I've got my grandma on here yet. And by the way, she is an AMC shareholder, and I asked her if she wanted to be on here one time, and she said she wouldn't mind doing it, but she just doesn't know how well it would work, because she wouldn't maybe be able to hear everything. So I'll have to ask my mom and find out if she wants to, maybe if sometimes she's ever over there and wants to do like a get in the back of the big tram kind of thing and have my grandma participate while she's there with her. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll ask. But Donkey Kong says cashing a check so easy today you can do it on your phone. Yeah, I've been doing it on my phone. Yeah, I've been doing it on my phone for I feel like a really long time. I don't know how long, but it's been a long time. At least over a decade.
You know, since you're on the subject of grandparents, our friend with the wonderful accent from Scotland, Max of the Rock, I couldn't help but notice that everybody was giving him a shout out that he had his first grandbaby. I shouldn't say first. I don't know that it's his first one, but I know he had a grandchild 2 days ago. That's a big thing. Yeah. So congratulations to you, Max of the Rock, if you're out there lurking.
Yep.
On your new
congratulations
grandparenthood.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Earlier this morning, Jim Cramer posted up. He said, pathetic how much larger, deeper, and more important market is hostage to the hedge funds who are trapped in this hedge fund Japanese carry trade. There are hedge funds linked with all big sell-offs. We find out who they are when they go bust. He reported that 5 hours. That was like probably the most craziest thing I think I've ever heard Jim Cramer say before. And I was like, "Holy crap, Jim! You're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. Please tell us you're okay with extra blinking today." So we'll find out if there's a hit on maybe I don't know. Maybe he takes it back. Maybe he deletes it later on. I don't know. But I was not expecting that at all. That was a very unusual statement for him to be making. I'm reading some of the comments that people put in here. Sir Twittenstein says, when stressed, he does more coke. No time to blink. That's pretty funny. This is true. Which is part of the reason why I said blink a lot. We'll see if he's stressed out. Let's see here. Sometimes y'all are funny. You guys crack me up. But Donkey Kong says it's strange hearing people like that speak the truth. It really is. It is because it's almost like that for me. For me, this is how I kind of look at it. It's like the inevitable is in. You know what I mean? Like he knows it, they know it, everybody knows it. The lady stops singing. We can't say how. We can't say anything about her side. The operatic lady is not singing anymore, and the music has stopped. And it's kind of like it's at that point as to when they're allowed to actually speak the truth or say what it is that normally you wouldn't hear them saying. So for me to see him posting that tells me that we're probably on the precipice of seeing some very large announcements being made. I don't know what those are going to be, but like I said, this whole trade the market sideways for a couple days before it blows up again is very, very common, and I expect that. We do have some trading events that occur next week, or trading events, economic calendar events that occur next week, like. What is it? PPI? No, PPI? Yeah, core PPI is next week. And then we also have CPI as well. Let's see here. Tuesday is core PPI. Then we have core CPI on Wednesday. And so, yeah, I don't know if they're going to try and extend this out, because I told you guys 2 to 3 days is what I was kind of expecting to see some quiet period, or, whatever the terms were that I used yesterday, because I can't remember the words for today. But yeah, if it goes longer than that, maybe they'll try to utilize some kind of news in order to allow for things to kind of break again.
I had an idea, Casey, for a meme. I lack the skills to create memes, but I have the creativity, but I just don't have the technical ability. But I thought of the stereotypical 4th of July photograph where somebody lights off a big mortar and the wick burns down and they run away, but the mortar doesn't go off. So that's like the end. That's the end of the carry trade.
Yeah.
That had to be the first cell in the cartoon. That's the end of the carry trade.
Right.
Like the carry trade's over, the wick, and then obviously the next one is when they say the market's recovering, get back in. That next cell of the cartoon would be when the guy goes up and looks down in to see why it didn't go off, and then it takes his head off. I thought that would be a good little two cell cartoon.
You know, I feel like you could probably do that because you said cartoon. I was thinking about Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, something like that.
Something where
the
like
wick burns down, the bomb doesn't go off.
Yeah,
you know, and they're like
the rabbit or not rabbit.
A few moments later, then you do the thing from
Roadrunner. He comes up, goes bleep bleep, bleep bleep, and then takes off, exactly. and then it blows up.
Right. Yeah, and then Wile E. Coyote goes up and looks down inside of it, and it takes his head off.
He blinks twice, blink blink, and then it explodes.
Meep
meep.
Yeah, I thought that would make a fantastic meme as relating to this whole thing about what happened. Is it over? Is this all it was? I'm like, no.
Oh no. Richard said, check general, I modified your voice. Hold on a second here. I'll play it. I know I lent you that $100.
I have to go on mute so I can hear as well.
But I really need to get that money back right now. And while you're at it, I need more than just $1 if you could spare. Maybe just a few more instead of the one I said. Maybe you could make it 5. Okay, huh? Oh boy. This better.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
All this shit I've done over 3 years.
This
is how I'm gonna go down as being remembered. It's like, oh yeah, the guy that did that grandma voice.
Yeah. That's going to be another piece of evidence that they're going to use up in the congressional hearing that we're all sure to participate in the not too distant future.
Can you please explain to us? So Carrie, they're going to ask me. Can you please explain it? Carrie trade.
But please, the court, Your Honor. The district attorney would now like to present Exhibit 1A for the jury to listen to.
Yeah.
Could somebody please cue the sound on that? Yeah.
Oh boy. The things I do. That was fun, Richard. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done, Richard. Cool points for Richard.
But Donkey Kong says.
So is it safe to say most people fall into 2 categories with their garage? Either it looks like a tornado went off in it, or it's incredibly organized. Is there no middle ground?
Okay, do you do this when you drive down the road? I know you don't do it a whole lot often, but when you do drive down the road, if somebody happens to have their garage door open, do you look in?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory, right? Like you can't stop your head. It's almost. I would venture to say it's almost like seeing a pair of boobs almost hanging out of a shirt.
Right.
Kind of a head turn.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Not quite the same, but it's almost.
Who doesn't look?
Yeah, who doesn't look, right? I feel like that's the case, and I've never understood it. Like in fact, sometimes I feel like there's actually one guy that's in my neighborhood who always has his garage door open, and he's got a really nice looking garage with a weight set in there. And the JJ would love this. He's got a bunch of Raiders.
Yeah, I hate those guys.
He's got a bunch of Raiders.
I promise you, JJ's garage looks like a fucking. I guarantee you, it looks like a museum in there. Everything's probably hanging off the walls.
You could eat bacon off the floor.
Eat off the floor. Yeah, he's one of those guys got a little dustpan where he scoops up a little. If an ant crawls in, yeah, I guarantee you, he's that guy.
But I
guarantee.
Do. I look.
I, on the other hand, for me, the litmus test I've always said is if you're in a constant state of anxiety, that something will prevent the garage door. You ever hit the garage door and it goes all the way down and then it hits shit and goes back up? You know, the little safety thing kicks in. that's when you know you're at peak disaster. You know, we've got ready to leave the house before, and we're pulling out in Sandy's Mercedes, and she'll hit the garage door button, and it goes down and right back up. And I had to get out because an errant shovel or a piece of garden hose has made its way across that. It's like the 39th parallel. It's like the North and South Korea. It's like the 39th parallel right there. You got so much shit piled up that if it migrates even so much an inch south, the whole system
for you and me,
down. The whole system, the machine breaks down.
For you and me, Pirate, you know, we're the kind of people where when the garage door suddenly starts going back up, we know instantly what's happened. Whereas most everybody else out there in the world when the garage door stops going down, they go like, "What in the world? How does that happen?"
You and I have our stark differences, but on this, we are in the same tribe.
Oh yeah, that must have been the shovel. Shovel went back in front of the laser.
You think a sane person would say, it's time for me to do something with this. I got to take a day off. There's time. But nope. What do we do? Say it with me. You go over there, you move the shovel 3 inches. You move the shovel 3 inches, and then you give Sandy the thumbs up. Hit the garage door, baby. It works now. And you're off to the races, man.
Kick it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's it, man. There's two kinds of people in this world.
I actually lived in a house one time where the front and back of the house were east and west facing. And when we opened, I'm trying to remember how this worked, because it had to be in the morning time when the sun, because our front of the house was facing towards the east. And when we tried to close the garage door, I think it was, when we tried to close the garage door in the mornings, every once in a while, if you did it at just the right time of the day, it wouldn't close. It would immediately try to open back up again. And what was happening, I've never seen this before. I didn't even know it was possible. But the sun was actually so bright at just a specific point in time that was causing the sensor to not be able to pick up the LED
optical
light.
Sensor got tricked.
And it was so infuriating because I'm that person like you where it's like we know it's a shovel that's in the way or something like that, and so if you go running over there to go look and see what it is and there's nothing there and you're going like, what in the world could possibly be doing this? It took me a little while. I had to finally figure out that what I needed to do was change the angle at which they were kind of pointing just a smidgen so that time window didn't correspond with when we were normally leaving and entering the garage. So,
well, those little sensors have to line up with one another. It's a laser beam that shoots across the bottom.
But you can angle them just a little bit.
Right. Yep. You can adjust them, and if they're out of adjustment and the garage door keeps going up, it'll blink to tell you that it's out of alignment.
Yeah.
So we went to my buddy's house, we were all drinking, and we took a piece of electrical tape and we cut it like the size of a dime and we shoved it inside that little thing over the lens. You couldn't see it because it was recessed, and his started blinking and the garage door wouldn't go up and down. We set him up like bowling pins. And we're all drinking and we're like, hey dude, it's blinking. Somebody must have bumped it. You need to align it. And then we spent the next half hour drinking beers watching him constantly try to, and nobody, he didn't know we put tape over top of it.
That's
we got
terrible.
we got a lot of fun out of that one. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. You're mean. You're so mean. That's so mean.
Yeah,
I would have spent hours on that too, trying to figure that out.
All of it. He did too.
Yeah.
I think we didn't let it go too long. I almost say 15 or 20 minutes before finally somebody said, hey, look and see if the lens is cracked inside. And he looks inside there and he's like, oh, you no good MF. But yeah. That's the way, like children, man. We're like grown men, children stuck in grown men's bodies.
I'm not sure if I would have noticed the tape or not right away.
There's one that's really funny, and you ever look at a video and you see a guy and you go, man, I wish I could hang out with that dude. It looks like it's taken in a commercial garage like Firestone or Goodyear where they do tires and brakes, but it shows a young mechanic and he's spinning a wheel. The car is up on a lift and he's spinning the wheel, and you see him cock his ear like a dogwood that's interested in a unique sound. He's cocking his ear. But what you see was when they pan back is his buddy is standing behind him about 20 feet, and he's got two wrenches, and he's holding them behind his back, and he's clicking them together in a rhythmic fashion, like a metronome.
I saw
click,
that.
Click. It's great. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
That's some glorious shit, man. And then the guy would stop the wheel, and the guy would stop clicking the wrenches, and that fucking mechanic would scratch his head, and then he'd spin that wheel again, and that guy would click, click, click. And I thought, dude, I want to party with you, man. You're my people.
Cliff says, I had a leaf blow in and trigger the sensor when I got home. I grabbed my gun. That's pretty funny, Cliff.
Oh.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Um, 10:48. We got about 12 more minutes before we take a look at numbers. Let me just check media real quick here and see if there's any specific AMC media. Nothing specifically right now. Oh, 11 hours ago. Nope, that's not us. Okay, I don't see anything. There's a S&P Global has raised its credit rating for AMC article from 23 hours ago, but I think I already had mentioned that to you guys earlier this week that we were getting a credit rating upgrade. S&P Global has raised its credit rating from AMC Entertainment Holdings, but the mega exhibitor remains far from taming its overall debt load, even after the recent new debt issue. It's just one thing after another. It just won't give up. AMC saw its ratings bumped up to CCC plus from SD, selective default, but has a negative outlook after the cinema chain issued a new $2 billion term loan due 2029 and $414 million of exchangeable notes due 2030. While AMC has extended most of its near-term maturities, we continue to view its capital structure as unsustainable due to its substantial debt burden, S&P Global said in a statement. On July 22nd, AMC, I don't know if I'm going to read the rest of it. It's all like historical stuff that we already know. Let me see if there's anything else here. The credit ratings firm added AMC's box office performance should improve towards the end of 2024, but we think that the full year performance will materially be worse than 2023. Will be materially worse than 2023. Through the first half of 2024, the box office has faced significant disruption from the strikes, especially in the second quarter. We now forecast domestic box office revenue of around $8.25 billion for 2024. A decline of about 7% compared to 2023. I wonder what they're. I wonder if they're saying the same thing for Cinemark. Do you think they're saying the same thing?
Exactly.
I wonder. Boy, I would love to. Who posted this? This is the Hollywood Reporter. I would love to take this website and do a search for Cinemark. Articles.
Yep. Let the cheerleading begin.
And let's see what they have to say most recent on Cinemark in contrast to AMC.
Cinemark price target of $30 on increased box office sales.
We'll do past 24 hours. It does not appear anything has been posted in the past 24 hours, past 7 days. Nope, past 30. I might have to actually, I put in the ticker. I might have to actually put in the actual name. All right, here we go. That worked. Past 24 hours. All right, here we go. We should take the most current that I can find. Here's an August 3rd. Hold on a second. Take you guys over here. Okay, this is Cinemark title. This is AMC's title. Between the two.
There you go. Yeah.
That's nice, man. I do that sometimes. It's therapeutic and it's fun and I like. Yeah. Yeah.
So hopefully it works out.
It will, man. It will. If
Hey,
you
you
work
got
hard.
hot mic. Hot mic. Who is that? Did you guys get him? Somebody had.
Yeah, I'm moving him out, man.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, this is kind of. Oh, is this? Do I have the wrong year? Oh, I have August 4th, 2023. My bad, guys. This is August 4th, 2023. I thought it was. I'm going. This information looks a little old to me. Give me 1 second while I continue to search for a current article that they're posting on Cinemark here. Give me 1 sec. I could have sworn I had clicked. Past 24 hours. I did.
Perhaps they don't have anything any more recent. That might be the case.
Yeah, I don't see anything specific to the Hollywood Reporter here for Cinemark. Here's a July 29th, 2024 article. Let's compare. Contrast and compare here. Open link in new window. All right, here we go. There's that one. This is probably the more recent article that I can find here that is not specifically pointed towards AMC, but has Cinemark in the. It does have AMC in here. The Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman superhero pick lifted shares for AMC, Cinemark, and IMAX after shattering records for an R-rated movie at the local multiplex. It does not. I gotta find an article that's like they're not picking on Cinemark here. It seems like they do have a Regal article from July 9th of 2024. Talking about their $250 million capital raise.
I know that Andrew left recently arrested for market manipulation, and he has this Citron research group or whatever that was his mechanism for propaganda and hit pieces. I wonder if they're still operating. Is anybody have any commentary to add to that? Is Citron still producing content and putting it out there, or after his arrest have they shut all that down?
I don't know. It's a good question. I would imagine
they were notorious. Yeah, Citron was notorious. I mean, Benzinga and some of the other ones have always been evildoers, but Citron was especially nasty.
I don't know.
What happened to Blinker Boy? He just disappeared. Was he abducted by gypsies on the side of the road? They're going to find his car on the side of the road still in park with the engine idling?
He left the room too. I don't know. Hopefully he's okay. I don't know. Do you know who Andy Constant is?
No, that name does not ring a bell.
He's an account that I've been watching for a while. He talks a lot about a lot of financial things. He's what is his background in here? I'm gonna see if I can find it. He's part of a group called Two Graybeards. It's him and another guy. They both got gray beards, apparently. Macroeconomic research firm focused on investors with portfolios of high seven figures, ran by him and his co-conspirator. And then they have their they meet and talk about stock market and whatnot. But he posts out stuff, especially in relation to bond auctions. He just put. I'm gonna have to look this up here, but he put 5340 ES short. He'll oftentimes refer to like bond auctions and reference like what kind of what they look like, and a whole he put in today is a GIF that says "Red Day today," and it's just big red day today. So it looks to me he may be talking about a level of support in that number. I'm just kind of reading through the comments here, suggesting that the red comes once it breaks past. Once we get, I would. Let me look at something real quick here. Yeah. 5360, I think, is in reference. He's saying 5340. And you can see here the SPX ran up to about 5330 before seeing a trend back down on the SPX. It seems like what he may be saying here is he may be referencing perhaps maybe like a 5340 to short buy. But anyways, I'm just throwing out stuff that I'm seeing here. Looks like he's expecting to see some red movement in our near future, and this is kind of along the lines of what I was talking about in regards to a divergence on some of those indicators I was talking about on this page here. And let me pull it back up again real fast so we can all compare with our own eyes together as to what it was that I drew with this in regards to the VIX falling, and I kind of said like this is kind of like an average rising expectation here from Bitcoin, from the yen to the dollar or dollar to the yen rather, I think is the right way to say it, and the Nikkei. And then if we zoom in on this is on a 1 hour time interval right here. If we zoom in on this here, you can see the as I like to refer to them, the hooks starting to catch right now, right? Like everything's flowing down this pretty well. And we're starting to see the hooks the other direction showing up on this 1 hour now. If I took this down to like a smaller time interval, it's gonna change my lines a little bit. But if I took this down to say like a 10-minute time interval here, you probably can see it a little bit better. And you can see that everything's starting to take. I don't think that the Nikkei's trading right now, but well, it might be. It is trading. Yeah, I don't know. It's not moving quite like everything else is, but we're starting to see some trends here starting to form. Well, I said yesterday, 2 to 3 days of cooling off. Yesterday being day 1. Today would be day 2. If we don't see any massive movements today, nobody would probably flinch too much. Like if we closed out just slightly green. And then tomorrow would be day 3. So we'll have to see what happens. It'll be interesting to see overnight how this all unfolds. Do note, we also saw one of the trend changes that happened last time around was the 2-year significantly, well, all the bond yields starting to fall significantly, and then even the narrowing of the gap between the 2-year and the 10-year. That's not really happening right now, but you can see that there's definitely been a trend change. Or direction and trend for these, for at least the 10-year and the 30-year. The 2-year looks like it's kind of doing even right now, but it does look like there's a little bit of a trend change. Also a 10-minute time interval here. Turtle, enjoy Twisters. I've heard some good things about it. All right, I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. Do I have to give you that speech? Let's see. I may not have to. Nope, you don't get it. All right, let's do this. Starting with off exchange volume and EDGX volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through those. No, it's not. Yeah, 62. That's right. We've got about 50.74% going through off exchange, and EDGX sitting at 11.32, which is high, by the way, a little bit. I would expect like 10 to 11. It's 11.32, so it's a little on the high side. But in total, between the two of those, we have about 62.06% of our volume going through those exchanges, which is damn near right on what I would expect. It's only 0.06% higher. So the market's it's just doing its thing right now. CHX is 1,308 shares. Nothing unusual with that one. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day, 2,425. Both of those are low numbers. Borrow fees for the day-to-day, it looks like they have borrowed some more shares in the last hour, approximately 200,000, on top of the 900,000 shares they've already borrowed. So that's 1.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day, according to IBKR. Fees are at 2.44, rebates at 2.88. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of an hour ago, there was 2.91 million shares having been returned for the day-to-day on AMC. And now it's 3.27 million shares having been returned for the day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 17.43%. Cost borrow mins at 0.35, average is 1.78, and max is 8.6. Total amount of shares on loan for the day-to-day is 101.36 million shares. That's 1.25 more million shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 300,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at... new short interest. Taking a look at GameStop, there was 180,000 shares having been borrowed. That has not changed in the last hour. Options, highest amount of call volume in the last hour was at a $5.50 strike. We had approximately 5.1 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 6,000 contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 2.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 3.4. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list here, and I do not see either on the list. MMRI was 253.56 as of an hour ago. It's now 252.65. Remember, we started seeing the market drop when this was dropping. We were seeing risk off and the risk off and the market dropping at the same time, and so now we're starting to see a little bit of a trend down here on MMRI. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.078 as of an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.089, so it's a little bit wider of a gap. Nasdaq is up 0.83, Dow Jones is up 0.48, and the S&P 500 is up 0.77. We have 3,303 advancers to 2,144 decliners. The market is certainly not advancing as much as it was an hour ago. That's 2 hours in a row where we've had declining market. Sectors that are doing poorly. There's now 2 sectors that are down for the day today. We have the worst one being healthcare, the second worst one being consumer discretionary. The top performing sector was technology earlier, and it was almost as up. The sector was up almost 3% earlier, guys. It is now down. It's only up right now 0.91%. So we're actually seeing a big flippening happening in the market right now. And some of the larger improving sectors for the day today are now the recessionary sectors of energy and utilities. So we're definitely seeing something happening. There is something amiss. Of the Mag 7, only 4 are green now. We had 6 out of the 7 for most of the day so far being in the green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 3.82. FRC is down 40.91. Silvergate's up 10.83. Starting to see some red in the financial sector, and nothing else to shout out. Gold is currently up 0.24 and consolidating after a downtrend. Silver is down 0.34 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.13 and slightly trending upwards after a downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.23, consolidating after just consolidating. Oil is up 7.82. We are definitely seeing a spike in oil right now. Oil is up 3.8 or 7.82 and consolidating for right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.15 and are trending down. Stair-stepping their way down. SPY is up 0.87 and starting to trend down. VIX is down 14.25 at 2376 and trending back up. The futures on the VIX are showing 2240 for a value. Looks like 2240. It looks like the VIX is leading the futures again. IWM is up 0.45 and trending down. VB is up 0.79 trending down. Tesla is down 1.8 trending down. Amazon is up 1.87 trending down. Cinemark is down 0.11 and consolidating. Doge is down 0.87 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 1.35 and on a slight trend down. GME is down 0.6 and consolidating. HYMC is up 0.41 consolidating. NCMI is down 4.13 trending down. HOOD is up 0.52 and consolidating. And AMC is down 3.13 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately, let's see here, $2.4 million more outflow than inflow. 6.94 million shares traded so far for the day today. we are starting to see a little bit of increased volume as prices dropping. 7.01 million shares traded after 162 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for 16.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares traded, and we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.94, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.9, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.31, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.39, which is almost signaling oversold. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Turtle says USA men's volleyball getting good. Love the Olympics. Poland just forced a game 5. Projuler saying post that to Twitter. Are you talking about what you put up on the I think he's wanting me to put up the clip that he clipped out. See, I feel like people like to learn when they're met with humor. But sometimes my biggest worry about learning with humor is that my fear is that it doesn't sink in all the time. For example, what was that old crotchety dude that was a really popular comedian, and he used to, some of the stuff they would joke around about was just, it was literally telling us
Don
about
Rickles.
No, I don't think that's
Don
his name.
Rickles.
I don't think that's his name. He was basically telling us about our future and how sucky it is. Everybody laughed at it and thought it was funny.
Oh,
Don Quixote.
No. Trying to remember what his name is. It's not coming to me. Garland. Something Garland. I don't know the first name.
Garland?
I think it's Garland. Maybe?
No.
George Garland, right?
There's Carlin.
All right, I was close. George. Hey, I got there. All right, I got there. Give me some credit.
Yeah.
George Carlin, right? Like the dude literally was teaching people, and they didn't even know it, right? Like he's using comedy to teach people about what's going on in the world or what to expect around you, and people laughed and thought that was funny, but they didn't really take to heart what it was that he was saying to people. He had a message. And it was more fun to laugh at because it was kind of scary. I think if you really sat down and thought about what it was that he was saying, it was kind of scary. But yeah, that's why I try to use humor whenever I'm teaching, because I feel like that's how people can accept it the best, especially when it's like, upsetting stuff. You don't want to. Who wants to? Japan carry trade. Does that really sound like fun? It doesn't sound like a good time.
Yeah, towards the end of George Carlin's career, he was accused of. There were people who kind of thought that he was secretly like trying to destroy his legacy from being funny, because his bits got ever increasingly darker and darker.
Mm-hmm.
That was redundant the way I said that, but you get the point. He was a guy who was famous about it's a big club and you're not in it, talking about big finance and all that, and it was really funny because he would point out the inconsistencies and all the hypocrisy and all those things. But as it went by, you could tell that it really weighed on him, and he got darker and darker with his material towards the end there.
Yeah,
it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
There it is.
Why
That's
are
the
we?
man himself.
Why are we laughing? It's not funny.
It is. It is funny. He was a genius, man.
Yeah.
He was a fucking genius.
We shouldn't be laughing at that. That should be like textbook shit right there. It's like,
Yeah.
if you're living the American dream, it's because you're asleep.
Yeah. 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 He covers all of it. He's like Black and all the rest of them. Lewis Black. They cover the politics and all the ugly things.
What did I say? I said Garland. Garland. I couldn't remember.
Merrick Garland. Yeah.
I was close. It was close. Oh boy. John Hannaford knows.
Yeah,
I was up late.
You were close, but somewhere over the rainbow close.
Yeah, well, I'm tired today. I was up late last night. Censor content, welcome. Manjit, welcome. Good to see you. Quack, quack. I don't know if I said it earlier or not, but welcome.
I sent you a picture, Casey, in your DMs of the story I was sharing with the folks about the internet. I know you're getting ready to have new internet installed, and that's a picture of the pipes that they fucked up in my yard for me. Created quite a little nightmare for myself.
Is this in the general?
I spoke to you about I think I sent it to your DM.
Oh.
But it's an example of how if somebody's working on your property and they're digging and mucking about, you might want to watch over them a little bit. If I had caught him that day, all that would have turned into his nightmare, but unfortunately it ended up being mine. But yeah, what's funny is you see how shallow that picture doesn't show it very well, but
That's
you see
shallow.
how shallow they bury that internet connection. It's literally underneath the sod. I don't think they try to dig, but unfortunately, that's right where all the pipes come out of my irrigation system.
That
And
looks
they
shallow.
He busted those pipes with a shovel.
I don't even
And he
think
put
that.
his line in.
I'm pretty sure that the pipes for your sprinklers aren't even far enough down. Those don't even look
No,
deep.
4 inches. They're barely 4 inches long. But yeah, the orange cord is the internet cable, and you can see where he busted it with a shovel and left it to me. So when they put your line in your yard, you need to be on them, watching like a hawk.
Okay. Andrew says he does a bit at the Washington Press Club, and it's prophetic about how Washington and the way the politicians and press manipulate language.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah, John knows how late I was up last night. Last night I fell asleep on the couch. I want to say it was around like 9 to 10-ish. I'm not sure, somewhere in that range. And I woke up at like, the standard 2 o'clock in the morning. It was crazy too, because I woke up, my neck hurt real bad. And I was like, well, yeah, because he sent me a message and I responded to him
How
at
would
2
you
a.m.
know? He slept right next to you?
Wait, no, he's in a
Yes,
different
Carter.
part of the world, man. He sends nighttime messages because that's when he's awake.
Oh, how cute.
Daytime for him.
You just don't want to send me messages, Yucca. That's your problem, not mine.
I sent you messages, but they get there like a year later. You said.
A year later?
They call you,
Oh.
the phone rings a day later.
Oh, yeah. That's yeah. I see what
We
you're
had an
saying.
earthquake yesterday.
Did like how big?
It was a 5.3.
That's decent.
Yeah, it was a rolling, and then it's weird because my phone started the alert, and then you felt the earthquake.
What do you mean? Your phone told you that the earthquake was coming?
Yeah.
Oh,
the
wow.
earthquake's coming, and then like 2 seconds later, I felt it.
I mean, 2
So
seconds
it's
is 2
working.
seconds. So, I mean, if you
2
if it woke
seconds
you up,
is like, yeah, you can get it'll wake you up.
yeah.
And then that was it. So we'll see the little one, and then the big one comes, right?
Well, maybe. Did you ever have you seen those safety beds, or I'm not sure what to call them? They're like life beds, life support beds.
I've seen those.
No.
Yeah, they're for like big buildings, or taller buildings ish, or maybe even apartment complexes of some sorts or another, where you might be on like a third floor or fourth floor. And what it does is when it detects a either fire or a earthquake type situation, it drops you into a recessed area underneath where your mattress is at. So your whole mattress drops down, and then it locks you inside of a case.
Shit.
Yeah,
Like a coffin.
like a
Like a
coffin.
steel coffin.
But you get like air supply and food supplies and water supplies that are all in there with it, so that you're ready to go for some period of time. And it's supposed to protect you against whatever happens. But I don't know how well that would work out. But
Yeah, you can't move around. What if you need to go to the restroom?
well, you have room. It does show you. It does like most. You need to look it up online and see it, because it does show you that you got room to move around. I don't know if I would necessarily trust it either, but in a home, I think I would. Or maybe even like a 2 or 3 story apartment complex, I think I would trust it. I don't know about fire. Fire seems awfully hot, and it would have to be sealed, I think, in a way to where I don't know how good the seal would be. But it's kind of cool. It's probably really costly though.
I don't trust it.
Yeah. I think it would definitely help in an earthquake type scenario where, if you didn't want to have like ceiling crashing down on you or something like that, it would help.
I think it will still collapse. What do you mean? It would be crushed like a sandwich.
It's a steel box. Like you're getting sealed inside of a steel box.
Yeah, it's designed to create a void for you to exist in until a recovery team can dig you out 2 days later.
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't. What about air?
Yeah, it's got air in it and
2
everything.
days?
Yeah.
It's for those who just want to sleep through the earthquake.
Sounds like it's like you're making it easier for them, so they just bury you with that. They're like, fucking this.
I mean, it might be.
Like a casket.
I know
man.
I know from experience that and not because I mean, I've lived through some earthquakes in California, some pretty bad ones, but I've never actually had to get out of a house before, but I don't think I could have. Even if I'd had even 2 seconds of advance warning, I don't think I could have gotten to any kind of safety.
Interesting.
Especially if you're on a third floor, like that's not how do you get down off a third floor real quick?
Why don't they just build these freaking buildings out of steel?
Some are.
That's it. That's all you got. Nothing. It's just gonna be moving around, but not gonna. You'll be fine.
Yeah, Japan's got a lot of earthquake prevention systems especially for like skyscrapers that keep them. They actually sway against the rocking motion, and it's pretty cool.
That's the trick. Is it allows it to roll with the punches instead of trying to remain fixed, where all that dynamic loading requires eventually things fail. Where if they let the building kind of shimmy and shake, it kind of dissipates all that energy. Pretty cool stuff. I looked into it a little bit. It's a rabbit hole you can go down.
Yep, kind of fun.
Yeah, I've seen. Japan is just crazy because they're on an island.
Mm-hmm.
You see you see the floor will start to open up, and then you see water coming out. That's the scary part. You're like, what the hell?
I feel like you just described Florida.
That too.
I've never seen. So the first time I ever went to Florida is when I first learned about the sinkholes that they have there, and literally, like I'm with a family that the Abramsons, family friends of her, and they start talking about this sinkhole that just opened up like a block away from where they live. I'm sitting there going like, they're like, oh yeah, the sinkholes will just swallow homes and stuff in the middle of the night, and I'm sitting there going like, what a I mean that gave me, as a child, that gave me kind of nightmares, because I was going like, you just die, you just
don't know.
Yeah, you just sinkholes everywhere. I'm like, what a place to live.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to live there.
It's true though. It's true. They had one guy, they were never able to recover his body. He's gone to this day. That's how deep the hole was. He was in his bed,
crazy.
swallowed up the bedroom, the bed, and him in it. It made the news some years ago.
I think, I think you need a casket for the sinkhole instead, and get a huge magnet to pull it up.
All I know is that scares me more than a tornado. The ground just opening up and swallowing you. I don't know what the deal is with that. That's messed up. You don't even get a chance. There's nothing. There's no fighting chance in that.
You're right.
Yeah, the tornado, you can at least try to get out of the way. You got some time. You know it's coming. I don't even know how you all live over in Florida with sinkholes, man. That's crazy.
Well, they're not. It's not like a statewide phenomenon. They're very localized. It has to do with limestone caves. Limestone's
Orlando
is in geology. It's kind of soft as far as the stones go. Limestone is a softer stone, and it erodes. And with the underground aquifers, Florida has some amazing underground rivers. Supplies so much fresh water to large parts of the country. But that's another story. But because of that, it creates those big voids underground, and sometimes some of them fail and collapse in.
Are we talking about Orlando area? Because I feel like that's where they were at, was Orlando.
I don't recall. I know the generalities about it, and I think some of it's around Big Bend, up around the Horseshoe area, but I might be wrong on that. I can't tell you where they're at. I just know they're. For instance, to my knowledge, there's not a single sinkhole in the Panhandle. I don't think there's a sinkhole down in Key West and down around the Everglades, because I don't think they have the substrate of limestone there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it requires those underground caverns and caves of sand I said sandstone. I meant to say limestone. Yeah, that would create some anxiety for some people that live in those areas, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But is that any different? Is that any different than living in a beautiful $2 million chalet under the Alps with your skis and your snow skis and all that, and then having a massive avalanches? Probably the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't live there.
Yep.
Teresa says,
live in the Philippines or anywhere out in the Pacific where they have the giant tsunamis and tidal waves. Every area is going to come with its own perils. Teresa's an ugly place.
Teresa says, I'm born and raised in Central Florida and never worried about a sinkhole swallowing me, but I do worry about tornadoes from time to time.
Yeah. Yep.
That's Bruno, by the way, in the background. It's not me. Teresa says also, I think I have more chance winning the lottery than swallowed by a sinkhole. Well, I mean, I kind of feel the same way about like hurricanes. I'm not afraid of hurricanes at all. Earthquakes never really scared me too much because I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, I guess maybe it's because I was born and raised in the West Coast, or not born, raised in the West Coast, and so therefore I guess it just didn't impact me because we just lived through. Right? I mean, Yucca, you weren't afraid of a 5.6, right? I would assume.
Nah.
Yeah, you just kind of like yawned and went like, "Oh, again."
Yeah, no, I was like, okay, is there another one coming? You wait a few minutes, you open the door, you become alert,
put
your shoes on, and that's it. When you're just waiting, you're like, okay, nothing really can happen at the moment.
I think we always would run outside and see how far the pool was splashing over.
Oh, yeah.
That was always the fun part for us was, is this one going to get the water out of the pool? That was the big part. You knew it was a big one if the water was splashing.
I would argue that hurricanes are similar to forest fires. The devastation is total and indisputable, but you get a huge warning. You can get in your car and drive away from a hurricane. Modern weather predictions, there's absolutely no reason to drown in a hurricane, none whatsoever. Get in your damn car, go somewhere for 3 days. Same with a forest fire. Unless you're in a unique situation, forest fires, you know it's coming. And if you're not smart enough to get your family album and your birth certificates and get out of town and turn your horses loose, then it's on you. But a hurricane, or excuse me, your earthquakes, I think that would present a challenge in terms of sneaking up on you, and that would unnerve me a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I was just asked by Dog Mom about a green cloud. Yes, we are heading for a green cloud, and this is what I was kind of mentioning today earlier. Was we really didn't want to see price dropping too much below base, which was at 501. We now have price dropping below that, and so that's got the lagging line below price line. So there's a good chance here that we may see price drop below this green cloud at 479, 480 ish. Which definitely heralds in the idea that, like I was mentioning to you guys earlier today, is that there's a chance we might see a 2 o'clock drop in the market today or thereabouts. In fact, if I pull up, what was the time frame I have here? Hold on a second. Yeah, we're inside my box right now, which started at 11 o'clock this morning to 2300 tonight. On seeing the market have another event similar to what we saw on Monday. So, or Sunday night, I should say.
But didn't they say Japanese? Didn't they say they weren't going to do anything because they know they could harm the economy?
The interest rate that they increased by was enough to cause an event that occurred that has not unraveled itself completely. So, what I'm trying to tell you is there's still more to come from what they already did. The damage they did on the 31st is still unfolding. It's not over.
So I thought they had reversed.
I have not heard that yet. I've heard rumors that they were talking about
I've heard
taking back the 25 basis point increase that they had on the 31st, but I've not seen it actually. I haven't seen a publication anywhere that's shown that yet. So we'll see. But anyways, you're not wrong, Dog Mom, for I can't tell you in regards to a good buying opportunity. That's always your choice. That's not mine. The 4-hour chart in here, as I had mentioned to you guys on several occasions, had two different spikes of green in here. And obviously there's the smaller spike of green, which was signaling for some volatility down. And we got that volatility down, and it's very quickly returned back up. Then we've got this spike in green showing up here, and that's gonna also be another volatility period of time, and price is probably gonna drop down. And I kind of mentioned to you guys that I think before the end of this week is over, this is of course Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. By the end of this week, we should be seeing price closing to break through this red cloud somewhere between that 495 to 515 range. And so I think we're gonna get these. There's signs in the marketplace that are telling you what's coming. They're there. They're all over the place. So you just got to look. And sometimes it's on individual stocks. Sometimes it's on individual time intervals. Sometimes it's on and this is one of those cases here where you're seeing on an individual time interval where the market's already showing you what's going to happen in the future. And so you just kind of be prepared. Know it's coming. There's going to be.
I just happened to see a banner on the TV that says today at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That would put it lunchtime for you and I. Jamie Dimon's going to be doing a live interview on CNBC.
Okay.
I know he's one of the most powerful bankers in the world. It might be interesting to see what he has to say, if people care to listen. If not,
lie to us.
Unfortunately, CNBC is not going to be something I don't think that I can pick up. But if you can pick it up, I don't mind listening through whatever device it is.
Yeah, we might do that. Yeah. MSNBC, CNBC. It's on the cable networks. I don't know.
I don't have access to that, unfortunately.
I may be able to turn the TV up loud enough for the microphone to pick it up. That would probably be the closest I could come.
How's manufacturing and international trade? Let's see. Did we get? We had the trade deficit reporting today. Oh no, that was yesterday. Consumer credit was today. We've got initial jobless claims tomorrow. Wholesale inventories tomorrow. Yeah, I don't. Let me see here. Donna, I don't have any. Let me see something real quick here. A lot of those numbers come out next week, I think. Yeah. I think a lot of the numbers that you're looking for come out next week. Which, by the way, a lot of people were suggesting that maybe that's when we really start seeing the big swing. Like this, if you want to we'll go back to earthquakes here. Like the Sunday night, Monday morning was just kind of like the precursor to a larger move that's going to happen. And so if that's the case, and I'm not sure. Maybe they're going to wait until they see some reports that come through that are bad and use that as a signal to be able to move the market. Robert says, question about the poll, is this regarding a personal check or business check? We'll say personal. I know it makes a big difference.
Come on, Robert. How many grandmas are cutting business checks for birthdays?
We'll say personal. All right, I got to go to break. I'm leaving late now, and so I'm going to get less of a time. Donnie, you're welcome. I will leave you guys back here in the back of the Big Tramp to discuss. You want music to go with your talking?
If you want me to turn up the volume on the TV so we can hear Jamie Demon speak, it might be beneficial to not have music.
Okay.
If you want me to experiment with that, I don't know if it's even going to work, but we'll try that. So I would think that. But I'm here to please the masses. I serve at the pleasure of the president. So whatever you guys want is fine with me.
I'll be back at 12:10. Just if you're going to play the Jamie Demon thing, do throw
in and out.
throw a
Talk
voice.
over it.
Yeah, say something every once in a while over. Yeah, just in case. Because if I'm not here to monitor,
I don't know if I can do that. KC. I never have much to say.
Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. I will see you guys in a bit.
Right on, dude. Off you go.
All right. Bye.
Your choice is simple. Join us and live in peace, or pursue your present course and face obliteration.
Censored content. How you doing, buddy? How's the? I'm boycotting the Olympics. I'm boycotting the Olympics. I'm boycotting the Olympics, but I'm sure you're watching. How's the Canadians doing? In the
we don't
the
have
Olympics?
earthquakes where I live, and we don't have sinkholes.
No, you just have winters that go to like 40 below zero from time to time. That counts.
Tornado once in a while, but I mean, you know when that's going to happen because like there's clouds and stuff.
Yeah, I seem to remember you telling us that you had to start your car like every 2 hours, or else it wouldn't start in the morning. That's cold, so that qualifies as
that was
that
like
qualifies. Yeah.
I think I did that for like 4 days in a row. I had to go out and just start it up and let it run for a while.
I want to do an experiment here while it's real quiet, censor content. I'm going to turn my TV volume up before they start this interview and just let the talking heads blather and let me know if it's acceptable as far as comms go, or if it's going to be a waste of time to try to do this. So stand by here.
think, for the market is to figure out exactly how much was just a positioning shock and a complete sort of risk-off portfolio move that basically concentrated positions got blown out, and how much of it is a necessary rethink of, what probability are we talking about in terms of soft versus hard landing? Exactly what
is that coming through?
Labor market
Yeah, it's coming through. Probably maybe just a little lower. It's kind of loud.
Okay,
At
because
least
my
on the
wife
Discord.
just gave me the stink eye and said it's too loud. So you guys
Yeah.
went.
really quickly until you.
I was afraid that it wouldn't come through at
Coming
all.
through
But
fine on the stream
I
too.
think, it's all the above, really.
You can still go lower.
We're sitting here wondering what the
more.
Perfect.
what that report last Friday really
Perfect.
means. Was it
That's incredible because that's like right at the range that I would listen to it in this room. I can't believe this microphone's that sensitive. Okay, I'll put it on pause here. We'll give it a go. I think in about 15 minutes, Jamie Demon's going to come on here, and I'm sure that somebody has got him coming out here today to act as some sort of a cheerleader for the economy.
Yeah, and your voiceover is perfectly matched, so it sounds pretty good.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Hey,
the feedback.
Pirate.
Yes.
I'm going to try an experiment here. I'm going to share my screen. And I actually have it on my computer, MSNBC or CNBC. So we'd actually get the video in the Discord as well.
Oh, by all means, let it rip. Now, will that play? Yeah, the sound will play through so that the people who don't have Discord, that works. That's even better. Yeah.
Let's experiment here. I'm going to.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. I gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun and say yeah?
Yay!
Say it's probably tough to get back to peak valuations at record levels really quickly until you start to get some resolution along the way about those questions. I think, it's all the above, really, right? We're always multiple. We're sitting here wondering what the labor market, what that report last Friday.
Is that showing up to you guys?
Yep, showing up and sounding clear.
Friday really means. Was it
Yeah, that's a win there. You need to do that.
Now, can they hear it in on the live stream?
Time to get out.
Can you verify that?
Formulated to give your dog.
Yeah. You guys can tell me if they're seeing it in the chat or hearing it in the chat.
To discover and take on the wild in the wilderness.
You can hear it in the live stream.
With grains or grain free.
And where to go?
I'm going to mute it for now since it's a commercial. My screen, it says your stream is still running. We've paused this preview to save your resources, but I'm assuming you're still seeing it.
Built to be unstoppable. The Kia Sorento X-Pro and Turbo Hybrid. Kia. Movement that inspires.
You all still hearing it and seeing it?
Please benefit. Why do we spend so much time designing and refining, creating the control and the feel that defines electric performance?
JMC said I can barely hear it, but maybe it's just me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the video played in on the live stream for YouTube, but I think the sound came through. But it's still better because at least the people that are on Discord can see his mannerisms and his body language, even if the people on YouTube can't. But as long as everybody gets to hear, I think it's a win. Donna Mingus says barely hear, can't see it. See, I don't know. I don't think this sound is going through Papa Mac. I think the only sound that's being transmitted is what's being picked up by your mic, your voice mic. So I don't. Yeah.
I got you. So I would either. Can you hear me now?
You left. Yeah, you'd either have to turn the sound up on it real loud so that Donna and them can hear, or we'd have to go back to what I was doing, just turning it up on the television in the room.
Well, now here's another experiment. I got it louder this time. It's a commercial at the moment, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not getting anything, Mac. I don't hear anything at all.
Well, it's a commercial. They don't have any sound.
Oh, okay. I thought they were playing a commercial, and it was.
We're back. Lilly is gearing up for earnings tomorrow before the bell. Shares down 15% in a month. So, Joe, you own it. Give us your take.
Just bought it back into the ETF last Wednesday. So the stock is under pressure. It's approaching the 200-day moving average, which it hasn't done recently. And Novo Nordisk.
Yeah, that's plenty loud. That's plenty loud right there, Papa Mac. That'll work. I just muted everything and listened on my iPad, so Donna and the rest of them should be here. There you go. JMC says perfect as well. So we are good to go, people.
When you talk about consumer strength,
You want me to pause the audio for now?
Yeah, just pause it until Jamie Don. We don't care to hear these nitwits.
that factor into the health of the consumer now?
All right.
There you go, people. We are green for launch. I mean, it all may be for nothing. It might be the same old bullshit. A bunch of vague platitudes and talking points. You know, everything's fine.
Pretty sure it'll be the same old bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
We got
I recently switched over to YouTube TV. Our local cable company going out of business, so we had to do something. So, but it's kind of nice because it's super easy to stream it on my computer, my phone, my TVs.
Yeah, yeah, very nice indeed.
And it's half the price of what I was paying, so it was a win-win-win.
Yeah, that's why we had, you hear me crying the blues about my irrigation problems, but Mrs. Pirate went through and she really did a complete revamp of all our tech around here. She eliminated the bullshit. We were incredibly overpaying for movie channels and cable TV and all that. And she got rid of a lot of stuff and transferred our phones over, and it ended up with superior service and a net savings for us. So she did hook us up here.
I think we were paying $132 for our TV, that stuff that we were getting, and with YouTube TV it's $75, and we're not missing any channels that we wanted. So
yeah, Andrew Morgan said the fact that he was sent out or feels the need to spend is not a good sign. Exactly, Andy. That was my point. Pardon me. Didn't mean to cough in your ear. The fact that he's out here, 2 days after this event in Japan, talking, that says something right there, regardless of whatever comes out of his pie hole. The fact that he's out here today is telling. For those of you who are listeners only, AMC just made a new intraday low of $4.87. Say again, $4.86. And correspondingly, we have GameStop at $20.95. Both of them appear to be in a downtrend at the moment. I know I may from time to time sound like I spit those numbers out too often. Be patient with me. Those are for my brethren out there in the trucking industry and rolling up and down the highway, and who don't have the ability to participate other than listening. So cut me a little latitude on that so that we can help those guys out. Oh, I don't know about all that, MB. I'm just, this Casey's got a garage band here. I'm just a guy that shows up with my microphone, and he allows me to sing along from time to time. But I appreciate the compliment. But I'm no better off than any of these other guys that are coming together in this garage band to try to make a little music day to day. K-Dub says, I honestly believe the powers that be know the problem is so big, they just ignore it and figure they can do this indefinitely. Only thing I would say to that, K-Dub, is that with the indefinitely part, I think they're well aware that sooner or later, all things must, you have to balance things out. Nothing goes on forever. Oh, MB says he's one of the truckers I was talking. We're right on then. I salute you, my friend. I've been known to spend a few hours grinding the gears myself long ago, and long distance past. But yeah, drivers of all sorts forever hold an elevated position in my mind. I have fed my family more than one meal from sitting behind the wheel. I had a nice little rhyme set up there for you, but I fumbled the ball on that one. Well, it would appear for the moment that all the major indices are in the green. I won't bore you with the endless details of the percentages and numbers, but it would look, for the most part, other than the Russell 2000, the rest are trending for the moment green and up. And it looks like gold is up, but silver's down. And so there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of drama. Bitcoin is at 56,158 and falling. If you're involved in the Bitcoin trade, take note of that.
Getting back to this, I'm just thinking through the audio thing here. When I play this to the people on Discord, you're seeing the video and hearing the audio from that video, or you're not, it's just the people on the stream that are kind of hearing it through my microphone. Is that correct?
No.
So you hear the audio?
I have two separate computers set up. I have a desktop set up that I run Discord on. So I see the same page that everybody else sees, all the little faces.
Yeah.
When you play the video, it shows up there on Discord, just like when KC shares his stream. I got to click on a button that says watch stream, and then it will show your CNBC, your TV channel. But even if I don't do that, the sound is still being transmitted to the YouTube channel. So the YouTube participants, the people who are in the chat and all that, they can hear, they just can't see the video.
Yeah. I'm just saying on the for the folks in Discord, are you getting audio cleanly from the actual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Cleanly. Yep.
Yep.
It's clean audio on both ends, whether it's Discord or coming through YouTube. They both sounded great.
I think the YouTube people are getting it through my desktop microphone, but the Discord people are actually getting it played through the YouTube.
And that's entirely possible. That's entirely possible because my microphone was picking it up from a TV across the room.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, very nice. Man, you got to adapt and overcome. It is
they're going to have to get up
warrior
earlier than this to fool us apes.
Yeah, exactly.
Harold and the Purple Crayon. No idea what that one's about, tech, but I've been seeing a ton of advertising for it. It still don't quite get what it's all about, but
Jeffrey Jones says that the implied volatility percentages on AMC is incredibly low. Says he's been buying in the money calls for 2026.
Hey, to the interview site. They'll have an exclusive conversation coming up in just a little bit on the exchange. Don't want to miss that. Don't want to miss closing bell either. Given this price action in the market right now, it could be a very interesting final hour. I hope you'll join me then. Anastasia Amoroso, Ryan Dietrich will be with me. Chris Heisey, Rich Saperstein, Mike Mayo is going to react to what Diamond says and what those stocks have been doing lately too. So I hope you'll join me then. Let's do some finals. Farmer Jim.
Amazon. If I liked this a few weeks ago at 195, I love it at 165, and 1/4 doesn't change my thesis.
Thank you very much for that, Carrie Firestone. It's good. Again, it's good to have you back.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
I would say Nextera is attractive here. So it's utility plus. It has a sustainable energy business.
the interview, but still, yeah.
It's very, very clear. If anything, it might be just a tiny bit loud, but that could just be me. I have the ability to turn down my microphones just on my headset alone. But I don't know if anyone else cares to share thoughts on it. But if that's how we spend the next 30 minutes, certainly acceptable.
Here's what's ahead.
Yeah, they just showed a picture of Jamie Dimon walking off of his bus. I guess he's entering the studios. He's at Kansas City, Missouri. And I'll quit talking here and let Papa Matt can turn this on, and maybe they'll get this thing started.
Look at his.
And NASDAQ respectively, as yields rebound from recent turbulence today. All of that volatility is creating a lot of opportunity, our market guests say. They tell us where they're putting money to work and which stocks and bonds they're buying. We also have a name under pressure on the back of earnings that's been called a top pick. And it's a niche labor market trade. If you think you can guess the mystery, at Kelly CNBC, the name and the CEO are coming your way. First, let's start with the markets, though, and Dom Chu with the numbers as we retrace some of the big sell-offs.
Yes, we were getting some news here. If you want to put it like that, is we are tilting towards losing momentum throughout the course of the day. We have the Dow Industrials up about 99 points, 1/4% gain, 39,099 the last trade. The bigger S&P 500, the market cap weighted index, 5268. It's a 0.5% gain, very respectable, up 28 points. But that's right near the lows of the session. At the lows, we were up about 25 points. At the highs, we were up 90 handles on the S&P. So that gives you an idea. Still positive, but towards the lower end of the range so far midday trading. The NASDAQ composite, 16,466, up roughly 100 points, about 0.5% gains there as well. So let's take stock of the last week and the volatility that Kelly mentioned. If you look at the large cap index, ETF, the S&P 500 Spider, it's down 4.5%. The QQQ tracks the NASDAQ 100, down 6%, and the small cap Russell 2000 ETF, ticker IWM, is down roughly 9%. It has been an underperformer, and throughout the course of this week, even with the bounce back that we've seen, small caps continue to underperform. That yellow line, the larger cap tech and the broader larger cap indices, it is something to pay attention to only because a lot has been made of the broadening of the rally and whether or not we could see a bigger bounce back in some of those small cap names. We haven't seen it quite yet, so keep an eye on those small cap stocks and their underperformance, at least short term. And then to the positive side of things, we want to accentuate the positive a little bit here. Check out shares of Shopify, the Canadian-based e-commerce platform company. This is the company a lot of online merchants use to power.
It's so crazy. This guy says broadening of the rally.
Big earnings beat. Also, the forecast for the current quarter better than some expectations, and gross merchandise volume. That's how much stuff they sell on the platforms that are powered by Shopify. Actually grew more than some analysts had estimated. So, as a read on the consumer, it may not be end all be all, but it's certainly something positive, at least for now, that some traders, Kelly, can hang their hats on. I'll send things back over to you.
I'm glad you highlighted that one, Dom, especially after the volatility it's had this year. Big upside day, Dom Chu. Stocks do continue to pair losses from Monday's sell-off, with the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P only down about 1% on the week now. My next guest says volatility is creating some new opportunities in equities and in bonds. Joining me, Emily Lavelle is portfolio manager at Thornburg Investment Management, and Andrew.
This is shit that torques me off. Nobody's tuned in to see Emily. She needs to take her dumb ass on somewhere. They told everybody that Jamie Dimon would be on at 1 o'clock Eastern time, and they got this fucking twat on there. Drives me nuts.
I just
We'll see,
sent
Papa
some
Mac.
for her.
Yeah, it could be the way these assholes work. It could be 15 minutes. So
I'll be like the mainstream media, and I just censor them.
yeah, exactly. Be fun. Let's keep an eye out to see if we have any kind of dramatic changes based off of anything that Jamie Dimon shares. It's uncomfortable, but it's true. He's the kind of guy that can move markets. Any particular sentence from him could signal any manner of wild shit to take off. No guarantee, no promises that'll happen, but
Pirate.
Be fun to watch for. Yes, sir. What's up, Yuck?
I think he's coming on because he's noticed maybe a change in investor, like his investors, like maybe they're trying to pull out, and he's trying to calm the waters down.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would agree with you, Yucca. They're sending him out to be a cheerleader. That he is. This is Kevin Bacon at the end of Animal House when the parade erupts into a riot and Kevin Bacon's flailing his arms about, screaming, all is well, remain calm. He's Jamie Dimon. If what I expect is going to happen, that's exactly what we're going to see, my friend.
Yep. It's a different generation. You know, people nowadays are not holding long. Any little red, they'll start to pull out of the markets, which makes sense.
UConn said, if we need yet another reason to hate billionaire Ken Griffin, that he's apparently they're making news that Ken Griffin is making a major push to defeat a ballot amendment, an initiative, if you will, that seeks to legalize recreational marijuana use in Florida for Bloomberg. Yeah. Just one more reason to hate that bastard, UConn. Once again, we've achieved another intraday low. We hit $4.85 just 2 minutes ago with AMC. And in concert with that, GameStop has fallen to $20.77. I'll take that, Andy. I'll take that. No argument from me.
Said Jamie Dimon was in Kansas City Pirate.
Yeah, I think he's in close proximity to you. Maybe you should go remote. Maybe you should grab your cell phone and your car keys and see if you can't buttonhole him. See if you can't corner him coming out of that studio and ask him, put him on the spot, man.
Actually, Missouri's kind of a big state, and I'm on the opposite end. So I'm on the Mississippi River. He's on the opposite side of the state, but that's close to the headquarters of AMC. Do you think maybe he's playing pickleball with Adam Aaron today?
I mean, we can pitch in and pay the speeding tickets. If you can get there by driving fast, we can probably pick up some of the slack for you.
Normally about a 4.5, 5 hour drive. So
Yeah, it's probably a no-go then. It was a good idea.
I don't know if you saw yesterday, Missouri, we had our elections, and one of the squad members got defeated in her primary.
Oh, really? Which one was that?
One out of St. Louis. Forget her name.
Nice. Good.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Bastards, man. They fucking lied to me. Motherfuckers.
Says next, CNB NBC exclusive, Jamie Dimon. Coming up next. I've been saying that for 30 minutes now.
Andrew Morgan said Corey Bush. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. That was another one that got sent packing.
Yep.
And the country's better for it. You know?
Good question, Jeffrey.
Attendees said Corey Bush is an ordained minister. Yeah, unfortunately, these days it doesn't mean much. Attendees. I think he's being facetious. He said, "Swear to God." You know, Jim Jones, who led the mass suicide of all those people, he was an ordained minister as well. You know?
Jeffrey said, "Why can't we see media currently interviewing Kamala? I know it used to be hiding Biden. Can we say where is Harris? Can we say it that way? Get that trending on Twitter. Where is Harris?"
I'm gonna give KC the respect that he's due on his stream, and you know I love it. There's nothing I'd rather. Sometimes I want to have a stream dedicated to nothing but politics, but for us here, we need to try to stay a united front and remain on amicable terms, so we can remain united in our efforts to support AMC. And the last thing we would want is our differing opinions on politics to drive us apart. So, having said that, I hope everyone here that's heard me anyway. Oh yeah, here we go.
For your interview with JP Morgan Chase Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon, take it away.
Kelly, there is no place like home, especially when we are, yes, here on a soccer stadium that the Mahomes co-own, actually, that JP Morgan Finance is for the women's soccer team, the current, here in Kansas City. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. This is your 14th annual bus tour. This time you're visiting 6 Midwestern states. What are your key takeaways so far?
Yeah, so first, welcome everybody. Thrilled to be here. And, you know, America's alive and well. there's entrepreneurs everywhere. People are optimistic. They're growing. They're expanding, building stadiums. There's technology in just about every city we do, wherever we go. And on society's problems, it's quite uplifting to travel through, the heartland and see all the wonderful things that are taking place there.
And Kelly mentioned that you have a branch strategy where you're opening more in the Midwest, more in smaller cities, more rural areas, in order to have more reach for the U.S. population. How does that play a role into this year's Best Tour?
Yeah, it does. So I was so happy we go from 28 states to 48. So we're now in all 48. And so we're opening, and here I think we have almost 40 branches. We started only a couple of years ago. But we do have a new strategy effectively by rural, which is be in every state to be within a drive called 15 or 20 minutes of 50% of the population. So to serve more, we call the rural community. But I think for the person on the TV, it's not just the branches, because people focus on that. We go in the branch, we come in with small business, more.
I can't remember the last time I saw the president, CEO of a bank this large go on a bus tour.
Commercial
That's
banking,
crazy.
Investment banking, and then we also bank stadiums, sports, governments, city, states, schools, hospitals, and we bring in all the things we do for the disadvantaged community, the Black community, the Hispanic community, LGBT, other communities like veterans, disabled, jobs. So we bring the full force of JP Morgan into a state and a city, and it's just wonderful to watch. And we're just part of we make the investments that create the jobs, that help the business create the jobs that build communities. And so we're just part of this wonderful American economic ecosystem.
Well, speaking of jobs, this has been a pretty remarkable week in the markets where we've seen exceptional volatility. What do you see as the key driver, and do you think that volatility continues?
Yeah, but markets fluctuate, and I think people overreact a little bit to the daily fluctuation of the market, and sometimes it's for good reason, sometimes it's virtually no reason. And you saw this one; it came way down and went way back up, and but people are projecting, and when they project forward, it affects the markets. We don't know if there's going to be a soft landing, a hard landing, and all the things in between. I've always been a little skeptical that it'll be soft. On the other hand, I'm hoping it's soft, and so you'll see this go up or down. But the important thing I always tell people, it's a little bit, you don't know what it's going to be, and as a business, you have to prepare for all different potential outcomes and just invest continuously. And whatever happens, American society will get through this easily. Other than geopolitics, I know we're going to speak about a little bit later, and I was with Warren Buffett yesterday, and we always talk about the resiliency of America. It is extraordinary, and it's in these towns. It's in the universities. It's in the businesses. It's in the governments. They're always looking for ways to improve our lot in life.
Now, you mentioned kind of the probability of a soft landing. I know that last time we sat down about 6 months ago, back in February, you pegged the odds of a soft landing at about of what the market was pricing in. The market was pricing in about 70 to 80% at the time. So by that math, you predicted about a 35 to 40% chance of a soft landing. Given what we've seen with the data, the jobs report last week and some of the other data in the last few days, do you still expect about a 35 to 40% chance of a soft landing, or do you think it's less than that?
Yeah, about the same. I mean, first of all, it's always good to look at the odds of what you think as opposed to get set and say that's the one thing that's going to happen. And there's always a large range of outcomes, and we will all get through that. And so I'm really optimistic that we have a mild recession, even a harder one, will be okay. Of course, I'm very sympathetic to people who lose their jobs. You don't want a hard landing, and so. But there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and I've always pointed to geopolitics. I also think the deficits, the spending, the quantitative tightening, the elections, all these things cause some consternation in markets, and so we'll have to wait and see. Does inflation really get back to 2%? I'm a little bit of a skeptic on that too, and I don't look as much at the short-term data as about the things that are inflationary but are in the future: deficit spending, green economy, remilitarization of the world, and they haven't really happened yet, but they are going to happen, and they're not deflationary.
Given that prediction, I know that JP Morgan economists are expecting now a 50
2 times. He said,
and November.
no matter what happens, we're going to be okay.
Do you think if the Fed were to do that, it would be a mistake given some potential enduring effects of inflation?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, I don't think it matters as much as other people think. The rate effect itself isn't that critical. Obviously, psychologically, there'd be a lot of chatter about what does it mean? What are they thinking? Are things getting bad? So, and maybe that psychological will affect the economy. But I also remind people every day, 325 million Americans go to work, go to their jobs, take care of their families, take care of their kids, build out their house, change a job. And it could be affected by the Fed changing rates by 50 basis points. I don't think so. So if they do it, I'm sure they have good reason to do it, and I'll rely on what their instincts. So I do expect they'll probably do it soon, but they've seen more negative data than they had expected. But it goes back to expectations. All the expectations have been wrong too. So just always keep that in the back of your mind.
If they were to cut by that magnitude, though, does that risk more of a stagflationary environment, which is something you've been warning about?
No. I mean, stagflation would be a recession with a little bit of inflation. So I think what they do in the short run may or may not directly affect that. Obviously, all things being equal, it reduces the chance or the depth of a recession, but I don't know if it affects really what might happen down the road in terms of stagflation.
One of the big concerns that the market has is the state of the consumer, and you have an unparalleled look where you sit at JP Morgan Chase on the health of the consumer. I know that you've been setting aside an additional $2 billion reserves this year for credit card in particular. What do you see with regard to the health of the consumer, and does that credit card reserve build indicate that maybe consumers are a bit more stretched and are spending more on credit?
Yeah, no. So the consumer, there's a lot of data there, which even anyone kind of get. We gave $6 trillion out during COVID and another $4 trillion out after COVID in terms of deficit. It ended up in people's pockets through multiple programs, PPP, EIDL, some went to states, some went to cities, and that money ended up in checking accounts. On the consumer side, think of their checking accounts doubled. Since then, they've been spending it down. Even when it's done being spent down, it doesn't mean it's recessionary. It just means that if they have to go back to prior spending, it'll drop the GDP a little bit. But what you've seen in the market with consumers, the bottom 50% of income, they've spent it down. So they're doing what we call normal behavior, substitution. If they have an extra expense, they might do a gig job for a weekend, do something cheaper, less going out. The top 50% still have some extra. That extra will probably be gone at the end of this year, but they're still spending it, travel, restaurants.
Those of you who just tuned in, that's Jamie Dimon, the CEO.
Losses and other losses, they basically normalized. That's all it was. They were they were normal would be 3.5% credit card losses. I would have told you the lowest they're going to get would be 2.5. They got to like 1.75 or something. They've normalized. But having normalized doesn't mean they can't go worse from here. But there it depends on jobs, confidence, jobs. And so when you watch the job numbers, unemployment basically drives a lot of the underlying consumer credit. And remember, the consumer has a lot of value in their homes. Stock prices are up, jobs are plentiful, and wages have been going up at the low end, which I think is a very good thing for the people at the low end. They didn't get a pay raise for 30 years. So I know a lot of business people look at that and it makes it hard to do business, but I think it's an important thing that we try to lift up incomes at the lower end too.
And in your estimation, a normalized credit picture does not indicate we are in a recession right now.
Not at all. But I said it could get worse, but right now it's just normal.
Right now, we are not in a recession. Let's turn to politics if we can, because you had an op-ed last week in the Washington Post where you called for unity and you called for restoring faith in America again. In the op-ed, you did not endorse a candidate. Do you think now that we've seen the tickets settled as of yesterday in terms of president, VP for each of the major parties, do you think both of those tickets?
Let's see how he manages this question.
I don't know, and I hope they do. I hope everybody does. It's in the middle, kind of currently going at all. Is in the middle of a book about Ike Eisenhower, written by his granddaughter, who runs the Eisenhower Institute, about how Ike led. And it goes through. He got the most professional people, the best and the brightest, experience from everywhere. He had people in his cabinet from different parties, and he wanted to get policy right. And he made them work, by the way, like kind of like a business. Like, let's get the facts, let's do the analysis, let's figure out what policy that actually works. He also met with the opposition leaders, it said weekly for lunch or dinner, which I think politicians should do. And if you and I disagree about any issue out there, I still would like to sit down with you and try to understand you, your family, your goals, your objectives. You aren't immoral because you think something different than I think. And, democracy by its nature is compromise. So get the best people, figure out what you can get done. It's not about you. It's not about party. It's about country and constitution. And yeah, I hope that is. I hope other voices come behind and, support the idea that is what politics should be doing. It's become a little bit, not for everybody. A lot of them are that way. When I go to DC, when you see people on TV, sometimes it's Michael Johnson calls them the show horses, not the workhorses. But there are a lot of workhorses there who want to get stuff done. And then maybe they need a little help to get citizens to say, no, we'd like to see you compromise. We want to see you sit down and come up with programs for education and immigration and taxation and regulation that will foster a healthier America.
Yeah, she asked him who he would support, and he refused to answer. He's a smart guy. He's too smart to answer that question.
President should put the most talented people, including those from business in the opposite party, into their cabinet. If asked by either cabinet, would you serve in their cabinet?
I love what I do.
Ooh.
Get to do these bus trips. We lift up consumers. We lift up disadvantaged. We lift up businesses, schools, cities, states, hospitals. This is what I love doing. This is what I'm going to continue doing.
In your latest investor day, though, you did say that the timeline is no longer 5 years, indicating that there is a shorter timeline by which you would potentially leave the firm.
Well, eventually I have to leave. I mean, I know that we got great people out there. We have a hit by the bus successor, Daniel Pinto. You know a lot of the other people and how exceptional they are. When I say exceptional, it's also their heart, their curiosity, the respect they engender from our employees, from our customers, which I feel great about. But even when I'm done with CO, I might be chairman for a year or two. It depends totally up to the board at that point. So I have a while to go before I'm out of the company. And so I am just so proud of the company. It's amazing what it does around the world.
Former President Trump said that he would consider you if he were to win as Treasury Secretary. Is that something that you've had discussions about? Is that something you would consider doing?
I am very happy what I'm doing. I could say it over and over, but I'm very happy doing what I'm doing.
So that would be a no to President Trump.
Very happy to do what I'm doing.
You notably did not endorse a specific candidate in this op-ed. Is there one side that you are leaning toward this election cycle?
Well, I wouldn't answer that question. And if I am going to do something like that, I will do it and explain to people why. But I'm not going to do anything right now.
Let's talk about AI, because the firm has 2,000 AI and machine learning experts and data scientists, 400 use cases in production. Feel free to update my numbers here if they're stale. A newly created position of Chief Data and Analytics Officer who sits on your operating committee. What are you most excited about in terms of use cases for AI that are being deployed at this point in time within JP Morgan?
So just to give a little bit broader picture, we've been doing it now for 10 or 12 years, and we had a department years ago. But technology changed the world. I mean, it's why we're living longer. It's, I think AI is going to cure cancer. But look, the world today is very different than it was 100 years ago, 200 years, because of technology. Do technologies have bad outcomes? Yeah, planes crash and pharmaceuticals are misused. So I think bad guys are already using AI, but the good stuff, we have 2,000 people, 400 use cases, probably 450 today. My guess will be the next time we meet, it'll be 800, and it won't be 2,000 people, it'll be 3,000 people, 4,000 people, and it's AI/machine learning and data. And inside the company, every part of the company has a mirror. So credit card, consumer, sales and trading, commercial banking, investment banking. So, and they are deploying AI pretty much at scale for risk, fraud, marketing, customer service, errors, offers, and it's just going to get better. And we want to make it great for customers that they are really being treated properly. I think everyone's going to have like a co-pilot on your shoulder. You're going to have one. You wake up and you're going to be told that someone gave a speech, or here's what you should think about, and here's the weather in the drive-in, and here's all these various things. It'll take notes for you. So if you're interviewing someone, you have to take notes, and it may prompt you to say, ask about X. And so everyone has that. May very well reduce some jobs. It'll increase other jobs. Just like cars did that, and the steam engine did that, the internet did that. So society will be better off. If for some reason, and I do think it'll be regulated, and obviously we'll have to, and hopefully it's properly regulated, but and they should, make sure we protect, particularly from things like misinformation. I think there are things which are quite dangerous for society, and we should be very thoughtful how we deal with that.
Misinformation and fraud, of course, within the banking system.
Well, yeah, and we're very good at that. I mean, we're experts at that, and we use it for fraud. In fact, some of these fraud costs have been coming down over time, and we do a million things to try to stop all that kind of stuff. But I think the biggest one, immediate, would be political misinformation. So, like near the end of a campaign, fake ads, fake people, fake statements, fake news. Trying to go a state one way or the other. We have to be very careful about that.
Yeah. Very important.
Yes.
As we had mentioned, you've been traveling the country. You've been traveling the Midwest over the last few days. How do you think Middle America perceives the economy right now? And do you think it's the same as what you hear on the coasts?
Yeah. Well, I think the coasts maybe don't fully understand. I think all the people on the coast should take bus trips through Middle America to understand where these people are, how they think, and what they're doing. And they're not, you don't get this terrible view of America. It's unbelievable. You visit this company, RNGV, with me today. They're building, trucks being used in, construction sites, et cetera. They're profitable. They're going to expand. It's unbelievable. And they're just two guys who started this. I think they said 2015. And so it makes you very optimistic. However, is not one America. You know, I would acknowledge, in my op-ed, I said we should acknowledge the flaws. And the flaws are extensive. Affordable housing, immigration, certain regulation, work skills. You heard it today. How it's important to get these kids out of community colleges with certificates that count for college degrees that give them jobs making $65,000 a year. But if you want to look at the part of society who didn't do well, take the bottom 20% or so, who earns less than $20 an hour. Their income didn't go up for 20 or 30 years. And you're not going to fix that if we're just yelling at each other. And they also, by the way, are dying younger. Their health is worse, more suicide, more drug problems. And they're the ones who have to deal more with crime when they go home. They're the ones whose schools don't work as well. You know, and I remind people, we as society should look at that and say, yes, there's a problem. And what are we going to do about it? We being as individuals, as companies, as government. But to fix that, I think it's fixable. I mentioned the thing about earning tax credit or skills. There are pieces that can be fixed if we have the right policy, not misguided policy, not slow.
Terry Montoya said, I don't think he's living in my America. I would agree with you, Terry. He's just because he took a bus trip across the country like a politician doesn't mean he's connected with the common man. None of these people have any idea how the average person lives. I'm with you, Terry.
We have coding, you know, we have compliance, we've got financial management. You know, everywhere you have things like coding or cybersecurity. So there are solutions. I wish we just focus on that and stop yelling at each other. And the other thing I point out, it's got to be collaboration. And I mentioned Detroit. A white mayor in an 85% black town wins on a write-in vote. Okay, I've learned about we're big there with 35% of the base of the banking system in Detroit. Lee Saunders, who runs AFSCME, who told me how bad it would be if there's bankruptcy in Detroit for his members, who I didn't realize didn't get Social Security. And so I thought he was right, and he's still a friend of mine. And we sent teams in, the mayor, Democrat, the governor's Republican, but they basically said, whoever can help. They got business, government, not-for-profit, schools, unions, police, and everyone started to work, make the streets safer, make the schools work, get more skills. They got 2 big plants being built there. I think one Ford and one Stellantis. That's 50,000 jobs, not just in the plant, but which supports the plant. It works. Collaboration works when you have actual policy that people work on together, and then you modify it over time when it's not working. So, you know, I think we should all be doing that, and we can lift up all of our society. That will reduce, I think, will reduce some of the anger, and it'll reduce some of the legitimate anger. So if you're some of those folks, you could look at this and say, this has been unfair, and we need to fix it.
This seems like a much more optimistic Jamie Dimon on the heels of this bus tour today. I really appreciate your perspective on the macro environment, on the bank itself, and the market volatility we've seen this week, as well as what you've learned so far on this tour. Jamie, thank you very much for being here. Jamie Dimon, the chairman and CEO of JP Morgan. Kelly, I'll send it back to you.
Pirate, can you do me a favor, sweetie? Can you?
Yes, Granny.
My fingers just aren't as nimble on account of I'm getting older. Can you help me open this wrapper?
Nana, I need to wash my hands first. I'm trimming your toenails right now.
That's okay.
You really
that's
want
okay.
me to?
I think I got it. That's okay. I got it. I got it.
Right.
That's okay.
Let me get back to these toenails. That big toe on your right foot it's a real booger. It's all ingrown on one side. I got to dig out the corner.
Oh Lordy.
It's really giving me fits.
Dig in there
this
deep.
Might hurt a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, just hold on.
That's okay. I don't have no feelings below my ankles, anyways. Now, Parrot, was the lovely man that was talking on there? Was he saying that I should take my school pension and put that back into the bank again? Is that what he was suggesting?
That's exactly. Yes, he said all is well. That the recovery is broadening, and that's exactly what it sounded like to me, Nana.
Oh my! I just don't know these days. My medications are getting more expensive, and my shopping bills kind of expensive. I told you this morning, there's bus rides to the hospital. They're costing more. I don't know if I can afford to do this.
Well, we can't let you have your keys back after the last few incidents. The insurance man.
It wasn't my fault.
You still have a driver's license.
It wasn't my fault. The brake didn't work.
I know.
Okay.
Meemaw. I know, Meemaw.
I told
You're just
you.
gonna have to. I know. I'm sorry. You don't. I know you don't like to take the bus, Meemaw, but this is just the way it's got to be now. We've talked about this.
Well, all right, but I don't think this is gonna work. I just don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna make it these days. I'm getting cold. I can't even turn on the heater.
Look, Meemaw. I'll get you a blankie, Meemaw. Let me finish this last toe, and we'll see if we can't get KC back from break. Get him on here. I'll be right back with your blankie.
Oh, thank you, son. Thanks, sweetie.
Jamie Dimon coming out and telling everybody all is well. All is well. You know, 2 separate times he said specifically, no matter what happens, we're going to be okay. You think about that, you know. Yeah.
I'm gonna get good at this voice. Yep. We're gonna bring this back. We're Grandma, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Grandma Casey.
Yeah, she's gonna be ever popular. I don't know that it's probably gonna. It may create some conflict. I know everybody's really fond of your mother, Misty. I don't know that. I don't know how that might make it for an uncomfortable Thanksgiving if Misty feels like that she's losing her time in the spotlight. It could create uncomfortable family gatherings for you.
Yeah.
Paris Gorman says AMC is about to run. Who knows, Paris? One of these days.
We had. I know it's past numbers time, guys. So I'm gonna skip the 12 o'clock one. We'll go straight to 1 o'clock and do the numbers at 1. But I do want to share with you guys real quickly the some of the numbers that we are seeing here, and these are some of the numbers that we've been tracking. Right, I brought up 200 other numbers. We've been tracking these since Sunday. Again, I'll remind everybody what's going on here. This is the one. I have it on a 10-minute, so you guys can see the numbers a little bit better. But on a 10-minute time interval, this is the in red and green. We have the Nikkei. Sorry, Nikki. I call it Nikki. It's the Nikki. Then we've got in white is. Do I have SPX up here, or do I have? I think I have SPX. Yeah, SPX up here. In purple's Bitcoin. In red is USD, the Japanese yen. So obviously, when that's going up, the yen is getting weaker. When it's going down, the yen is getting stronger to the U.S. dollar. And then in baby powder blue up here, we've got the VIX, and you can see right around. I mean, I guess you could probably even point a little bit sooner than where the VIX started. VIX started going up around 11:30ish. Started taking a trend. Actually, you might even be able to point back a little bit further than that. But you can see that some of the other things started dipping. I guess you could look at Bitcoin started dipping around 9:30 this morning. Maybe about 10 or 20 minutes after that, the yen started becoming weaker to the U.S. dollar. So some stuff started trending the other direction. Instead of trending upwards, it started trending the other direction, back down again. And we saw this little kind of blip in the market. Everything started going red all of a sudden. Right, like that's what you're seeing in the white here, right? The whole SPX just started taking a dump at that time, and then we can take a look at bonds too, right? Like let's take a look at bonds and see what bonds are doing. Bonds had a little bit of a dip starting right around like 7:10 this morning, but kind of managed to recover a little bit and stay up there. So we're still seeing a little bit of risk on. Kind of like more of a trend on the bond yields trending upwards. I'm waiting to see these start trending down strongly. That to me, I think will probably be the significant point that I'm looking for. That perhaps is going to signify for me that the hard turn back the other direction is going to be setting in. That's what I'm going to look for. Hold on a second here. I got something wrong with my mouse. It's dirt. I hate it when my mouse gets dirty on the bottom side, and it feels like you're dragging it through a sand pit. What is the deal here? Still bad. There's nothing worse than a dirty mouse. Know what I mean, Grandma?
No. I clean my mouse every day.
Okay. Let's see here. I kind of fixed it a little bit. All right. Yeah, but these are starting to peel back up again. You can see that the VIX is starting to retrace back down. The VIX went as high as 27 this time. It was down to what was one of the lower points we had? We had around 22 before VIX started trending back up. So you can see that they're putting a stomp to this. Looks a little bit opposite of what we were having before. So yeah, just doing a little bit of the opposites here. This is some of that volatility starting to kind of creep back up a little bit. All right, enough of that. Numbers that we didn't do, we'll wait until later. I did post. I would highly encourage everybody who has an opportunity to take a look at X. If you don't have an opportunity to take a look at X, I can link it to you here. But I stumbled upon a post earlier here that I feel like this is kind of a must read for a lot of people. If you're wondering about what's kind of happening right now, this is kind of an important read here, and I'll just kind of put that up. But I did retweet that out, so if you just go to my account and look at the retweet, you can just check it out there too. Either way you choose to look at it, there's some very, very interesting take on what's going on right now. It's a little bit of a long read, and if it's a little too much for you, I mean, you could always take it and throw it into, I don't know, something like ChatGPT or something and get it to I didn't do that, but you could. I have done that for things before. I've definitely taken things that are a little bit above my head and thrown it in ChatGPT and say, explain like I'm 5. So don't feel like. Don't feel like it's outside your territory of understanding and not allow yourself to be able to understand the information and give up on it just because it's a difficult read. Let's see here. Yukon says Americans.
For all you road warriors out there that are on listening only mode, AMC has found a little support, it would seem, at the 482. It hit about 10 minutes ago. It's back up to 488. And GameStop is at 20.86 for listeners only among us. There you go.
Yukon says Americans' total credit card debt ticked up to 1.14 trillion, a new record high, according to the New York Fed's household debt and credit report. And I think I linked something as well.
Well, that's a skewed number. That's a skewed number, Yukon, because half of that is all on Yucca's credit card from Figueroa Street. So if it's like when they take the farm labor out of the numbers, if you'll take Yucca's credit card debt out of for the girls on Figueroa Street, that number drops from 1.14 trillion to a little better than $500 million, I think.
Also, the Kabisi letter says this is concerning the U.S. unemployment rate. This was posted 3 hours ago. The U.S. unemployment rate has risen for 4 consecutive months, the longest streak since the 2008 financial crisis. Over the last 75 years, every time unemployment rose for 4 consecutive months, the U.S. economy entered a recession. The jobless rate has surged from 3.8% in March to 4.3% in July. It's the highest level since October 2021. Meanwhile, the U.S. hires rate declined to 3.4% in July, its lowest level since the 2020 pandemic, and below the pre-pandemic averages of 3.8%. The U.S. labor market is contracting. And meanwhile, Jamie Dimon, oh, you mean that sweet old man that was talking on the tube, the big old television? Yeah. He sits there and says that we are not having a recession right now. Like, we have a really strong economy. Everything's looking great. Keep investing more. Dump your money into banks. Everything's just fine.
Just once, wouldn't you like to see a journalist with a set of balls on him to say, "Excuse me, Mr. Diamond, could you elaborate on that? What in your esteemed estimate? What in your estimate or definition? What is your definition of a recession?" And then quickly, just say, listen, for ages, it was considered 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. Would you like to explain how now that's no longer the course? And then watch the crickets.
Paris says, I think we run in the after hours today, possibly. What do you see, Casey? So, no. I'm going to go with a no on that. No. I'll tell you why. When have we recently seen aftermarket hour trading that's been substantial? It's been a while, right? Like I'm trying to think of a time where we saw exceptional amounts of volume that occurred in the aftermarket hours, and I quite frankly, I mean, other than this time where from Friday to this Monday is one of the few times that I can think of, but that was simply because of something that's happening market wide. I'm simply just talking about something that's going to be happening with AMC in regards to like a run up. I feel like most of the runs that we've been seeing, or even drops in price, most of the time drops in prices that we've been seeing lately have been in the open market hours. As I'm just kind of scrolling back here, I really don't see a whole lot. Yeah, I don't see anything too much in the aftermarket hours, so I'm not really anticipating that right now. But I do think that the chances of us closing somewhere between that range that I gave you on a 4-hour chart, like if I get rid of all these lines and all this junk on this page here and pull up Ichimoto and look at this from a 4-hour perspective, I think over the next two trading days that there's a strong possibility that we could trade potentially somewhere between this like 495 and potentially like the 515 range. So that we're set up for a breakout moving upwards over the or going into Monday. So I'm not expecting too much more than that. You'll note real quick here that on the 4-hour time interval, there's two little red clouds: red cloud number 1, red cloud number 2, and when red cloud green, when I said red, did I say red twice? I can't believe that. I'm pointing at green clouds and I say red. Two little green clouds here that you have forming, which ends up turning into red movement. That's probably what I meant to say. And so you see this sharp spike down in price and then it rebounding really, really quickly. We never actually got a solid breakthrough on this red cloud yet, but I think that's because there's a very short-term trend down in price that's showing here on the Ichimoto cloud again, which means that there's going to be another sharp downtrend in price movement followed by an uptrend. Very similar to what we saw back here, right? And why did we see this back here? We saw this back here because of what happened on Sunday night, Monday morning. What does that mean? We're going to see it again? Maybe. Yeah.
I still say March of next year, people. Remember, you heard it from Pirate. I still say nothing happens till after the election. I think this little thing with Japan is further supports my thesis. I think a fuse was lit, the dominoes started to tumble, and somebody intervened. Calls were made, deals were cut, and it was like, not yet. So we'll see.
Yeah. I think there's some other stuff happening though that are going to be catalysts that we don't see coming.
Oh, I would agree. I should have said with a caveat. My prediction with the caveat is that as long as we don't see something like a huge geopolitical event, or like big large scale war between, say, Iran and Israel, or a big escalation or some big change in the Ukraine-Russia situation. So yeah, without some, I should have said that. So I agree with you there.
Tyler says they've been excluding GME and AMC from after hours. I wonder how many times in history presidents have ever looked at like what's going on in the country and said like, I don't know if I want to deal with this shit. Has there ever been that? Has there ever been a time?
You can believe it, man.
Yeah, like they're going into the election cycle and they're like, oh yeah, real gung ho and everything, and then all of a sudden something happens like right before the elections and they're like, what did I get myself into? I thought this was going to start off differently. I'm just kind of curious. I wonder if that's ever been the case for. I'd like to go back and do a little research and find out like which presidents have had that happen. You know, they're cruising into the election, and then as soon as they're inaugurated, it's just like everything just falls apart in their lap, and it's just like, oh man, I had plans, I had things I wanted to get done, I had to accomplish, and now I got nothing but chaos.
Yeah, I was respected. People cared for me. Overall, most people in my life have viewed me as a decent person and someone to be looked up to. And now you want me to do what? Run for president? Are you kidding me? Yeah. What else do you want me to do? Set myself on fire? Come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. A mirror vine. That's not. I'm not gonna get political on this. I'm gonna pull a Jamie Demon on this one and be like, nope, I don't care.
Yep.
I'm not.
You see how deftly he handled that. And then not only did he refuse to answer, she pressed him on it twice, which I give her credit for that. She did try one more time, and he said, I would not answer that. And he said, even if I did, it wouldn't be here. I would come out and do a press conference, and I would explain my decisions. And I thought thought he handled that masterfully.
I have to say, man, every time I have ever seen him in a public speaking event, he's impressed me. And I'm not trying to say that I like him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the dude knows how to handle himself.
Yeah, the guy's not you don't get where he's at by being the fucking, king of the short bus.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that for me, the way I feel like is like I want to see those kind of people in charge. I'm not him. I'm not saying him specifically. Please understand. I'm saying I want to see people who have that kind of mental capacity that just makes me go like, yeah, that's the person I want to lead
in
this country.
Of power.
Yeah.
Making.
I want to stand behind that guy.
Decisions. Making critical decisions. Exactly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I just don't feel that way anymore. It's just. Like you said, man, we ought to just go to everybody put a hand on a table and let's just elect the people that way because it's not like we're getting good choices one way or the other. Everybody whoever wants it bad enough, fight for it.
Fight to the death.
What's that? Back to the what?
Fight to the death.
Yeah,
that shit would be spelled on TV and everything.
Yeah.
A lot of money on it.
Yeah. I have not seen the reverse repo. I'm pulling it up right now. Let me see. 286. Wow, that's a big drop. That's actually not too big. It was 291 yesterday. It went down to 286. So it's still continued to drop. My thoughts on it? It's falling. It's still going down. Let's see here. There's something else I wanted to touch on. Somebody put something up above that I missed.
You notice that she didn't ask him anything in depth about Bitcoin. I thought, how could you make it through an interview with a guy in his position and not ask him because he's gone on record from the very beginning. He was against it. He's, and then for the longest time, a lot of people accused him of missing the boat and that he failed in his leadership role, not to steer people and that. And I'd love for someone to press him real hard on whether he has changed his position on Bitcoin or if he still feels the same way. But she didn't do that. I was disappointed.
Joe, good to see you. I was scrolling through. I'm subscribed to Joe's channel, by the way. I went to get on YouTube the other day, and I saw one of Joe's videos pop up on my feed, and I didn't click on it, Joe, but I read the title for it, and just the title alone, and I know his two kids do like food reviews with them in some of the videos, and it was I think it was for Chick-fil-A if I'm not mistaken. And I got this really big smile. I didn't even have to watch the video. I saw the two kids and I saw the the title for it, and it just made me smile. And just want to let you know, Joe, you made me smile without me even having to watch the video. I don't need to see a review on Chick-fil-A, but it made me smile. So thank you. I'm sure those are the days that I would love to go back to with my boys and relive those dad and son moments where you're pulling them aside and doing food taste reviews and you're just doing crazy just guy stuff. You're doing guy crazy things. I used to take my kids out to shoot, I forget the name of that place. What's it called? It's the ice cream place where they fold your ice cream. Is it Cold Stone? I think it's called Cold Stone Creamery. And so I used to take my kids out, or at least Hunter. Hunter and I would go out to Cold Stone. I'd take Bradley when he wasn't in school. And we would just go do a little, guys thing where we go out and grab some ice cream together. Hunter couldn't have ice cream, so he had the sorbet stuff that they had there. And it was fun. We just had a good time. We'd go out there and try some stuff.
I can add to that. I have a piratism for you. This is all mine. No one ever whispers in a man's ear and says, "This is the last time you'll pick your son up and hold him." And you have to have children to understand what I mean by that. Is that both my boys are in excess of 6 feet right now, but there was a time when they would run to me and I'd scoop them up, and toss them up in the air, or more importantly, just carry them, under one arm, the ever-present beer in the other. And you look back on it now, and I go, I wish I could remember the last time I held them, because it's just one of those sad tragedies that there's not a little fairy that whispers in your ear, enjoy this, because you'll never pick him up again. And it happens. You think about it.
Yep.
Wipe the tear away from your eye, return to your regularly programmed butt drugs.
It's true. It's true. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen.
No, it's the truth, man.
Yep.
Just something as simple as picking them up, holding them in your arms.
Yepers. This is the truth.
484. We're still seeing a little decline.
Let me make sure I have my synthetic price.
2065. GameStop.
516. What was our highest high over here? We hit the 414, and then after that we hit 521 was our highest. So let me plug this in because I got to change my numbers here. So 419 is a synthetic price flare. I got to put the correct value in here now. 419.4.
Michael Roberts says that he used to wake everyone up in his house at 3 a.m. to go watch the meteor showers. Good for you. I salute you, Michael Roberts. I had a friend that they discovered he had intestinal cancer. They took, 6 or 7 feet of his intestines out. They gave him, the doctor said he would have lost money because he would have bet that the guy had never survived the surgery. But having said that, to set the scene, he said one of the first things he did when he recovered was he insisted that his 2 young boys at the time, once he was able to become ambulatory again, move around freely, he made them watch a sunrise. I guess for some reason or another, he had an epiphany that for whatever reason, he'd never got to watch a sunrise with his 2 boys. So that was one of the first things he did. Now, I'm pleased to report to you that he's recovered well from that, and that surgery was over 20 years ago. But that's another example of how people get shoved into the reality of what's important. So if you haven't done that yet, maybe roust all your family out one morning and enjoy one sunrise together.
Tech says, but some get to experience that again with holding their son's son, which is kind of cool too. That is true.
The lucky ones, the lucky people. That's the true MOAS, man. You're right, Tech. That's the real riches, man. Long after the money's spent.
I am so surprised by this poll today. I was not anticipating this. Literally, more people are saying that they don't cash personal checks than say that they do. Because literally 1 through 6 has the highest percentage of votes in here. It's what is that? 62%, 61%. Man, I wouldn't have guessed. 61% of the people in here are more likely to not cash a check than cash one. And then, what is it? 39% of you guys can't stand the rest of us. That's pretty cool. Which I get it. I totally do. I totally do understand it. I apologize for being one of those jerks, but douchebags. But yeah, I try to be better.
Well, the next time Meemaw visits us, I'm going to ask her what kind of issues it was created in your checking account by your failure to cash those checks. I'm quite certain that it gave her accounting. I'm sure the accounting problems were.
Well, isn't that how you're supposed to balance a checkbook? Is by like, aren't you supposed to enter in all the amount that you're spending versus what you have in there, like deposits and expenditures?
Yeah.
So if you're doing that correctly, then you shouldn't matter.
Gain. Yeah.
It shouldn't matter. Like, she's going to have extra money in her account that she's not going to be expecting, which should be good. That's not a bad thing, right? Not unless, she spends beyond that and I cash. So
I guess in a sense you're regifting it. When you don't cash the check, you're actually giving the money back to Meemaw.
That's what I'd like to think in a kind of way. But yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to be that guy, but I will be. How did this come about the days of cashing a check?
Well, before we get into that, everybody, that's our good friend, the resident pilot, Captain Hayden. Welcome, Captain. Before you launch into all of this, what kind of garage do you have? If I go into your garage right now, are you the guy that's got like the broom hanging on the wall? Do you have like a little broom hook and all that shit? I bet your garage is spotless.
Are we eating off your garage floor or no?
Yeah, come clean.
I have a great garage floor, and it's a mess right now.
How many car garage do you have, and how many cars are actually in the garage?
Can't have a car in it because of all the work we're doing. All the supplies are in there.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough.
I'll film it when I get back.
Well,
okay, yeah, that's what we want. We found that people are falling into two camps here, and we had you for the surgery room garage. I had you with the two nails on the wall, with one broom hanging up, and everything's all polished and clean and all that. And then I posted some pictures of my garage, which looks like an abomination. So we'd like to see your garage. Okay.
I'm cluttered. I'll go that way. How about this? I'm cluttered.
Yeah.
Well, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So before the day's through, you owe us one photograph of your garage, and you're not allowed to clean up. Don't do no touch-ups, no combat cleanup, like you're running around trying to position shit.
I won't even do it. I don't even want to participate in this because it's just.
KC, where's your honor?
I don't want to. I don't want to judge. I don't want to be judged. That's why.
No, I don't mind. It's very cluttered right now.
Don't worry about judging. Not judging.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Did I just get in trouble? That just sounded like I just got in trouble. Did I just get in trouble? I feel like I just got in trouble.
That's his control tower. That's his air traffic command. She's chiming in like, don't worry.
This is not Danny, Mrs. the JJ, not Danny.
Oh, it was Danny.
This is not Danny.
It's good to have you with us, Mrs. Pilot.
Mrs. the JJ, it's good to see you. Hear you.
By the way, according to the poll, I am a douchebag.
Oh, okay.
Well, we didn't need a
all right. Well, let me explain. Let me explain what happened. My birthday was July 13th, and I was complaining about how I didn't feel like I had a birthday because I had COVID during it. And we were supposed to go out to this really nice steak place. It's like 2.5 hours away from, or 3 hours away from where we live. And it was going to be this really nice Texas. It's supposed to be the best Texas steak place in all of Texas. So we were going to go do that.
City?
What's that?
What city? I mean, obviously outside of Austin, but
oh yeah, it's well northeast of Austin. But I'd have to give me a few minutes and I'll go find it. But let me continue the story real quick. Otherwise, I can't remember where I was at. So yeah, I know. Yeah. So anyways, I had. Oh yeah, my grandma and my mom sent me birthday cards, and Melissa said to me yesterday, she goes like, "Why haven't you?" She got angry because she knows that my mom and my grandma send checks for birthdays. She goes, "Why haven't you opened your birthday cards yet?" And I said, "I don't feel like I had a birthday." So I said, when we go out to when we go out to the steak place eventually, once I get my taste buds back and I can smell and everything, I said maybe I'll open them then, so I can at least feel like I had some kind of a birthday or something. But Melissa always gets on me about not cashing my checks because she, I guess that's like not cool to do apparently. And I know that. My ex-wife used to say the same thing too. She used to say the same thing about cashing checks. It was being rude. So I get it. I know in my lifetime I've had at least a couple different people tell me that it's rude to not cash checks in an appropriate time. And so I know better, but yet I still manage to just kind of delay on those oftentimes. So then I thought
we failed to mention the movie Caddyshack, the wonderful movie Caddyshack, where Ty she finds the uncashed check. I'm going to give cool points. The first person who can tell me what the amount was for the uncashed check in Caddyshack. First person who can type that into chat gets cool points for some trivia from the movie Caddyshack.
I used to know this answer and I can't remember it now.
Yeah, you remember he's trying to get with Lacey Underall. He's trying to make time with her. She's in there and he's making drinks out of like leftover liquor that's in old glasses. And he's trying to get her going, and she's rifling through the paperwork there, and she picks up a check, and it's like he's so rich he just doesn't even cash these checks. So we'll see who's the first one to be able to give us the amount for that.
The whole thing of, okay, so when you balance a checkbook, you take your statement, and it's got all the blocks, and you put in the starting amount, and you put in what checks you put in the checks you haven't cashed or haven't gone through, and then this is just lazy. Now, I don't want to insult anybody, but if you're balancing your checkbook by going to the ATM and hitting balance, that's on you.
That's what I think, but no,
right?
Yeah,
that's on you.
Yeah,
you can That's not balancing your checkbook. That's just looking at the balance. You take out your statement and fill out the back of the statement and balance your checkbook.
If you're doing it right, if you're writing checks, that's what you're supposed to do. Is balance your checkbook, and that's the whole reason on doing a checkbook is to do that. But apparently it's rude. It's rude to do that, and I actually tend to agree. I do think it is kind of rude to not do that. So
Tricky Dick gets the cool points. He said the movie Caddyshack, the uncashed check was $70,000. I wasn't sure if that was accurate or not because I'm ashamed that I don't remember it. But Jerry P come in as a close second place for the cool points, and he said $70,000. So I'm going to give those guys cool points for that. $70,000. Good stuff.
It's not even on my radar display. That's on you. No. In fact, let it go 6 months and it expires. There you go.
Oh,
or
shit.
90 days.
Does it really expire?
Right?
Oh, yeah, I think it's 90 days. Yeah.
No, yeah, they do. They do go stale. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You got 90 days.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take that hit. I'm a DB. I'm not going to waste my time going to the bank.
Well, most checks nowadays you can cash on through your app and just take a picture of it. So.
Oh, really?
I got a question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it a douchebag move to not cash the check, or is it a douchebag move to cash the check after
that's the discussion at hand.
Yeah.
That's that we're trying to discover the answer to that right now.
But my question is, would it be an even bigger douchebag move to cash it 3 months after the sender already forgot that they gave it to you? Is that the problem?
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't think you can. That's kind of like what Hayden just said. In the old days, you couldn't do that. If you kept a check over a certain date, it was junk. You had to have a new check cut. So I don't know. I haven't dealt in paper checks in some time, but yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I thought you meant
Hayden, when you do the low altitude flyby to get the photo analysis like we used to do over Cuba. When you do that with your garage, we're going to need a photo of the general garage, and then if you have a workbench, we need a picture of the workbench. And you're not allowed. Don't touch so much as a screwdriver on. I just need a picture of the workbench. Now, if you don't have a workbench, then that's a whole nother fucking problem we have with you. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you probably don't even have one. And
Oh, am I going to surprise you, Pirate?
okay, well, you need 2 photos. I'm not asking for an entire. I'm not asking for an entire photo array of the entire Cuban island. I just need the pictures of the missiles. So we need one of the garage and one of the workbench, and that'll allow us to make an accurate assessment of your mental state.
I've already done this for you guys.
I think you did.
Yeah,
I feel like you did, actually.
You're gonna lose this bet, huge.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the location?
I'm compiling a list here.
I'm gonna go. What do we do it on here? It's not FaceTime. Whatever we do on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I showed
the location of the steakhouse. Casey, the location of the steakhouse is what?
What do we do on here?
All right.
It's so the legendary steak place that I'm talking about here in Texas is called it's in Leona, Texas, at the Leona General Store.
There you go. Leona.
This video that came out for this, and I'm looking at here, came out June 13th of 2024, and at that time they said that Leona was home to 161 people. So if that gives you any idea, they serve the steak on Fridays and Saturdays only. And when you come, the video that I watched on this thing was, I mean, I don't know how you couldn't have mouth-watering, salivating reaction to what you see. But the people were ordering like, I don't know, I can't remember what 16 ounces or something like that, and they were getting like 20 ounces. So this place, they don't measure, they don't weigh what it is that they give you. So a lot of people in the comment section for this place is that if you want a 20-ounce steak, make sure you order like a 16, because you ain't getting
closer
16.
to Houston.
I don't know. I actually it's hold on. I got to look it up again because I want to say it's like in between Houston and Dallas.
Leona actually sounds familiar. Like we used to fly over it when I was in flight school.
It's not south. Leona General Store. Let's see here on a map where it's located. Maps. Provided this doesn't have my location on here, which I don't think that it does. Here you go. So I will put this on the main page. Make sure it doesn't have any incriminating evidence in here. All right, we're good. This is it right here. So you've got Houston down here, you've got Austin over here, and you've got Dallas up here. So that's the trifecta that you have. Obviously, the distance between Houston and Dallas being the greatest distance, and of course, Leona is a little bit more on the south side to Houston than it is from Dallas, but it's not exactly a straight shot over from Austin either. So, yeah, splitting the triangle.
Ooh. We get some crazy accidents in Atlanta.
Right in front of you just now?
No, it could have been too long, but somehow dude did a 180 and bent his back wheel off the lugs and did a 180, and yet the fire hydrant's still standing. Or this morning, somebody flipped over. There's like a gap between the two lanes, going opposite directions. Probably like a 10-foot gap with the Jersey barriers, upside down between them. How do you do that one? I don't know.
I don't even think they have pictures here.
I know Leona's. I feel like it's a waypoint going into Dallas.
Reviews.
On the south route going into Dallas, Fort Worth. I know that name. Pirate, you say I don't have a workbench?
Hi, Jeff. This is my owner over at Trophy Prize.
Oh, Yucca, you're live. You're hot. Let me show you. Let me show you a steak. Oh, they do.
Yeah, I would have lost a bet on that, Captain Hayden. I would have bet that you did not have a workbench, but more importantly, is the condition of the bench. So we'll
if
look
it's
for
more
it.
used and cluttered, then that's good.
Look at that steak. That's a fine chunk of dead
They
cow
do it.
right there.
Yeah, they do it over charcoal. Everything's ribeye. All they serve is ribeye. There's nothing else. You get nothing but ribeye. And like I said, they don't measure. You tell them 16 ounces, and they don't measure, and it's or weigh it. It's going to be more than 16 for sure. Look at this one. It's all over. If it looks like it's charcoal, it's because they cook it on over charcoal, and there are no other sides. The only sides you get is potatoes and a bread roll, and that's it. You don't get any options. So it's steak, potatoes, and bread. This is what I grew up on, man. I love this stuff. This is
That's
me
it right
here.
there. If I could only eat one thing for the rest of my days,
Well,
I had to pick one meal. That would be it right there.
I told Melissa, I said, if I had to go to jail, or if I was maybe terminally ill, I think this is something I would want to go do. And I think that's when we agreed we would go for my birthday. So I'm getting it before either of those other two. So.
Well, I like it. The last picture you showed, it looked like what I can assume is the receipt or your ticket there, and it was covered in grease.
Oh yeah.
So when they bring you your meal and they lay your ticket down and it's a grease. Yeah, that's good food right there. That's a tell.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
So it was 3 hours away, Casey?
Well, I think it's like 2.5 to 3 hours from where I live. I think maybe it's 2, somewhere around there.
Sounds like about a $40 drive to me.
Yeah. But look at that steak, though.
Perfectly cooked. Perfectly cooked. Yeah.
That number's familiar to you, $40.
60. You paid 60, sir. That number was familiar. 40, I would maybe make a stretch for, but not 60. I'd have looked at that guy straight in the eye and I said, I heard 40.
No, you would not have said that.
I would have said it. I would have said it. I would have said it, and then he would have said no 60, and I would have said thank you very much, and I would have pulled out of there, and I wouldn't have parked. I wouldn't have. There's no chance.
AMC just hit $4.79 for your listeners. $4.79. Continuing its
this is right inside that wheelhouse of that 1 hour, I think, time interval for the green cloud here, so we may see a little bit more momentum move on the 1 hour here, just because we're hitting the bottom side of a cloud here, and it might drop a little bit further. We might find some support around 467, but again, guys, remember this is the 4 hour chart was telling this was coming, right? And I have a very strong feeling that it's going to be very, very similar to what we saw just the other day when we saw this sharp downtrend and then a sharp uptrend right afterwards. Like, I don't think this is I think if anything, this is, hunting for stop losses. A lot of this might be potentially trying to close out positions before, a potential run of some sorts. I don't know. I mean, stuff is going on in the marketplace right now, and it's not healthy. That's for sure. So
George Gammon was insinuating that somebody got margin called overseas.
Yeah.
But who, we don't know.
I posted up something a little while ago in the comment section of the chat. So, but it is numbers time.
I'll have to look.
Shall we do some numbers?
I didn't say anything wrong, and now we're doing numbers.
No, it's time. It's past time, and I got to go to break.
15 minutes late.
Yeah,
or like 10 minutes late for numbers.
Yeah, I probably would have been done by now, and you would have been like asking these kind of questions. But I, unfortunately, it's not always because of you, the JJ.
Yeah, the whole world doesn't revolve around you. Listen, while we got you on the horn here, we don't need a live feed because that only works for those of us in Discord. We need you to post pictures into KC's general so that he can share that with the 200 people that are in chat. As far as
live. I'm going live.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't know if he was able to.
Are you doing it right this second?
No, we got to stop at a couple stores.
All right.
We got
your break. I'll catch you after your break.
Always a problem with him. He's fucking high maintenance, man. Always special, always special.
I ain't getting that dog. No.
said he just sleeps.
Say,
I'm sure he does.
Say,
He's 19 years old.
Say pretty please and bat your eyes at him. He'll fold.
I'm just gonna go get him.
Just
See?
Just do it.
He's gonna show up. There he is. There's a 19-year-old dog.
Our dog needs a companion. That's why I'm looking.
We got a cat. If you split him in half, still weighs more than the dog.
That's crazy.
And he's not lean. I'll just let you know.
Yeah.
He's not lean. Yeah. I'm sorry. Numbers.
Numbers it is. And there's definitely some numbers here that are going to explain why things are happening the way that they're happening. So if anybody comes in while I'm on my break, you guys can tell them like, yeah, this is kind of known. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for the day-to-day. Starting with off exchange. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Did I switch over to the right page? Okay, good. Off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 53.75 going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.27. The combined total 63.02%, or about 0.98% less volume going through those exchanges. So actually pretty close to darn normal. CHX volume for the day-to-day is 4,077 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 3,023 shares. Nothing unusually large on either of those two. Shares available to be borrowed. There was 7. There were some shares returned and then another 50,000 shares borrowed today. That puts us at 1.15 million shares borrowed so far, according to IBKR. Fees are at 2.36 and rebate 2.96. Taking a look at GME. Actually, taking a look at Ortex, not GME. An hour ago, 2 hours ago, because we didn't do that numbers last hour. There was approximately 3.27 million shares returned. It's now 3.43 million shares. It's going to slightly drop that estimated short share interest, the free float, a little bit more to 17.42%. Cost per hour mids at 0.35, averages 1.78, and max 8.6. Total amount of shares on loan for the day is at 101.36 million shares. That's 1.25 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimated about 300,000 of those was in new short interest. Taking a look at GME, an hour ago or 2 hours ago, there was 180,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 180,000 shares. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike, where we had 6,000 contracts in volume. It's now 10,000 contracts in volume. We could be seeing some of those call volume, some of the calls closing out right now, and that would help push the price down because it's kind of bearish to see calls closing at 5.5. Highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike, giving us 3.4 thousand contracts 2 hours ago. It's now 6.4. The options market is suggesting that price is going to close between 5 and 5.5, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that the price movement today was anticipated by the entire market. I think this is going to be across the board, that there's going to be a lot of people who expected today to just kind of turn out. I mean, look at the price predictions that we were giving earlier this morning. We were all expecting to see a little bit very close to what we saw for close yesterday. So I don't think anybody was really anticipating to see the market move down this fast, this early. So we'll be seeing, and I think it's starting again, right? Like I said, I told you guys 2 to 3 days. Tuesday would have been day 1, Wednesday's day 2. It's already starting, or at least it appears to be. We'll have to see when the Nikkei opens up again. Taking you guys over to the other screen here, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and neither are on here. Look at that. You can see you can see this. Like I literally told you guys like an hour ago, it had to be about an hour ago. I think I told you guys that when I start seeing these yields starting to drop, I know that it's time. It's time to see this market starting to blow up again. And sure enough, here you have it. Our MMRI was 252.65 an hour ago. It's now 252.69. So not really any change there. It's almost literally the exact same number. And that's based off of the 10-year. But look at what's happening to the 2-year now. The 2-year is starting to move lower here. And we've got the 2 years at 3.985, the 10 years at 3. 3.943. So we're looking at a 0.042 spread between the 2-year and 10-year when it was 0.089 2 hours ago. So there's definitely been some activity going on here on the bond yields that are representing an unwinding of probably risk in the marketplace. It's probably going on here, and it's showing up in these in the yield starting to normalize after being inverted for so long. NASDAQ is down 0.66. Dow Jones is down 0.51. S&P 500 is down 0.45. We have 3,584 decliners to 2,013 advancers. We're only 13 advancers away from me saying that's on hot lava fire, don't touch the floor. I just want to note that 2 hours ago when we looked at this, there was 3,303 advancers. So we've lost 1,300 advancers in the marketplace that have flipped over to not advancing anymore. So it's starting to smoke. The smoke is hitting. Smoke on the water. I don't know what I'm not hip. Sectors that are doing poorly here. Go ahead, say it, Pirate. I know you want to say it so bad. Say it.
Smoke on the water and fire in the sky.
There you go.
You were right. Yeah, you're right.
There you go. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day. The worst sector is consumer discretionary, followed by healthcare. No, is that right? Yeah, healthcare. The top performing sectors happen to be our recessionary sectors of energy and utilities. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. One of them looks like it's about ready to flip over. Microsoft. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's close. Coinbase is down 7.19. FRC is down 40.45. Silvergate's up 15.06. That's about it. Gold is up 0.05, trending down. Silver is down 1.27, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.17 and is No, it's trending slightly up. The US dollar is currently up 0.22, but still looks like it's consolidating right now. Overall, in a bigger picture, it's definitely trending upwards. Looks like it's about ready to, I don't know about you guys, but it looks to me like this is getting really, really close to seeing some kind of significant move or breakout from like a consolidation period from a run up, right? Like there's something going on here. It's signaling. It's just about ready. So we're gonna have, I don't know, we might have a really wild back half of the day-to-day in the market. Oil. Currently up 6.4% and consolidating. There was a little bit of downtrend earlier. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.29 and are trending down. SPY is down 0.18 and trending down. Also finding some support off of that 520 value that I've got stuck in here. I never put it exactly on 520 because it was too hard to do. Let me try and put it right on 520 now. There we go. Fix that. Looks like there's a little bit of support there at 520 being found, but once it does break past 520, it should continue to move down. Do note that here we have a touch on the Bollinger Band right here, and we found a return to the simple moving average and never being able to break or correct off of that. And you have price on the SPY moving down continuously without touching the Bollinger Band here on a 1 minute time interval, and yet it's still starting to trend back up towards the simple moving average, which means that this has still got plenty of room to continue to move down. You can see the vortex indicator just crossed over not too long ago on the 1 minute chart here. If we were to go to a 1 hour chart, RSI's still got plenty of room to move down. On a 30-minute chart, RSI's got room to move down. On a 4 hour chart, it's got, I mean, there's tons of room for this to, that little pump that the SPY had over the last, 2 days? 2 days that we had, and what's the word I want to use here? What was the words I used a couple days ago? I can't even remember myself what they were. The cooldown period. I don't know. I'm making shit up as I go. I don't remember what I said.
Normally I can come to your rescue, but I'm going to need a little bit more to work
I don't
on.
remember that. I used two words that we were gonna have for after Monday, like a release or shoot. I don't know. Anyways, moving on. I just keep moving on. Let's see here. Moving on to the VIX. We've got the VIX is up 6.57% now. So this is definitely one of those turning around points, guys. We're seeing it. It's happening live right before our eyes. We're seeing the turning around of the VIX, and it is happening all inside my box here, where I suggested that it might happen. We're definitely starting to see the Nikkei starting to trend down, Nikkei turning down. We're seeing Bitcoin starting to turn down. We're starting to see the SPY turning down. We're seeing the yen strengthening against the U.S. dollar. I mean, it's not a whole lot, not yet. But as this does start to move down, that'll be strength. Yeah, we're gonna see a big separation on these numbers here again. It's gonna be. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens overnight, for sure. Very, very interesting. It's not over. It's not over. Yeah, trending up. Look at these. If this doesn't look like somebody's manipulating this in a way to try and make sure that this doesn't take off again. Oh boy. All right, here we go. IWM. Where are we at? IWM. Trending down. VB down 0.75 trending down. Tesla down 3.64 trending down. Amazon down up 0.24 trending down. Cinemark down 1.05, and this one actually kind of looks like it's maybe consolidating a little bit on the low end of its consolidation. So maybe like a slight trend down consolidation. Doge is down 1.51 trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.27 trending down. GME is down 3.34 trending down. HYMC is down 4% trending down. NCMI is down 5.88% trending down. Hood is down 1.08 trending down, and AMC is down 5.22 trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day about $3.5 million more outflow than inflow. 11.43 million shares traded so far. That's pretty much, I think, over what we've been trading over the last, or what we traded yesterday rather. So we're seeing larger quantities of volume. We are at 200 and 300 minutes worth of trading, meaning we're on a pace for about 14.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours, RSI is at 42.04, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 36.16, which is below average. 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 29.17, which is signaling oversold. Sorry. And on a 5-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 35.19, which is below average. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. I yield my time to the back of the big trip.
Apple Mac, I know you're eager to use your software, and it's creating these AI songs. So I've waited until the first blush of excitement passed so that I could throw my suggestion your way. I humbly request that you start the process of creating a song similar to, and once again, in support of AMC, but I'd like to take a different tact, if I may. I'd like it written in the genre of the Delta blues, something, a little bluesy, little maybe rockabilly, but more leaning more towards the blues side of things. And I'd like it be from the perspective of like the Ken Griffins, our arch enemies, those, something along the lines of I can't believe I lost it all, but they refuse to sell. That's all I've got so far. But I don't want it to be the stereotypical cheerleader, or we're going to buy and hold. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, we've just had plenty of those and many iterations of those. I'd like to see some fresh offerings, something along those lines. And then if anyone else would care to help out with some appropriate lyrics, if you could put yourself in the frame of mind of a guy who's used to having things his way, used to used to a machine that's well oiled and works in their benefit financially, that is somehow or another wrecked, derailed, if you will.
AKA a country song. I hear everything you're saying is country.
No.
country.
I thought of that. I got ahead of that. I said no. He's never gonna sign off if I go.
Sounds like a country
but
song.
I thought I could meet you. I thought I could meet you in the middle if we do like a southern blues, like a Delta blues, something maybe along the lines of Muddy Waters, Eric Clapton-ish. Maybe that, because I knew I could never get the country thing across the finish line. But I don't know. It's a work in progress right now for Papa Mac. If he can just add that to his ever increasing list of things that he has to do.
Yeah, throw me the a couple lyric lines, and we'll add to it as we go and figure it out. But
well, I'd like to see it as a collaborative effort. I've given you the rough template.
I told you an idea, and I want you to put it together. Go.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
I did the hard part.
I've given you the genre.
I've spoken.
I've given you the genre. I even give you the hook line. And I'll provide you with one of, what do we want? 3 verses. It's traditional to have 3 verses as the KC. So I'll do 1 verse.
This is so what it's like in a recording studio with the producer is like literally telling you like what he wants out of it, and it's just like you're just like throws it in your lap, and you're just like,
I don't know what it is, but I'll recognize it when I hear it.
And then he comes walking back, and he's all like, "That's gonna need some more cowbell."
What was that? What's that producer's name? The guy with the beard. He wears a beard like us. Real famous producer, had a real long beard. Oh, come on, somebody. What's his name? Very famous. He's worked with all the heavy hitters. Oh, I can't remember his name. Well, it'll come to me. Yeah.
No, it really needs more cowbell.
I'll do it myself. If I need to do it all myself, fine. I'll do the whole thing. I'll do it live if I have to.
I'm teasing.
I'm teasing you back. I don't give a shit.
Oh boy! All right, I gotta go to break. I gotta get a decent break in here because I feel like every time I get off the break, I come back. I feel like I gotta come back like right away, and it's like I don't even have a chance to look at anything. So let me take off for break here and.
Rick Rubin. Thank you, controls guy. He said Rick Rubin.
We got.
I see myself as more the Rick Rubin of this band than necessarily the lead singer.
Take this normal break time, Pirate. I think we should be able to have a hit by the time he gets back.
Well, I wasn't going to put those kind of time constraints on it, but I know we pay studio time is incredibly expensive. So, yeah, man, if you want to grind it out that fast, by all means. But like I said, I just had a concept came to me earlier. So
we do it as a team effort here in the chat. We should be able to crank this baby out.
Yeah.
If we use those three time periods there, you've got increasing VIX launches on in between each one of these with and you can see the VIX is already starting to turn around here a little bit. But if you were to use these as like measurements of time and both time and amplitude of the movements that's been happening on the VIX, this is like this is probably how they might look at like an eruption on a volcano. They look for seismic activity that starts to become more closer and closer together in time, with amplitudes that are seismic activity increasing in what's the word I'm looking for? Ooh, this is one of those days when the ADD really kicks in hard because I'm tired. More violent shaking, whatever more pressure probably is what it really equates to. But yeah, this is it's moving, and there's even a smaller one here. Intensity, I think, is probably what I was looking for, but I'm not positive. I can't even remember what I was just saying. But yeah, so I'm kind of curious. I do want to set up this reminds me of a time Fibonacci, and I don't know if you guys have ever used one of these or not, but it might be interesting to see if there's like some kind of regular pattern on these. use this one to start off with. And each one of these is, perhaps maybe this is signaling that in each one of these is going to be a signal. Although we have 2 in here, 1 in here, 1 in here. If this only goes down temporarily, it could continue to move up forward. We may have another time frame here where another one occurs. Interesting stuff. All right. Sorry. I got to go to break. All right. I'm off. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good break.
All right. I can't go to break. I can't go to break yet. I just realized something. Brian's back here. Trevor's back here. Papa's back
day's
here.
Almost over. You might as well stay for the rest of the day.
Audio Titus, that we're not calling Audio Tits anymore.
I'm working on lyrics, man. I'm working on lyrics. None of my friends, nobody would help out. I was,
but
it's like,
here's the deal.
They said the song says I get by with a little help from my friends.
Brian Carpenter.
I'm gonna do the whole thing myself.
Hold on, I'm throwing myself under the bus. Give me a chance here. Brian Carpenter is here today. Brian, welcome. How are you doing today, buddy? Don't stiff me. Don't you do it.
Good. Hello.
All right, there we go. I just wanted to let you know that there was a period of time where I was commenting on some of the stuff that you were saying after posts on the Food Network yesterday. I don't know if did you happen to hear me talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard that? Yeah, look at
I
this.
saw that.
Yeah, look at this. I post up my nice little tacos in here, and first thing I see from Rex, he says, "Damn, that looks good." And then Brian, there's no shrimp visible. Brian, looks like someone pooped on it with sour cream. Brian, fake. Brian, not real. Brian, not real. Got a new dishwasher. Is that so I can? Are you letting me know I can come wash my dishes in your dishwasher? Because after all that poop of sour cream on there that I got on those delicious looking tacos, yeah. Don't be jealous.
Yes.
Don't be jealous. It's very unbecoming.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Yeah. You know you were salivating. Say something nice. Talk to me dirty. Come on. You know you can. Say it. Say you like my meat. It looks good.
That's good.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Did you see the cucumbers?
That's what I thought. I know you liked it. All right, I'm out. Now I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
See ya. I don't know if this will be just for the hook line, the refrain, or if it should be included as one of the verses. But I got, again, coming from the perspective of the old man looking back on his lost fortune. I'll never know what made them act so, but it cost me more than what? More than money, cost me everything. It cost me more than cash. I don't know. That's the beginning of a good hook line there.
Oh,
I'll never know what made them act so, but it cost me more. I'd like to say than anyone will ever know, but you're reusing the word "know" twice there, and that's too campy and childlike. I'm gonna keep at it. I'm gonna put myself on mute here. You guys, anybody has anything else to add, forward those to Papa Mac, but I'm gonna work on this for 3 or 4 minutes here.
Pirate, use my soul.
Very well done. Who said that? Yeah, yeah. Soul does rhyme. Yeah, I'll never know what made them act so, but it cost me more. It cost me more than money. I even lost my soul. Something like that. Yeah, your soul works. I'm gonna figure that out. I got it, but it cost me all, including my soul. Yeah, that was perfect. I don't know how many words he's allowed to use for these prompts, so I'm just going to carpet bomb him. I think you guys call it spamming. I'm just going to spam him with phrases.
Hang on, Pirate. We're doing a custom song, Pirate, so we're saying exactly the words, and we have no limit. It's what we say is what it's going to say.
Oh, okay. All right. So, well, this is all rough draft shit. I'm sending it to you, and if you want to publish it for everybody to see or whatever, I don't know who has access to your. I'm just sending it to you because you have the software. I'm having fun, man. I'm having fun, and nobody can stop me.
Yeah, I'm saying, you can put exactly how you want it, and we have no limits as far as we can say exactly what we want. I think it's 5,000 characters or something is a song's limit. It pretty much it's unlimited. So. Give me one verse and then the chorus, and then I can work with everybody else to get the rest. And if you come up with more, great.
All right, I already came up with my line. That's soul. I'm in.
Well, I said it before you, Quack Quack, but I'll give you credit.
Oh, really? I didn't hear it.
I was talking over Pirate, but it was crosstalk, so. But I'll give it to you. The UPS delivery guy, was that a legit one? Did he live in his mom's basement? While you live, never mind, I misread that. You messed around with the 1% while you live in your mom's basement and don't pay rent. So because this is coming from Kenny's perspective, so Kenny, you messed around with the 1% while we live. No, you're throwing me while you live in your mom's basement.
You messed with the 99%. Because he's the 1%. We're the 99.
Yeah. But I'm working with what he's got. UPS. If you go, You tried to cheat the 99. You tried to cheat 99%, and because of that, now you rent.
We have to look at.
I get. He signed a percent. You know, you say now you have to live in your mom's basement and you can't pay rent, something like that. Yeah, I get it. I got to go back to mine. I'll leave you guys to yours. I can't do your lyrics on my own. So gotta ignore you fuckers.
I thought we were a team. We're all helping each other out. I thought.
Well, funny thing is Pirate jumped in the middle of our thing and told us he can't help us to leave him alone. We didn't ask him to join. I tell you. Heads I win, tails you lose kind of scenario. I'll await UPS delivery guy to rephrase it and see what he comes up with.
I think I messed up the assignment. Sorry.
And it's supposed to be the perspective from Kenny. So, I mean, I think we can work with what you have. We're just going to do a few little tweaks. Okay, so Dario's saying he is. It says, so Kenny's saying you messed around with 1%. So he's saying, okay, you apes, you messed around with me, the 1%, while you live in your mom's basement and don't pay rent. All right, I think I understand now. I'll take that for verse 2 and I'll work on the next line. You messed around with 1% while you live in.
I have a few, not in any particular order, Papa Mac, but to start out with, the first one I had was I had it all till they came along, and then after that I have after so many years I still can't believe they refused to surrender when selling would have been so easy. I hear them still. I misspelled here. I hear them still like it was only yesterday. Their simple songs of steely resolve and stubborn refusal. Sell. I'm using sell too many times. I'll never know what made them act so. That works lyrically. I'll never know what made them act so, but it cost me all, including my soul. Plagiarize the soul part there from Tech We Love. How can a man with so much at hand be left with so little to show? Or how can a man with so much at hand be left with so little for no more than stubborn will? That's too complicated. I'm going to go with so little to show. I'm going to edit that one. Yeah, that's good stuff there, man. How can a man with so much at hand be left with so little to show?
Yeah, verse 2 starting out here.
That might be the hook line right there. Oh, I'd love one.
So UPS guy, you messed around with the 1% while living in your mom's basement and don't pay rent. I like that.
How much can a man with so much at hand be left with so little to show? I'm afraid I'll never know. Oh, I like it. That works, man. That works metaphorically and lyrically, and rhythmically. I'm afraid. It's good to interject fear in here. I'm afraid I'll never know.
Say that verse again.
How can a man with so much at hand be left with so little to show? I'm afraid I'll never know.
Okay.
Terrifies me so. It terrifies me so. I'm never going to know. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff there. You can build a song around that. Still not enough yet. The last verse can say, how do you wrap it up? You got to tie it all up in a bow. If I could go back, if I had it all to do over again, why didn't I? Why didn't I? Why didn't I see way back then? Y'all paying attention? You're watching magic happen here. You're watching magic happen. Why didn't I see so
I'm trying to write verse 2 with pirate in my head.
long ago? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'll mute myself.
It's not working.
I thought we just had dead airspace. I was just trying to fill the air. Oh, my bad.
You can. I can mute what I'm hearing and work on it. Keep thinking out loud.
Okay. Why didn't I see so long ago what today is also clear?
Can we use curse words and make it NC-17?
I don't know why not. We can always do a radio edit. Dario D said pirates trying to be Edgar Allan Poe. That's it, Dario D. You're exactly right. To some extent, writing songs is no different than poetry with music put to it. So you could not be more. You couldn't be more accurate, my friend.
Pirate, I got one for you for the closing. Now that I can't buy because of the spy flying so high.
Yeah, I humbly submit that you need to forward these to Papa Mac. He's the song creator. He has the magic kitchen. I'm Ruben. What they say his name was? Mark Ruben. Rick. I'm Rick Ruben. Controls guy said he's Rick Ruben. So I'm here to try to make all the ingredients.
I thought you were writing one of your own, and you were asking for a closer.
I was, man.
Okay, so there you go. Now that I can't buy because of the spy flying so high.
No, I'm gonna veto that. I'm coming at this one. My particular version is coming from a man many years in the future who's reflecting back on how things went so wrong and how he failed to see the writing on the wall from that kind of spectrum. So when you say when you say the spy's flying high, that doesn't work in a timeline because that's current. You're talking about a current event, and I'm coming at this again more from an old man, at the end of his years, looking back on how he had made such an egregious mistake. Again, a blues song, the Delta blues, New Orleans street performer with maybe nothing more than like a single guitar, very simple riffs. Like I said, think of Muddy Waters, or if you're not familiar with Muddy Waters, like I said, maybe Eric Clapton, something along those lines.
Here's a potential verse. Yes or no? Thumbs up or down, pirate. Let me know. Here we go. You messed around with the 1% while living in your mom's basement and don't pay rent. I should have known my limits, for I am just one man. Karma can
Okay, stop. Oh, time out. Whoa, back up. You're switching from first person to third. First, you said you messed around, and then you went to what I'm doing was talking to him in the first person where he says I. So it's either I messed around. You can't have it both ways. You understand? Does that make sense what I'm saying to you? Read your first line over again.
This is Kenny speaking. He's saying
Okay, read it. Read it again.
You messed around with the 1%.
Okay, well, slow down. Then it needs to be they. If it happened in the past, if he's talking to himself, it'd be they messed around.
He's talking to us. He's talking to Pirate. You messed around with the 1%. Me, I'm the 1%.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Sorry if that wounds or stings.
Work as a collective. You write it and send it, and then I'll put it into the thing, and we'll.
I'm just saying if it's an old man singing a blues song, and he's reflecting on things that went back years ago, it has to come across like he's mumbling to himself. Think of a blues singer. You know, he's not necessarily arguing with me or a pirate or apes. He's not having a metaphorical argument. It's more, the song is more from a position of remorse or a recollection of history or a painful event from his past.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's really hard for us to get into your head and to, I mean,
I get it. No,
you're writing it.
No, that's part of the process. I'm just saying that particular one is, they all can't be bangers. And I just submitted like 9 lines to you. I don't have a problem if you take a red ink pen through all 8 of them or all 9 of them. That's just part of it. So 2 minutes to power hour. Sam said roses are red, violets are blue. Some poems rhyme and some don't. Yeah, fuck you. Give me my money.
So for instance, this last one you sent, you don't necessarily want them all to rhyme. I mean,
No. In fact, listen. If you make every word rhyme, it sounds childlike. That's like a bush league. That's songwriting 101. No, every line does not have to rhyme. None of them have to rhyme. It just has to work. And the final, exactly. It's not a rule. It's helpful.
I mean, in song world helps people remember things. It's a technique to help them to make it catchy. But so that's why I'm saying you write it out how you want it. I'll plug it into the Suno tool, and then when you
I misunderstood. I thought that it would fine tune it. I didn't realize you had to write this lyric exactly. I thought you could give it
every single
the phrases exactly as you write it, huh? Okay.
What it only will do sometimes is it will somehow analyze it and maybe make one line where it picks and chooses things from you, but for the most part, it's 100% what you.
I didn't know that. I thought it was far more creative than that. I thought you give it some guidelines. I thought you give it several guidelines, and then it would build a song around that.
You could say you get like 200 characters where you could say, give me a song that's upbeat, where and you give it, and I think it's like 200 characters. Then it will go out and write the entire thing, and you wrote none of the lines. You're just giving it the parameters. Like I want it to be, sad, and I want it to where the dog dies and the cat lives, and whatever. You give it those kind of things, and it will write it 100%. Or the other option is you write 100%. Those are kind of the two extremes.
Yeah, it would take, for me to write 100% of it, it could take me as much as 6 months and 1,000 different iterations. So yeah, I didn't realize that. That was a failure on my part. I thought it was some sort of software where you could just pump in a few vague sentences and it would take those sentences and arrange them in a proper order and all that sort of thing. So
no. Like I said, I did that one where I said, give me a patriotic song, upbeat, that I forget what all I said, and uses the word USA and whatever, and then it went out and did the rest. I mean, it can make it 100%, but you're not going to get it from Kenny, right. And the detailed level that you're wanting here from a specific person and whatnot. So I wasn't trying to discourage you from it. I was just saying we have to.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just having fun, man. Just trying to have a little fun. those are some, as a rough draft of some some themes, some potential hook lines.
What you can do is you start your document with your song, and then, we can plug it in, listen back. You hear what you like and don't like, and then you go back and edit the original document, and we just do several iterations till we get what we like.
Let's see what we got here.
I don't know if you're doing this in like a Word document or if you're literally just typing it right into Discord.
No, man, I'm just typing it. I'm typing it straight into Discord like I'm sending you a message. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go ahead and copy it and put it into Discord general so everybody can build on it or change it as they see fit.
Oh yeah, there you go. That'd be a good way to.
I don't know how to do that. Let's see here. Go back to general.
Preacher hadn't been on today, has he?
Not yet.
Today's his birthday, so I might
Yeah,
might
he
be
said he'd be
redoing the
traveling.
birthday.
He may be lurking, but I think he said he was going to be driving. I didn't remember that much. He's going back to Romania. Said to go to his first festival or something. Man, I don't know. There's got to be a way I can copy and paste all that from the DM I sent you.
Yeah, like when I cut from the DM and post it into Word, it adds in a whole bunch of extra stuff that you got to chop out. That I don't see it in Discord, but they're characters that are embedded, I guess.
All right, well, I'll do them one at a time if I have to.
Chi-Town put one in there, but Chi-Town, he's wanting it from the perspective of Kenny. I think you're doing it from the apes. Many days, they say, I've been bag holding. Someday soon I'll have stacks of cash to show them. Well, you learn real quick what this whole song stuff is. Everybody has an opinion. And
sure, man, that's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
Everybody can participate. Doesn't mean that everything gets included, but you can throw your ideas out.
It was funny. The one genre that I played, I thought you hated pirate, and turned out you said, "Oh, actually, that's Casey that hates that, not me." So everybody's tastes are a little different.
Let's see what else. Back to that one. What else we got? I got as far as soul. Where else we at? I transferred over what I had. The few little things I banged out on your DM, I just copied and pasted those to Casey's Discord general. I think I got it all. All right, enough of that. It's all starting to sound the same to me, so I got to look away from it, go back to chat and see what everybody's talking about. What did I miss? Did I miss anything fun?
I'm back.
Oh, good to see you back.
Good to be back. All right, let's take a look at numbers and see what we got going on for the end of the day here, shall we?
Do it.
I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see. Starting with... Oops, that's not the one I wanted to move. Actually, no, I'm going to move this over. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 54.15% going through off exchange and 9.33% going through EDGX for 63.48%. That's actually kind of on the low side. Meaning we would probably have seen worse price movement had it not been for some of those shares actually making it through the lit market there towards the end there. And so that's less than 2.52% less than what I would expect it to be by the end of a day. CHX volume 4,924, nothing unusual there. GME CHX volume coming in at 3,931. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow has not changed in the last hour. Actually, has it? Maybe it has. No, it has not. In total for the day, IBKR is reporting about 1.15 million shares having been borrowed. Fees are at 2.36, rebate 2.96. Taking a look at Ortex, 3.43 million shares having been returned as of an hour ago. is now 3.46. So just a slight change there. That's really not going to impact the estimated short-term interest of the free float or the cost to borrow numbers too much, which is at 17.41. Min cost to borrow is 0.35, average 1.78, max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is 101.36, which is 1.25 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 30,000 of those is in new short interest. GME's shares borrowed versus return, there's a 186,000 share return this morning or today, and it's down to 181 now. Estimated short-term interest of the free float's at 10.27. Cost per min is 0.86. Average 1.01 and max 1.04. Oh, oops! I took you over the wrong screen. Not yet. Hold on. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at $5.50 strike. There was 10,000 contracts an hour ago, now 10.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 6.4 thousand contracts, now 7.7. Kind of unusual for this to happen, but the market was suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50, and I think this move was a little bit of a surprise to the market to see us get pushed underneath $5. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for on this page. Neither of which are on there. MMRI was 252.69 an hour ago. It's now 254.15. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates when we started the day was 0.073. An hour ago was 0.042. And is now currently at 0.041. I went ahead and left this page up here so I could show it to you guys. We talked about a lot of these indicators all taking a downswing here and seeing the market drop as that happened. We can start seeing things kind of leveling off a little bit now. It might be cooling off towards the end of the day. VIX at 2706. NASDAQ is down 0.44. Dow Jones is down 0.36. S&P 500 is down 0.29. We have 3,481 decliners to 2,140 advancers. The market's slightly more advancing now than it was an hour ago. The spread between the 2-year and what am I saying? I'm so tired, guys. I really need more sleep tonight. Sectors that are doing well for the day are two recessionary sectors we're doing the best, which are energy and utilities. The worst performing sectors are consumer discretionary, followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. One of them's kind of close to flipping. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price I'll give a shout out. Coinbase is down 7.17. FRC is down 40.45. Silvergate's down or up 15.06. Starting to see a lot more red in the financials. Nothing else to shout out here. Gold is up 0.03 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Silver is down 1.03, also breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 2.47 and is consolidating. US dollar is down, is up rather 0.23. Has not broken out yet on the US dollar, but it's getting very, very close to wanting to break going north. And when that does, that should cause the markets to head downwards. Oil is up 6.64%, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.032 to 0.35 and trending down. SPY is down 0.13 and finding some support at 520 and starting to rebound off of a downtrend. VIX is negative 2.89% for the day. Let me go back to a 1 minute time interval here. It does seem to be cooling off a little bit right now, and the futures are suggesting it should be around 2408. So there's still a mismatch between the futures and where the VIX is at. IWM is down 0.81 and starting to consolidate after a trend down. VB is down 0.36, consolidating after trend down. Tesla is down 3.27, consolidating after trend down. Amazon is up 0.46, consolidating after trend down. Cinemark is down 0.78 and consolidating. Doge is down 2.3% and slightly trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.26, trending down. GME is down 3.05 and trending, consolidating after trending down. HYMC is down 4.44 and trending down. NCMI is down 4.93, trending. Looks like it's breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Hood is down 0.52 and is trending back up after a downtrend. And AMC is down 4.82 and trending. Or I'm going to go with the consolidation after trend down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $3.3 million more outflow than inflow. 12.43 million shares traded so far. After 349 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 13.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so it seems like a pretty good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 42.72, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.27, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.17. And I think that's it. That's all I got for you guys. I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. I gotta knock this
I had to
stuff
put
out.
my songwriting on skills on hold. I was a proud recipient of a grilled cheese with slices of tomato and some potato chips.
What kind of cheese?
That Emmy winning or Grammy, that Grammy song I was writing has to wait.
What kind of cheese?
What kind of cheese is this, honey? White American. I was going to say something else, but I'm glad you're right. White American. Looks like Swiss, but quite tasty. We have a pretty rich environment as far as songwriters go, KC. They got people have submitted all sorts of lyrics to Papa Mac to work with and punch some stuff into General, Viper. Some of the other guys in here have been doing a little craft work.
Man, I need to stop falling asleep on the couch because I'll tell you what, I am so tired right now. Last night, I went onto a space call, and I really was just going on there to just sit back and chill and relax. And then I found out, like, as soon as I got in there, they were talking about stuff that I'd kind of talked about yesterday in regards to like a cooling
You got
off
sucked
period.
in, didn't you?
Yeah, and they wanted me to come up there and talk. And sometimes why when I join a space call, I just join anonymously so that I don't have to, worry about it. And I'm not trying to say I like the one a lot, and I'm honored that he would ask me to come up and say something. So I did. But I was so tired last night. It was so funny because at one point somebody asked me a question, and I had to ask them like what they meant specifically by the question because I couldn't even think outside the box a little bit, even a little. So it was kind of pathetic on my part. But I'm so tired. Fell asleep on the couch last night and just never. I got up off of it after by 2 a.m., but didn't really fall back to sleep until about like 4:30. And that's not good. I need to knock that off.
Talk about tired and food. I just started a carnivore diet.
Atkins
Eating
kind of
nothing
thing?
but just meat.
Yeah, nothing but
Yeah,
meat.
just nothing but steak.
Yeah, yeah, you get tired quick on that. Yeah, I hear you. You know what's crazy is I don't know if you've. Are you going to be working out when you do that?
Nope.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, like I've done the Atkins diet a couple different times. It's like one of the few diets that I've ever done that I know works. Like it legit like melts the pounds off. If you stick to it and you're religious about what it is that you're doing. And I'll tell you what, man, I have no energy during the first period of that. Like the when you're trying to get into ketosis. I have no energy, zero energy. And I can't even imagine working out during that diet. I feel like I'd hurt myself if I tried.
Just working a job, I think, is plenty.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. You're gonna get cranky, man. Have you done this before?
No, it's my first time.
Oh,
I mean, I don't
yeah.
even. I don't. I weigh only 220. It's not like I need it, but I'm 6 foot, so.
You're gonna get cranky. So, are you eating eggs? Are you allowed to eat eggs?
Yeah. I'm eating eggs, just
bacon.
Basically, just meat, eggs, and bacon.
Yeah. So your main staple for a while is gonna end up becoming like what you're gonna find out is you're gonna start trending towards that like eggs and bacon a lot. I'm telling you right now, if you do this diet correctly, you won't want to eat eggs probably for a long time afterwards because it's just like one of those things where it's like it gets tiring after. I kept looking for like different ways to prepare the eggs. I was like, okay, over easy, scrambled with something bacon, this that I was just looking for anything I could do to just try and change it up just a little bit because it was I couldn't take eating eggs every day.
I hope it doesn't happen because I love eggs. I can eat like 12 eggs a day if I could.
I know.
But I can't because
I
of my
know.
cholesterol.
I'm the same way, man. I'm the same way. I love eggs, but luckily it goes away after a while. That feeling, when you get to the point to where you can add some sugars back into your diet a little bit. I have a recommendation for you. And it sounds really gross. Like I never in a million years thought I would do this, but it's actually amazing. Ketchup on your eggs. When you can have that,
really?
Yeah, when you can have that tiny little bit of sugars added back in again, when you get to that point, put some ketchup on your eggs, and I tell you what, man, it's a relief. It's a relief that you didn't know that you needed, and just kind of gets you through a few more weeks fighting through that. Yeah.
Bad part is after you're off of it, you gotta maintain something, right? You can't just go
Yeah.
back to eating garbage.
Right. Yeah. You should.
That's what happened to me. I did the Atkins diet.
Weight melts off.
And Mrs. Pirate supported me on it, and
my goal is to get
Casey's
back.
right.
I was
the weight
originally
just
180, and I've been putting on some pounds, but I want to try to get back to at least 190.
Mm-hmm.
The minute I quit that diet, it all came right back on, instantaneous, as fast as.
How
it came
long
off,
were you on
came
it for?
right back
About
on.
3 months.
Yeah, something like that, 90 days or something. But it was so fast. I couldn't believe how fast the weight come off. I mean, it melted off.
You probably lost like what, 30 pounds?
Yeah, like 38 pounds.
Yeah.
And this was like 20 years ago when I'd done it. I did it when it first became the rage, and I thought, are you kidding me? All meat? I can have all the meat I want, all the protein I want, nothing else. Deal.
Yep.
And that was it. She cooked me bacon, hamburgers, steaks, whatever. And I mean, people at work were asking me like, God damn, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, just change my diet. And I'm here to tell you, the very minute I said, okay, that's it. Give me some pasta with red sauce and some garlic bread. It was over with. It just as fast as it came off, it went right back on.
I'll tell you the trick. Here, and it's only because I've done this twice, and I saw the difference between each time. I've actually done it more than twice, but I can never. I don't think I'll ever be able to do that diet again. It kills me. But the trick is that when you get to that point when you want to start adding carbs, you have to add in the cardio. If you're not going to add in the cardio to get rid of to melt off those carbs as you're burning it, as you're eating them,
exactly.
Then don't even bother. Don't even bother going back to the carbs again because you're just not gonna burn it off, and you need to be able to burn off those carbs somehow. So, but yeah. So if you do add those carbs back in, just start doing some exercise. I think running is great. Biking's great. I started doing the triathlons. It was a great segue for me because my knees can't take it when I'm over 200 pounds running. They just can't. Then my knees just tell me, they're like, yeah, you suck, man. Thanks a lot for adding all this additional poundage. And so really what I needed to do on one of the times when I did it, I used the diet to get me down to about 170. I was just over 200. I dropped down to 170 with the diet. And then I started doing the cardio at 170. And once I did the cardio, I started adding in the carbs back in. And it was beautiful. I kept melting off the pounds, and I could start eating the carbs again. And I just listened to my body. I literally listened to my body. And when my body said, okay, I want something different, I would eat whatever felt like I wanted to eat. But I had to maintain the calorie burnage. If you don't maintain the calorie burnage, then it's pointless.
Or you could do like I have done and just I've become at peace with who I am. I'd rather live in happiness, comfort.
Yeah, but we're unhealthy. We're unhealthy though. We're unhealthy. We're unhealthy.
I get it. Listen, I get it, and I'm willing to pay the price. That's the cross I bear.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have no illusions about it. But that's what I said. With open eyes, it's not a surprise to me.
Yep. Dennis says, am I the only one getting buffering? I see that I'm getting an error saying that you guys will be experiencing buffering, so that means you should be getting it. And I have a very low internet connection. This probably means kids are starting to use the internet more right now. And it just kind of sucks for you. Nothing I can really do about it. Not until they upgrade my internet around here. Oh, let me tell you some crazy shit.
Just remembered. Richard's. I didn't come up with this on my own. I stole this, but it works. Richard Simmons, the famous fitness guru, died while Keith Richards still lives on.
Is he the Atkins guy? He's not the Atkins guy. Who's Keith Richards?
No, Keith Richards did cocaine for 50 years and smoked cigarettes and played the guitar and drank a fifth of whiskey a day.
Right.
He's still rocking. Richard Simmons is dead as a hammer right now.
All right.
So that's all I'm saying.
So let me tell you this like crazy wild conspiracy shit. This is crazy. You ready should we do tinfoil hat?
Yeah, rip it.
I get on this space call last night on my phone. My tinfoil hat's on. Here, look. See? Tinfoil hat's on. I get on the space call last night, and my phone was fine. I wasn't charging it or anything, right? It was just, my phone was fine. I was on it for a while. Nothing was wrong with it. I sit in the space call. Nothing's wrong with my phone. Everything's fine. And then they ask me to come up and speak. I get up to go to speak in the space call, and my phone starts wigging out on me, and it doesn't want to launch into the speaking. Like it changes a little bit and goes into a speaking mode, right? And my phone suddenly starts burning up like crazy. I mean, like so hot that I don't feel my phone's heat through my case, but I could feel my phone heating up really, really super bad on my hands, and it was like starting to burn my hand. And I was like, what is going on?
What's that all about?
I don't know. And so I couldn't even, like, my phone started not being able to navigate.
It's like a hardware attack. It was like a denial of service through a hardware attack.
I have no idea, but I leave the space call because I couldn't connect. And within less than a minute, my phone cools off instantly. And I'm like, well, that's weird, because it was like super hot just a second ago, right? My phone cools off. I go back into the. I shut down the app. I open it back up again. And I go back into the space call, and phone's fine. And so then I press the thing to join to talk again, and it immediately starts burning up again. So this time I get in. This time I connected in. I was able to connect in, and I was able to talk. But what I did was I started having some connectivity issues again. And so I went in and I disabled. I was on Wi-Fi when I was originally in there the first time, and when I went back the second time. When my phone started burning up again, I took Wi-Fi off completely and went to cellular only, and my phone started cooling down. and it reconnected to the space call, and was able to talk again. It was like normal.
It allowed you to participate.
Yeah, but it took about, I don't know, I want to say like I didn't speak. The minute I started talking or trying to talk, it started doing it again, and along with it getting hot as well. So this time I went back onto Wi-Fi and it cleared it. But it was something. There was something about going on and off of Wi-Fi that seemed to stop it from heating up on me. I don't know what that is. I have no clue.
At least until you tried to speak.
Yeah.
And then it.
Yeah. Once I started to try to speak, this is when it would start getting real hot and everything. I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know what it was that was doing it, but kind of crazy.
Or hacked.
It felt like it. Danny, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Yeah.
Danny the douche.
Hey!
Danny's here.
I was waiting on that space call. I was waiting for you to speak, and it just never came.
I know, because I was waiting too. I was waiting to speak, and I didn't want to like just jump in because they were saying, people were talking about stuff, and they had asked me to come up, and I was having all those technical difficulties, and I didn't want to just jump in while they're talking about other stuff. So,
How you guys doing? How's everything going?
good, man. Good to see you, Brandon. Good to see you, and also Stone Man's here. Good to see all three of you guys. How's life treating you, man? Vacation good?
Doing well. Yeah, back to school. So just been meetings all day, and it's the worst part of school is the beginning and the end.
I would feel like the end is the best.
Well, you got kids, trying to, can you change my grade? And they come and beg you, and
Why is that? Does that give you a hard time because you don't want to change it, or?
No, it's just it's a pain. And then you got to grade the finals, and it's a lot of paperwork towards the end. You got to make sure grades are in, and that's the worst. I think that's the worst part of teaching. But other than that, everything's good. Can't complain. Yeah.
I had a geography teacher when I was a freshman. And no, was I a freshman? Maybe I was a sophomore. Might have been a sophomore. Anyways, the geography teacher, I wasn't doing well in geography. I don't like geography. I don't like having to remember like where lakes and rivers are and what their names are and mountains, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm really bad at geography. Yeah. So I ended up having like a D- in that class. And I'm trying to remember how this went. I think something happened where I took the final and I knew I wasn't going to end up having a good grade. I had like a 59. Back in those days, a D was 60%. A D- was 60%. So if you got 60% or higher, you passed. It wasn't a good pass, but you passed. And so I was at like 59.9%, and he told me that if I did an extra credit project, he would give me the points that I needed to get the right grade to pass. And I did it.
What was the extra credit, like washing his car? Or?
No, it was. I don't remember what the project was. It was school related. It was a report or something.
It better not have been cornholing.
And
come on.
And he didn't pass me. He gave me a 59.9 in that class. I failed by like 1.1, and I had to redo that class before I could graduate. I was so pissed off. I was upset about that. Really upset.
Wow.
Yeah.
They won't let us do that. Nowadays, you can't do that. You got to either round them like down a point or round them up. Can't leave them, that close.
Yeah, I was so upset because it was like it's just 0.1. I mean, like, come on, dude, cut a guy some slack. I mean, it's like I could have sneezed wrong one day and he could have subtracted a point and it would have, or I could have just point one. I mean, I could have just said something different. I could have got a bonus point somewhere, along the way, and it would have changed everything. It's just, I don't know.
That's brutal.
Yeah, I think that's so. You would help somebody out like that. Is what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Or I'd round them down if I didn't.
Oh, you put 59 point. You take it to 59.8.
If it's 59, I'd either do like 59. I would round it down, or maybe like 58.9.
They're at 59.9, and you take them straight down to point. You just get rid of the decimal. You'd be like 59. Oh man, that's rough, Danny. That is rough, man. Do
Because
you?
our computer,
Yeah,
if it's 59.5, it'll round it up. You know.
that's rough.
So yeah.
You're a real stickler,
But
aren't you?
no,
Here's
most
some
of the
here's
kids
some
are good.
school teacher trivia for you guys out there. Instant trivia, movie trivia. The guy was a school teacher. Raiders of the Lost Ark. He was teaching the college course. The girl sat in the class and had something written on her face. First person who can type that into chat. What did the girl have written on her face as she was talking to the teacher? I forget the actor's name from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Thank you, Casey, for bailing me out. Harrison Ford was giving a lecture. Once again, the girl
Dr.
in the audience,
Jones.
one of the students,
Dr. Jones.
said to Dr. Jones, the lady in the front row, one of his co-ed students, was looking at him, and there was something written on her face. What was written?
It was on her eyelids.
That's so long since I-
And she was blinking, and I'm trying to remember what the heck it was.
Casey gave you another. He gave you another hint. I wasn't going to give him the eyelids, but Casey gave you a hint. So there you go. He practically laid it open for you.
It was like
I just remember
Anybody? Come on.
Temple of Doom. Remember that
This
one.
is I tried in three things: teachers, movie trivia. Come on, people, work with me here.
Oh man, I feel like I gotta look it up because
And she would look at Harrison Ford, and she was flirting
Blink,
with him,
yeah.
and she would blink her eyes. What was written on her eyelids?
Love you.
That's what I thought.
Very
too.
good. Who
Yeah.
said that?
I love you.
I. She said she would blink her eyes, meaning I, and then "love you" was written on. Who said that?
Papa.
That was Papa Mac.
Papa Mac gets a cool point. Papa Mac. He broke the rules. He's supposed to type it in live chat. He used the
I
power.
was laying down, but I was screaming it, saying, "Somebody just type it in so I don't have to get up."
Oh, okay. He's got a migraine. Cool points to Papa Mac. I love you. All right, I did that for you, Danny. That's some teacher trivia
Nice.
/ movie trivia.
Never had that happen to me. I never want that to happen. Yeah, I don't remember that part. I remember the Temple of Doom. I remember that.
Pimple.
The Temple of Doom.
Oh,
The Temple of Doom. The one with the monkey.
It never happened. It
The
never
monkey
happened.
brain.
Papa Mac and I, we made this whole thing up. We were going to trick you guys with a fake trivia question and see if we could sell it and make everybody believe it happened. That never happened in the movie.
Yes, it did.
No way. Now I have to watch it now. I don't
It
believe
did happen.
It's a Jedi mind trick, man. It's
No,
a Jedi
it
mind trick.
no, it happened. It
I just
happened.
planted the seed in your mind.
No. Morning, hon. That happened. I definitely remember that.
Yeah. I thought they'd get it when you said it was written on her eyes, because the first word is I, because she never wrote the I. It was a visual clue. Like she would blank I and then love you.
Mm-hmm. How many people wanted to be Indiana Jones when they saw that?
Oh, I did.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
How could you not? Are you kidding me? A
Anthropology?
fedora, the leather,
Sign me up.
like World War II bomber's jacket, leather World War II bomber's jacket. Anthropology, traveling around the world stealing fucking antiquities. Come on, who doesn't want to be Indiana
Oh
Jones?
man, I wanted to be Indiana Jones so bad. Sign me up
Yeah,
for
me
the
too.
whip.
Yeah, the only guy that goes against a gun with a whip. That's even worse than bringing a knife to a gunfight. A whip.
He had a gun.
Good stuff.
He had a gun.
He did have a gun, yes.
Yeah. Which is what I liked about him.
Yeah, that's
because,
one of the best
yeah.
scenes of the movie when they were in
Yeah.
the bazaar scene, and the mullah comes out and he's got the long scimitar and he's swinging it like they're going to have a sword fight, and Indy just nonchalantly pulls that old 38 special out and blasts him in the chest with it. It was great, man. It was perfect writing.
Actually, I heard that he had that wasn't part of what they had written into the script. It was actually supposed to be the whip.
Yeah, I think that was ad-libbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just improvisation. Yeah. Probably my favorite scene of that entire thing was when he's fighting the giant circus-type strong man. It's stereotypical, the age, the bald head, the giant muscles, and I think he was a German, and they're fighting fist to fist, and that airplane is spinning uncontrollably. And the guy's just beating the hell out of Indiana Jones, and Indy finally gets this big look on his face, and then at the last second he ducks, and that propeller just eats that guy.
Yep.
That's good stuff, man.
You know, I had nightmares as a kid from the ending scene when the Ark of the Covenant gets opened up. I
Really?
Yeah, that used to plague me for that whole scene there. The people's faces melting was like a scene that plagued me for a long time in my dreams.
Yeah.
Yep, that was one. That was one of the scarier ones for me as a kid. It's kind of right up there with Terminator. You know, I saw some Terminator scenes too when I was growing up, and I don't remember specifically what parts of it that were so scary, but I remember there were parts of it that I would dream about for years.
I'll be back.
I think it was
funny. Talk about.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It says, I'm gonna not to change the subject, but last night I had a dream about eating donuts. That's how bad I want carbs.
Oh yeah. That's definitely gonna happen to you for a while.
Oh, Casey, I don't know. I might be out of line here. I'm just saying we got, 10 good minutes left?
Yeah.
And Audio Tits is with us.
Oh,
Any
yep,
chance
story
that
time.
we can, anybody care to know what Audio Tits does? Audio Tits,
I'm in.
Audiotus, are you up? Are you game for this, man?
Do it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
What's up?
Listen, Audio, I took liberties with the stories you shared with us around the poker table, and I told him, I said, this guy's he's got to share some of this with us on live. And Casey was kind enough to play along. And I kind of did a teaser this morning. Everyone's aware that you have a massive warehouse full of the finest fruits and vegetables known to man. But what they don't know, and I told them it's going to blow their mind, and I hope I haven't overhyped this, that I was really surprised when I found out who one of your primary customers were. So I'm just laying the background there for you. That's what they know so far. If you'd like to take the microphone and maybe share a little bit about what you do and who you're.
I've had all day to guess.
Yeah, go ahead,
I've
Casey.
had all day to guess
Go ahead.
without making any guesses. So I'd like to take a guess.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
I did tell, before Casey guesses, I did tell everybody, Audio, that you shared that the fact that high-end chefs, Michelin-style 5-star chefs, are the bane of your existence. And I said, and he does sell to those clientele, but that's not what makes it interesting. So go ahead, Casey. What's your guess?
Oh, if that's the case, then I might be wrong then here. But I was going to say Chef Ramsay, but
Chef Ramsay. That's a good guess. That's a very good guess. Okay, I've said enough. I like to think I've set you up there, Audio. The mic is yours, buddy. Tell everybody who one of your bigger clients is, and if you care to elaborate, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the mic. So Chef Ramsay is one that I work with. He has a restaurant in our distribution area, so
is it
we
Hell's
get to work
Kitchen?
with him.
Is it Hell's Kitchen?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, it's a concept of it's
Okay.
its own concept, but nevertheless, so what I talked about last night is I work with zoos quite a bit.
There it is,
And
people. The zoos.
Provide and store product for zoos for all the exotic animals, and so we buy products from all around the world. Some of the things I talked about yesterday was it's been some years back, but one of the zoos that I work with had a koala exhibit come through. And we had to fly in eucalyptus from Australia, and not just any variety, but 14 different varieties, because the koalas have their own independent dietary thing that they follow, and they use different varieties of eucalyptus as their food. So it's kind of interesting watching them throw $1,000 worth of eucalyptus on the ground because they didn't want that kind.
Can I throw in an interesting fact here since you're talking about eucalyptus? Because I grew up in San Diego.
Yeah, go ahead.
Interesting fact about eucalyptus: do not eat it as poisonous. To most species, eucalyptus is poisonous, but to koalas, it's not.
Correct.
Yep.
Pretty interesting fact. So we buy products from all around the world for those animals, and that was kind of one of the things that Pirate was interested in hearing about yesterday. And we've
it was a variety. It was a variety. I mean, you wouldn't believe the variety of exotic fruits and stuff. I mean, you just don't feed a tamarin monkey, just anything. I never thought about it before. Like, I come from a farm background where you just feed everything hay or corn. But he started listing off some of the vegetables and foods that they buy for these animals, and it was pretty interesting.
Danny, do you eat tamarind?
I try most things.
Yeah, so we have to buy tamarind though for the lemurs, and there's quite a few animals out there that kind of munch on those things. Cool. We go through a lot of papaya. The giraffes specialize several different kinds of greens, collard greens, mustard greens, turnip greens. They go through a lot of bananas, but they're not for the monkeys. They're actually for bats. Kind of interesting. All the reptiles and the turtles and all that stuff have really specific diets that we have to kind of follow. Bringing products again all around the world.
So what? Let me ask you a question, because I mean, you're obviously procuring these vegetables for them to give to their animals, but why can't they be those vegetables but grown in the U.S.? Out of curiosity.
That's a good question.
Well, bananas don't grow in the U.S. Pineapples don't grow in the U.S. Was that your question, or?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there must be some fruits or vegetables that do grow in the, like eucalyptus is definitely got a species in San Diego. You can smell it all the time wherever you go.
Yeah, California.
Yeah. So, but I mean, why specific? I mean, you it sounded to me like you had a specific strain that they had to eat due to dietary needs or whatever. But I guess I'm speaking more in terms of like fruits and vegetables. Why can't